Hey guys! Hello, hello, hello. How's it going? Hey guys! Hello, hello, hello. How's it going? Welcome, welcome everybody. We are gonna be starting soon. Today's matches. Oh, it's gone so well today. That's great to hear. That's good to hear. Oh, it's gone so well today. That's great to hear. That's good to hear. Have a safe drive. Have a safe drive. Alright, we... Hi, Dawn. Voice is repeating? Oh, okay. Fixed it. Hey Adil, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You have to do each command on its own line. You cannot combine them together.
See them keep all.
Good night, it's 3 a.m. over here. Aw, good night, Rajib. Thanks for stopping by. Hi, Phoenix. If you want to enter to win an iPhone 14 Pro Max, make sure you do in the chat !phone. Make sure you vote for NHP in the North American region in-game in the PMWI event. Record yourself voting, minimum 5 votes. Upload the video recording to the forum link. Do this every day. And then you'll be automatically entered to win an iPhone some NHP jerseys, and a ton of UCs. It has to be a video, cannot be an SS. You have to record a video and upload the video in the form. Game sound off? Oh, because the stream is not on.
But it's fine. You know what? It's a fresh day.
None of the
It's a
stream
new
is
day.
on.
There's many predictions to happen, and I'm not going to listen to you ever again. As you can see here, we're starting things off with Miramar, and it's going to be the exact same order we had yesterday.
It is. I'm actually looking forward to a Vikendi again. I want to see if some of the North American teams are going to perform well again there. Now that we have had one Vikendi, Lamb's been able to play, Brazil's been able to play. How are they going to be able to readjust? N Hyper actually did pretty well yesterday in Vikendi.
Yeah, N Hyper, you know, just going off of that point for a brief moment, N Hyper started a bit slow, like a lot of the North American teams, got better and better over the course of the day, and I think N Hyper, coming from North America, had some of the best fundamentals from that region, and so I think they're going to be the ones that are going to be best at sort of, once they get their feet under them, used to the tempo and the sort of meta of this specific lobby, to have a better, quicker adjustment than perhaps some of the other North American teams.
For N Hyper, it kind of comes down to keeping all their players alive, especially if they get into a top 5 situation. Yesterday, I think they ended in a top 5 situation 3 times, and out of those 3 times, they only had one time their 4 players alive, and that's when they actually ended up getting most of their ilms in 9 ilms, and they ended up being in Vikendi. So if they can at least maintain those players alive, that'll be big for them.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like a lot of the matches we had yesterday, there weren't that many teams getting into those final zones that had everyone left alive.
Yeah, there was a lot of people getting picked off a couple of times in the early and mid game, and I think part of that is just the skill of this lobby. Of you see a car going past you, spray it down. Yep. There it is. There's the knockout in the open. But also, I think it has to do with not being 100% secure on how the teams around you are going to be playing, and knowing what's a free path versus what's something that's likely going to be contested. And so that's where,
Did PUBG
again,
Insta post a code for extra vote ticket yet?
might be a little
Yeah, there
more
is
safe
a.
in their
It
rotations
is
going forward.
It's a good point, right? 'Cause you mentioned the
2023
streams that obviously didn't
PMWI.
happen.
That's the
It's
code
just
for
about testing out
today.
your
And
mechanical
vote
skills,
for
keeping still
me.
up to par. The rotations you're making, they're not
Vote
gonna be realistic
for
to
like the number
what's gonna happen in
4
the actual
and then
match.
me.
So things will be continue to adjust here, but it's time to take a look at overalls.
Hey
I
Amira.
started off the segment
Hi,
obviously yelling at
Mohammed.
7, but what I was trying to talk about is Brazil just
Alright,
came
we
to
are
play
currently
here.
in
I
6th
actually feel
place
really
today,
bad about
not
that
too
now.
bad. We have a chance to
And
catch up.
anyways, INCO, first place, 84 points with a 17-point lead. But
Yeah, vote
3
for me
chicken
like
dinners,
that.
43 limbs, 41 placements. That sweet, sweet marriage between those 2 sections of points for me is what a CC team can be, a championship caliber team, and very well could be what gets them into PMWI.
Man, the thing that is probably the most dramatic about this is the fact that not only is it Brazil at the top, it's the 3 underdogs from Brazil. And I specify underdogs from Brazil because they're showing us that in any other lobby in Latin America or North America, they would absolutely dominate because they're doing that here.
Hi,
and so I think we knew that
Belle.
Brazil was the strongest region, sub-region, if you want to call it that, coming into this event. But the fact that you have a underperforming Influence Chemex and a slightly underperforming Alpha 7 and a marginally underperforming Loops, and it's still Brazil at the top. It's insane.
I wouldn't say marginally underperforming Loops. I mean, they're currently in 4th place with those 44 points. Big underperforming from YKG. I mean, I'm actually interested to see how this team is going to be able to react coming out of the champions of NA, which a lot of people don't think that they are the champions of NA. So I'm interested to see how the players, the young players that they do have, are going to be reacting to it.
What do you guys think
right?
about the
And
giveaway
back
we're
in the day, you
doing
used to be able to say
for
Cloud9,
N Hyper?
Tempo Storm, Knights.
Yeah.
And now when you talk about NA, you just don't have that team necessarily that's like, that's the king of NA. That's the most dominant force. You look at, if I ever say PMPL Brazil, you're going to give me Alpha 7. You're going to give me Loops, right? You're going to give me Influence CHEMIN. If you talk about Latin America, you're going to talk about Jaguar for sure. Maybe Team Queso. But for North America, there's just no team. I think maybe N Hyper technically is the closest, but there's just no big standout king of the region. And for me, that just shows there's an identity crisis right now in North America.
Time to
A
put
lot of
cards
people
for
going into
voting?
it,
Yes.
they thought that N Hyper was going to be able to be that team. And I mean, I even had
What
that
do you
team when we
mean?
had
I mean,
conversations.
like,
thought they were
me
gonna
or
end up being
Belle?
the champions, and
I
they
mean,
just
like,
absolutely choked when it came
hey,
to actually being
Hams.
able to clutch it up. and get that spot.
It's
They haven't
awesome.
been able to
Nice.
showcase
I mean,
that so
like, do you
far. They're
like the
not the best
giveaways that
performing
N
NA
Hyper is
team,
doing
but I
for
feel
the
like we
voting?
need to see more out of them
Like,
to be
if
like,
you
okay,
vote, you
what,
have a
NA
chance to
and
win an
Hyper.
iPhone
I
14
think
Pro
it's
Max.
unreasonable to
You have a
expect to have
chance
the
to win
second a
some
big,
NHP
leader, a
jerseys.
big
You have a
sort of points
chance
leader
to
like the
win
Knights
a ton of
leaving, then
EC.
suddenly a team is right there to take
And
their place as the dominant
like the
force. You wanna see what
iPhone
happens over the course of an
is
entire season, over the
worldwide
course of an
shipping, so
entire
it's
year, but the
international.
progress that
Doesn't matter where
Vikendi
you
and
are,
Hyper
you
have
will
been
get an
making
iPhone,
towards
so it's
that
not
goal
restricted.
has been rough, especially when you look at
And
the
you
North
can
American
choose the
finals,
color
where
of
they
your
only
iPhone.
got
You can
first
choose
and
whatever
second
color
based
you
off of
want.
their bonus points. If there was no bonus points, you look on strictly their performance from the finals,
NHP
they
jerseys.
would have been
Yeah,
like
I think they're
last
pretty
in
good
the top section.
giveaway
Well, yeah, I think
items.
Panthers would have won the whole thing then because they only had 2 bonus points going into
Exactly.
it. But we can take a look here at our performances.
Not an
Right? On the
iPhone
left-hand
user?
side,
Oh.
you have our 3 reigning champions from their respective regions. And a big drop off.
Well, you have a chance to win, I don't know, NHP jersey,
the top 3 teams that we've had, or not, I can't say top 3
UC,
teams,
so
the
there's
top
always
teams
something.
we've
I
had
think
from
we
their
will
respective
get
regions
55
have
different
just been not
winners
able to replicate the
just from
performance
this
they've had
giveaway.
in their own regions,
Plus, I'm
respectively.
doing my own
Yeah,
Royal
they have
Pass
players. I mean, Alpha
giveaway.
7, we're saying they're pretty much a shell
So
of
that's
themselves. YKT,
another
they're
15
nowhere
winners,
to be
and then
seen.
maybe
And that's
after
why I'm
2 or 3
interested to
days,
see
we'll
how
do
these young
also
players are
another
gonna be
giveaway.
reacting to the adversity that they are
It's
still
just gonna
running
be a
into.
giveaway week.
Jaguar
Oh
has
my
been
gosh.
abysmal, and then you have INCO Gaming that you were mentioning, like they are
Hey,
playing great.
D.
They are pushing towards that middle of the circle, and what I'm most
You still want the
impressed
iPhone. Okay,
of
that's
out
good.
of
That's
them
good.
is the rotations. They're doing some crazy rotations, and they're also willing to disengage from a fight. They're not afraid to, you know what, just get one
Hey,
in
Devil.
and then
Yeah.
back away, find a way, and play that long term.
Wait,
towards
is the
final
phone
circle.
command not
Yeah,
working?
and so
Oh
I
no,
think
it's
that's
working.
leading to why INCO has such good placement points. They're getting deep into games because they're not putting themselves in risky situations. Compare that to Alpha 7, who are still playing well, right? They're still in the mix there, even though they're not the dominant force that we perhaps expected them to be there. But they're not getting deep into the games, and they're not necessarily getting the eliminations to make up for it either. But here are the full stats from INCO Gaming. Squash definitely in the lead, but not the rest of the team actually isn't trailing that far
I promise
behind.
you, the
It's a much more
jersey
of a team effort here
is
than I think it was if
top
you,
tier. It's really
if
good.
my memory serves me correct. It was
Good
a bit more
quality. I have
squash-heavy
2
stats
of it, of
from
my
the
own.
finals, Brazil finals.
Yeah, you were saying, Jason, a lot of teams are losing their players early on, but if you look at the this is what's most impressive to me out of these players, right? Obviously the elims and whatnot, but the average survival time, everybody was over 21 minutes, and that's just so impressive. That just goes to speak volumes of how they are positioning themselves. In this Erangel, I will say, they got super blessed by this zone, but they were able to take advantage of it. They were able to get a lot of elims and back it up and take advantage
Also,
of
the
the
best thing
situations that are
today is
doing.
that I
Yeah,
am
it's
not gonna have
just,
any
hiding
work
out in the
tomorrow.
center
It's
of
the
zone and
weekend,
getting placement
so
points. They're racking up
I
a
can
huge
sleep
number of
as much as
eliminations
I
at the
want
same time.
after
And
the
then
stream
this
ends.
Miramar
That's the
match,
best
this
thing.
one was a lot less of a gifted circle and much more of just knowing exactly
The
when
best
they have
thing.
the timing to go in. They were playing the early mid game really quiet, really safe, and then they saw the opening and they just suddenly pounced out of the bushes like a tiger, and they knew exactly when to take over.
In
And
the-
still ended that one with double
In the
digits.
beginning,
was
I
actually the most
wasn't
impressive
like,
out of all
because
the
I
ones
love
for me, because they
purple,
only
and
had
when
two
I was
players
with Nova
from
Esports,
early on,
everything was
and they
purple,
decided to be
right?
patient. They decided to just wait it out. They did end up getting a little bit of help there from GK first, as he was able to just shoot people from the roof. But overall, the way they play, they can either turn it on when they need to or just turn it off.
I think
So I was
also
like,
makes
oh,
them
we're
so
gonna switch
impressive
to
is the
red
fact
color.
that,
I have to
like,
do everything
mechanically,
red
they don't have
color,
the
but
most limbs, but they're
actually,
really close to
red
being the
color is
most
nice.
limbs.
I like
They
it.
can fight anyone in this lobby. They have like this aura of confidence about them that they're not afraid to take on anyone. I think if you're essentially some of these teams come into this who maybe don't have the experience of some of these other teams, you're a little bit like hesitant to go for fights. We see teams like Alpha 7 be more than happy to engage because you have to have that aura of confidence if you want to be the best team in the region, if you want to be the best team in America, if you want to be the best team in the world. And they are not afraid of everyone. And I think for me, that's what's I'm really happy to see about them. They're not really backing off fights. And I feel like something you brought up yesterday, actually, the scouting we've seen out of these teams, like the information,
I
not
worked
necessarily
more,
ego, but in general, has been
no.
really phenomenal.
It really has, and I mean, it comes down to the rotation that I was
Big
hinting at,
red and
because
black
if
fan
they see
is really
somebody there,
good.
if they see an option to get an
There's
element,
a pro.
they
Is there
are
one
gonna
still
go
around?
for it. This
Yes,
is what
he
you're saying. They
is.
are going to be willing to take that fight, right? But if they don't see the long term that that's going to help them out,
I'm
they're just going to
good.
back off, send somebody to scout. They have been running two great 2-2 splits, and also I saw one, I think it was in Sanhok, where they had a 1-1-2 split, and it worked out well for them during that match. So I can't wait to see how they're going to be performing here, but I'm pretty sure a lot of the other teams, I can't wait to see what Alpha 7 is going to be doing, because Alpha 7 has not played like themselves. You were mentioning they do like to play aggressive, but I felt like yesterday they were playing a little bit too aggressive when they didn't need to, when they usually tend to prioritize the circle a bit more.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. The only problem is, and I think I mentioned this at the very beginning of top of show here, but the gap, the lead that INCO have, that FLAMENGO have, that Intense Game have, is going to give them the space to play more carefree. Whereas Alpha 7, whereas Luke's,
It does. It does.
because they like to play the early game a little
Even
more
though,
slow,
like,
more active,
I
it's
don't
gonna be
know how to
that
explain.
pressure
Like,
of, like,
purple
oh,
is such a
we
nice tone
wanna
color.
go for this
Purple
fight,
also goes with
but we
many
need to make sure that we
colors.
absolutely win this fight in like 3 seconds
But
because we don't want to give up our entire game. So, you know, the experience on those teams, I think, is gonna.
yeah,
I'm not gonna vote against them necessarily, but it's gonna be a lot. There's more stacked on their plate right now than a team like INCO, who just need to continue playing their game, no fear.
See, I'm going to slightly disagree, only on the basis of Alpha 7 have been in much more prestigious events with way better teams so many times. So I think for me, at least on them, like I'm not saying, you know, blanket statement that everyone's like this, but for them, this is just another day at work for them. And I feel like they're still going to focus on playing their own style and still focus on doing what they know how to do. But for other teams, I think that's definitely a key thing to think about, like Overknight. Didn't expect them to be top 5 coming into this. They're probably going to be a little bit more cautious and hopefully not like second guess themselves in what they're doing.
No.
No?
No. I hope Overknight is not cautious at all. That's the only team that's currently in the top 5 that doesn't even have over 20 ilms. Right now, they're currently sitting at 19 ilms. Meanwhile, everybody else above them is either over 30 ilms or 40 ilms. So I feel like they definitely need to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
I feel like yesterday during the Sanhok match that they did end up winning, they got super
I don't know, the
lucky that
internet is
INCO
like
decided to
so
just
slow
focus
for
on
me
Alpha
today. I
7,
don't know
because
why.
if INCO would have focused on Overknight, by Overknight allowing them
Everything
to get
keeps
that closer, it would have been a
lagging.
completely different story. So
Yeah,
I
play
hope
more
they're-
cautious than they were already playing.
Yeah, I did. Please don't play that cautious Overknight.
Okay, well, you know, we're talking about eliminations. Why don't we take a look actually at our top elim leaders so far after 1 day. And the interesting thing about this, 3 players, all with 2.5 average eliminations, but 2 of them coming from Intense Game, Cameron.
Yeah, INCO is in first place, but they only have 1 player up here on the top 5, which
I
shows
wonder
that they
if my
are being,
mama
not I
is
don't want to say carried, but they have the
watching me.
extra level of the constant placement grabbing, the constant placement scoring grabbing. Even if you discount the wins, they're up in the podium positions. Whereas Intense Game and FLAMENGO, they are more binary in if they're making it to the late game or not. But they're getting up a lot of frags, which is what's getting them up in the position to contest INCO as much as they are.
Now, speaking about FLAMENGO, you can see here again the very first match of the day, them and Intense Game on top. This battle, I know you broke it down quite a few times, but I really feel like that set the tone for Intense Game, because again, I think for them, in my opinion, this is like a team who realizes we have this really good opportunity.
You have to
right
do the
now.
commands on its
We
each
haven't
line. You
qualified,
cannot
but not
type in the same
necessarily top
sentence. You
5.
have to
You know,
do
let's make the best out of it.
exclamation
And
mark
they're taking
PMPL
a
one
spark
line
of that
and then
first match and
enter.
running with it. The
Then you have to
question
type
for me
again
is that
exclamation
spark gonna
mark
be put out
phone
today, or
and
are they gonna
enter.
continue to turn that into a fire?
I don't think that it's going to be put out at all for any of these 3 teams, actually. You know, as I said, the sort of underdogs from Brazil, because all 3 of them are playing.
Are
the
you guys
exact same
having
play
any
style that
snacks or
they
any
played in the finals.
drinks
None of these 3 teams are trying to
for
develop something
today?
new. They're just continuing to work on the style that's worked for them, that's gotten them this far. And so, yeah, that does show that it's the other bigger names from Brazil that might have been underperforming yesterday. But that's what I don't think it's going to be a big question at all if these teams at the top right now can continue to play at that level. It's can anyone come up and match them and try and overtake them.
I think there will be some teams that are going to do that.
It comes down to preparation, right? Which team's prepared come into this. Now that we've been able to see 6 matches, you've seen the rotations, you know what teams are going to play.
I'm not
See
giving
who's up
that
to your
winning
advantage.
that
But before we
giveaway,
can hop
but
into
it's
the
still
match,
vote
we
for
need to
any
shout out
giveaways.
once again here to Monster Energy, our
I mean, you
official
never
energy
know.
partner
We're
here
going
at
to have
PMPL.
a lot
Love
of
to have them,
giveaways,
and
so
I
it's
would love to pour one on top of
might not
Seven's
only
head,
be that, by the
except we're
way.
both
So
extremely low in our
we're gonna have like
predictions. But Joe and
55
Gonzalo,
different
their predictions
winners
are
for this
commentators. We got
giveaway,
Hot Drinks and Zute
plus
joining us
another
once again.
15 for my giveaway, plus maybe even
That's right,
more
baby.
later.
I heard Ladest, right, talking about doing the homework. I know the fact that we did.
Just
I know you guys at home did as
saying.
well. Zute, my brother, how you feeling going into today?
Ooh, today there's a lot on the line, a lot of question marks that will be answered for me. YKG, definitely the big one. Are they gonna have that bounce back, or are they just gonna, sink under the pressure? And then Alpha 7, right? This is a team that, the dust said, didn't do all too bad, but it's not the Alpha 7 that we saw out of Brazil. So are we gonna see that Alpha 7 today also?
All
I
those
think it's only a
giveaways
matter
and he
of
still
time.
ain't
We know for a
winning.
fact
I
these
don't
squads are starting to
trust
finally
that.
adapt to this lobby. I think day one
Plus,
was
there's
that always that
giveaways
day
in
just kinda
today's
shake their
stream.
nerves
I'm gonna
off,
be
you know what
giving
I'm
you
saying?
UC,
Let go
300
of all
UC,
that stress,
340
everything you're
UC
feeling,
after every
and just
match.
come in hot here in day 2. But day 2
And
is, I think, more important. Right? Because
2
if
600
INCO
UC
keeps playing the
codes
way
as
they
well.
have been so far, they're going to take a lead
Hey,
so big
Midnight.
that no one's going to touch them.
I'm not going to say no one's going to touch them, but they're going to be near untouchable if they have another day like they did yesterday. So, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, winning, what was it, 3 games with the top amount of points easily, and then 4 was pretty solid as well. It's ridiculous to see how they performed in just day 1 alone. How are they going to come back after day 2, though? Because now we know for a fact that they're going to have a huge target on their back coming into today, because all these squads, they're hunting down that first place. That's really the main goal, right? They want to lock in that ticket going into that next stage. So the teams like YKG, right? Squads that are all the way at the bottom, they have to have a ridiculous comeback today, a thick one. So Zoo, what do you expect to see from these squads like coming right off the rip?
Teams like
Also, guys, don't forget to
YKG,
like the stream.
You know, it's so hard for me to say because we didn't even get to see them on screen too much. So I can't even pinpoint, like, are they not playing their usual style or are they just playing really nervous? All I gotta say is, like, for teams near the bottom, just come in today with confidence and trust in your teammates. Because the biggest problem is when you do bad on a first day and on the second day, if you're not trusting your teammates, no matter what adjustment you make, whether it be more aggressive, more defensive, if you don't trust your teammates, it's gonna fall apart no matter what you decide to do. So my biggest, you know, advice to the teams near the bottom is just come in fresh, trust your teammates, and you guys got this. And whatever it is you guys strategize, just trust it 100% and go for it, right? That's the best you can do.
Yeah, definitely. One team I'm looking at for sure is going to be the Panthers. I got a chance to talk to Nate a little bit earlier today to kind of see how he was feeling going today. And he said,
Why
you know what?
NP matches
We've
always have to be at
adjusted
4
to the
a.m.? Because
lobby.
this is
You know, it's
North
definitely
America.
different than we faced in the
Unfortunately,
past.
North
We've
America
made
have
those
a different
changes,
time
and we're looking
zone.
to come
So
in
their
hot
time
today.
zone is
So,
the
you know,
opposite of
hopefully we had
yours.
that talk, rally the
When you
troops,
have night,
and
they
come
have
out today
day.
strong.
When they
It's gonna
have
be
day,
tough
we
because
have
these
night.
Brazilian
So,
squads are no joke, Sue. I mean, we've seen
and when we have day, they have
seem
night.
to be moving
Vice versa.
2-3 minutes faster than any NA team that we've seen in PMPL North America. So to make an adaptation that quick, it's going to be impressive. But honestly, if they can do it, it'll be a huge sign that they're able to get it done and even for future stages.
I definitely agree. One curveball I got for you, Jukes, is Overnight. What do you think about Overnight? They're just like quietly in the top. We haven't seen anything crazy out of them, but they're in that top position. Do you think they have the formula down, or did they just kind of get lucky and scrape on by near the top rankings?
Well, we're about to find out as we're getting
Is
ready
it like
for
6 a.m. for you, or what you mean,
number
Traps?
1 here in
Papa
day 2
Jukes is
of the
too
PUBG
adorable.
Mobile Pro League
I think right
Americas
now it's
Championship.
like
Oh, you guys are so excited today because it all comes
3
down
3
to
p.m.
this. Now,
3
when it comes to
p.m.
Overnight, they're that scary team.
Yeah, now it's 3
There's always
p.m.
one
Pacific
squad
time.
that's just sneakily at the top,
6
just kinda waiting it
p.m.
out.
Eastern
And
time.
I think it's a good position to
think.
be in, especially like right off the rip,
And
because not a lot of teams are really focusing or studying.
yeah,
That's
Let's
very
be real.
true.
All the squads that did their homework, they're looking at what INCO did yesterday.
I am in
Right? They're laser
Dubai.
focused
I'm
on
in the
INCO,
UAE, so
and they might struggle a little
So
bit because
it
of
is
all that
2
focus
a.m.
on
for
them,
me.
But no one is really like hyper analyzing Overnight. At least that's my assumption, right? So come in these, if they keep on being consistent, all it takes is a good pop-off day in the late stage, and they can take this whole tournament. So squads at the top definitely should not be shying away from studying Overnight, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, that actually brings me back to a conversation that we've had in the past, right?
3
Like,
a.m.
would
3
you rather
a.m.
be in
It's 2
first
a.m. for
place
me. Oh,
going
6
into the
p.m. now.
second
Yeah,
day, or
yeah.
like
So it's 6
final day, or
Eastern.
would you rather be in like second
3
second
Pacific,
or third place, just
and I
like, you know,
think
a couple
Canada
points
is a
shy?
little bit
Personally,
later.
for me, I
Or
feel like the
I don't know
teams,
what
you
time is
know,
in Canada right
second,
now.
third, have more of an advantage because they have less pressure and less of a spotlight. But what do you think about that? And,
Ooh, this zone.
is-
Okay, so
hold that thought,
NHP is
Jukes. What do you
not in
think
a
about
bad
the
position.
circle?
Yeah.
TP also
Goodness
have
gracious.
a
Look at the
good
circle all
location.
the way
YKG is so
down
out
here
of
at the
zone, they're gonna have
bottom.
a hard
Now,
trouble going
one
in.
thing that I'm gonna be looking at right off the rip, right? It's gotta
We're
be
landing next to
Influence CHEMIN right here. Look at these
Flamingo.
guys, right? All the way in Puerto Payaso. They don't have to worry about a thing. I mean, this is also a top squad, so they're just gonna be able to loot up, kind of pick around all these little areas right here, and
check out where Alpha 7 is.
You also have the Panthers in this.
Alpha 7. Highlight that top left.
Oh my God! Look all the way up here. Bing, bing, bing.
What?
Look up to the top.
A7 all the way at the
Got a
end?
track to make.
Did something happen? Did they
They're
like
gonna
get
have to
disconnected
haul it.
or
I wouldn't be
something?
surprised if we see them really make like a
Because they
long,
went all the way
thick
to the end
rotation
of the
around here, just trying
plane
to catch this
path.
island area. That's
They
gonna
must be
probably their best bet,
disconnected.
but depending on how long it takes them to loot,
Are we
they're
gonna have a
probably
rematch?
to just kind of head in this direction here.
No
And
way.
honestly, if there's any
They
team
went that
could
far
do
on
it, it's Alpha
purpose.
7, right? They love kind of playing that edge style and bullying those squads. So
They're not even moving.
I don't
They
know.
must be
We'll
landing
see.
straight
It's a very
down.
interesting play because no one's even near them right now.
Yeah, and Alpha 7 the other day, they dropped El Pozo, and the plane path complements El Pozo perfectly. So I'm actually
That's their
really
spot? They're not
confused
even moving.
with
Something's up with A7. I'm telling
that
you.
Alpha 7 drop. Like, what do you think? What, like, are they just planning on?
They know something we don't.
Maybe. I mean, the only thing that comes to mind is that they really want to make sure they have no one on their backs and be able to fight all the way in without worrying about any teams behind them. That's the only, clear-cut advantage in changing from El Pozo to that top left corner.
Okay, let me just kind of, I'm gonna go through my hypotheticals right here, all right? Let me try to get inside their head. So, this is a strategy that I would expect to see, really, if like this is like the last day, final game, and they're in first place with a good lead, you know? Maybe they want to just get away from everybody, don't want to deal with hot drops or anything, but this isn't the case, right? This is still just start of day number 2. So the only thing that I could think of, and you just kind of tell me what you think about this, right?
Okay,
Is
I'm listening.
they're gonna land so far out, get looted, right? And try to catch eliminations on some of the straggler teams looting up on the way in. Okay?
Okay.
That's the only reason I could think they could try to do a strategy like this, is because usually teams that are not as confident, right? Even though this is a monster lobby, right? This is the Americas Championship. They are the ones that kind of like go later into the circle, just kind of get that loot and separate. And maybe Alpha 7 is going to try and loot up, full send it on in, and just kind of pick apart each player and just kind of rack up some early game points. That's my assumption. What do you think?
I think you might be right, because I mean, we talk about teams needing to adjust in the second day, and that's an adjustment if I've ever seen one, right? Like, that's a huge adjustment. So they definitely have some sort of plan coming into today that's different from what they did in day number 1. Taking a look at N Hyper and INCO. INCO's the team to really watch
Hopefully
out
today
for.
the
N
ping
Hyper right
for
now,
these guys are not so bad.
Team that
I don't know
NA
if you
stopped
saw
their bets on.
Rin's post
Let's see if
yesterday.
N Hyper start doing better today.
They were playing
started
on
doing
like
better and
300
better throughout
MS.
the course of day number 1, and that's such
Insane.
typical N Hyper fashion. I can only imagine, hopefully, their performance is going to improve as the days go on. So this first game out of N Hyper will give us a really good idea of where their head's at and how well they're going to come in playing on the second day.
Yeah, one thing that I think all North American teams need to do, Zute, is just keep all 4 up in endgame, right? Because the start we saw yesterday was crazy. I think we saw every single North American team lose a player early on.
You play on 300 MS?
So
What server are you playing
these
on,
NA
sir?
squads did their homework.
Yeah, 300 is crazy,
Right,
considering
very
that
careful
they
how
were
they
not
rotate
like, I don't
and make
know,
sure they keep that
the
full
ping
squad up to
is
kinda get
not
those
the
engagements later on.
greatest.
The Chosen
But the fact that
is
they
a
could
team
do what they did and
that
get to 6
really
plates
frustrated me
is not
yesterday,
bad.
Zute, because in that final Miramar match of the day, I thought
300
that
on
they had
NA?
the entire
How?
capability of winning that match with their position, everything. But
How?
they just started to play a little bit too passively. So I hope squads like the Chosen and other teams we saw just kind of get that confidence today, right? Just think, okay, if we have this great position, we got to turn on that aggressive switch and get it done early.
Confidence is the key factor today for, I would say, all the teams, right? If you're near the top, be confident in what you did yesterday and stick to it. If you're near the bottom, be confident And being able to change that up, it all starts with confidence. We had that talk just a second ago. Here we have some really fast rotations, especially given such a hard shift on the very first circle. So will some of these stragglers, or not stragglers, rotators, get picked off on their fast rotations? You can see right there, FLAMENGO already being very separated, meeting resistance from INCO and probably ATON and N Hyper soon also.
Let's see what the rotation is really looking to shape up to here. FLAMENGO. What do you think about FLAMENGO? I think this is another one of those teams kind of alongside Overnight that a good couple
I'm in
games
California
we can see
and
them
used to
rocket
play
launch up the
Oceana
leaderboards. What do you
scrims.
think about them so far, Zoo?
Overnight, so I think Overnight,
Oh.
they definitely are in a good position.
Okay, I
we
see. I
talked
got
about
you.
in the
What?
pregame.
A7?
They can just kind of
All
analyze
of
the teams
A7
above them,
died.
and they don't have to worry about anyone really targeting them. So I think Overnight, maybe not today,
To
but
zone.
if they can
I'm
maintain a
telling you
similar
something
position
happened to
going into day
A7.
number
All
3,
four
I
of
think on day
them
number 3 is when
got
they should
disconnected
really
or
have a
something.
clear-cut idea of what needs to be done to overtake the teams ahead of them. So today I'm just looking for them to kind of play the same style, like fly low under the radar.
I'm surprised they
and
didn't.
just get
They
those
didn't
placement points, pick up whatever elimination points they can.
do a
and
rematch
just,
for
you know,
this.
stay low key. And then on a third day, right, once they get all the homework
No,
done on
I said that they
teams
were out.
that are
Somebody's
ahead of them,
Trap said that
if they
that's
really
their
flip the
drop
switch
location.
and
I was
bust
like,
into
no,
the
they're
top 3, maybe even
disconnected.
the top 1. I mean,
I
it's
said
a
that
long
from the
shot. They're
beginning.
in 5th place right now, but it could happen.
Yeah, you can see them all the way at the bottom, and actually that's a really good rotation for them because the circle with the hard shift down south is going to make things pretty easy. Oh, here
Yeah,
comes the
normally they
Chosen.
restart the
Ani,
lobby, but I don't know why
doing a
they
little
didn't
bit
do
of a
it this
blind
time.
rotation, gets caught by loops. So I just said it earlier, right? You know, you got to make sure that you're being very careful when it comes to your rotations and not losing players early on. And it looks like one of the scouts from the Chosen are
Rip
taken out. And
A7.
that is Ani too. That's a monster player for that squad to lose.
Yeah, you called it a blind rotation, but to be honest, Jukes, when the circle is that far away from you on the very first zone, I think everyone's kind of heading into it blind, especially since we haven't had the circle yet in this lobby. So it's not like teams could even do like some theorizing in their heads, like, oh, this team will probably be in this position and that position. So it's going to be a hard rotation for anybody, and I'm surprised we've only lost, you know, that one player on the rotation so far. INCO, the team to watch out for, are Jukes, running into Jaguar, and the first player already knocked on the INCO side.
All right, well, let's see what Jaguar is going to do here. They're looking to kind of get aggressive. You see those nades coming out, possibly looking for even a second knock. But the longer that Jaguar waits, the more risk of a third party. Give INCO, but that nade is going to be nice
I
and
think
pretty.
I'm not sure why they're not
Let's see what
restarting, but I
Jaguar
think
looks to do.
they're.
Sebo looking for that off angle, gets pieced up and knocked. That's going to be from N
Oh,
Hyper.
N Hyper
So
is
N Hyper
fighting
helping out INCO
Jaguar
here.
from behind. They're third
That's gonna make
partying
things that
this.
much more difficult with this push. Mercy, yeah, doesn't want to risk getting knocked with that nade. He's gonna have to back
Oh
off.
yes, JK first knocked INCO.
It's a stalemate now. 2 knocked on both sides. They're getting the resets. I don't imagine this fight is going to continue on at all. It looks like Jaguar,
But they're gonna pick
if
them up.
anything, they're sending a player out to scout deeper into the zone. You know, I really like that idea. Rather than just
Get him,
sitting there
get him.
and knowing on
Oh, I
this
thought it was
rotation
N
they're
Hyper fighting
stuck with
TC,
another
but no,
team, they're just gonna
wrong
you know,
logo.
leave now because N Hyper is really stopping the 4v4 fight from the third party at distance. And look, Jaguar
Yeah,
is
they
already
played with high
relocating to
ping,
better position.
but they're doing their
Very
best.
proactive play. We would see a lot of teams typically just, you know, sit still and wait for the next zone because they can't fight. They don't want to get third party, but instead Jaguar, they're just going to move and keep rotating.
Interesting play. I mean, I can't blame him, right? You don't want to take that risk so early on, especially with that chance of a third party. We saw it happen so many times yesterday. And, I mean, look where they're at, right? Dead center of the map.
Yeah.
Better to be safe rather than sorry. So I can't say I blame them. We'll see where this next zone looks to pop on over. You see the Panthers over there on the beach, drinking that Monster Energy, hanging out, and that zone's going to center back up onto mainland. So nothing too different than what we saw a little bit earlier. ATON Esports all the way from the north are going to start creeping on down. and we'll see how things shape up. I expect a little bit of a little more quiet for the next few minutes, at least until the next zone.
All Glory Gaming here, trying to readjust their buggies, keep their vehicles safe. There's still a lot of rotations to be had. Royals of War picking a member up from FLAMENGO. This is on the northeastern side of the zone. A lot of fighting to be had as teams make their way in from this rough terrain. And with the way the terrain is, there's a lot of just high mountain.
I'll give an idea for a Photoshop. Like what do you want to make? Like what's like anything?
Oh no.
Oh, what a way to park a car there.
Oh, that is a tree of death right there.
Yeah, so Photoshop, like a thumbnail or for what?
Goodness gracious. We always talk about gun skill, we talk about, you know, team communication, but those vehicle skills.
You won't do like a wallpaper? You can do wallpapers for different orgs. They love those things.
Royals of War really getting punished for that simple mistake. Let's see if they can possibly make up for it here. You can see
wallpapers are very popular, like phone wallpapers or desktop wallpapers, but mainly phone wallpapers are very popular.
And that should be a full
you can make of any of the orgs that's playing in PMPL Americas and then post it on socials and tag the social accounts, especially the Brazils. They love those.
That's probably the biggest recovery yet. Crashing in the
Like
tree,
an Eirene
losing
and
2 players, and
Vikendi.
then winning the fight and getting a full reset. You don't usually see that happen. So let's take a look at a replay from earlier. The Golden Murado. Extra bonus points for that. Style
Oh,
on
those
There's only one
Photoshops.
in
You
the
can
whole game.
Photoshop Shifan.
See what N Hyper is going to do here. Just kind of hanging out here on this edge. They got that monster truck, some monster truck madness there on the side. Okay, let's see what the Panthers are up to as well. They have a beautiful hill here to kind of focus on loops. They're just going to make sure not to give them that initial knock, because if so, it could make things a little bit more dangerous. Panthers are quite split, and I think Nate realized it, so he's going to go ahead and head on over to his squad mates as YKG Fears really out of position here. Gonna get taken out. Well, it looks like his vehicle was actually blown up, so not able to get to his teammates. It's gonna
Yeah,
be
he
a
has all
tough
his player
sacrifice there for
photos.
YKG.
Yeah, looking at the
He has
map, they're at
photo.
that
He has
southwestern
photo on his
point.
socials. He
And
has
it looks
photos
like
on his
Fears was,
YouTube.
if
He has
anything,
photos on
just
his
scouting. That
Discord.
wasn't even like a
So join his Discord.
rotation gone wrong. It's just losing a player scouting in when you're already in the zone on the edge.
You don't know what's
It's
an
not a very
NFT?
good look whatsoever for YKG. They're down to 3 zone shifts. We go back up to the north. Favors ATON right there. They're on the side that circle shifted to, so they could chill out for one more zone. Only teams that really need to move would be down in southeast. I'm looking at Influence CHEMIN right now.
Influence coming way down south. They're most likely going to probably push right into Overnight. Dope Slayers is right there in that position too. It's going to make things pretty interesting, and you can see them looking for that buggy. There's Kowski.
NFT is
He's gonna
short
possibly go
for
pick up his
non.
teammate or scout. Yeah, I think he's actually heading up there
non-fungal
straight into Overnight, like I mentioned.
Token. Non-fungible
see.
token.
What they're
Basically, it's a
opting to do
digital
as
item
YKG
that is worth a
heading up
lot
the
of
mountain
money,
as she comes.
and it's like a token that
wait,
makes it
check out
super, I don't know,
YKG.
rare or
Really
something.
good area here.
Check out YKG's roster. They're
And it's
using
usually
today.
one of a kind
Acer's
design.
playing.
Oh,
They brought out a
Interesting.
Acer out of retirement.
YKG. That's a huge substitution right there. That's going to be big for them. Let's see how it ends up paying off, though, because they did lose Fears early on. Joey is trying to find a better spot. Is able to secure the top of that hill for now. And right now, we're going to see teams just kind of poke at each other. Nate, uh-oh, never mind. Nate and the Panthers are looking to mix it up with loops. Chronix got that nade locked and loaded. He's going to be able to get it onto Ayala. Mythic with the jump down, hits the clutch shotgun shots, but some nice return of fire from Chronix. Back and
Acer
forth,
is playing?
but
Oh,
it
the
ain't gonna be
Panthers is
enough.
out.
Loops with the excellent defense, taking out the Panthers.
Yeah, good defense
NHP
by
has
Loops.
3
And
kills.
Hyper
One
was
is
helping out as
knocked.
well,
I wonder
actually,
who
and
are they
Hyper got a
fighting?
knock onto one of the Panthers.
They'll be able to get the
That slowed
revive.
down their roll. And Hyper currently One of
Oh,
their
they're
players
fighting
knocked on
loops.
the edge,
That's what it is.
not able to really do too much. They do have 3 elimination points already, so N Hyper looking pretty good in a decent spot as well. And they've not made the mistake that, you know, the desk gives them a lot of slack for, which is losing a player early on. They still have 4 members
Hey,
alive,
Best.
so N Hyper
Video clips.
in a good
Hi,
position for
Best.
now.
Yeah, 3 eliminations to their name. Loops with 6, though, absolutely crushing it. Let's see if Influence can possibly right the mistakes we saw from the Panthers. Can they actually get a successful offense here? That nade looks pretty good. Gets a nice little tap. Gajowski gets beat up, though, from Overnight. That's going to be Unknown getting the knock. And with Dope Slayers nearby, it's going to be a really difficult push for Influence Chemin to make.
I'm back after a while. Hey,
Out
Devil.
of zone. There's 2 teams ahead of them. Overnight just keeping the suppressive fire up. They'll be able to get that reset, but what they won't be able to get is their
NHP
time
is
back,
next
and
to a
time is
team.
ticking.
They better
Blues
watch
are
out.
crunching in. They need to mount some sort of push.
I'm good.
They
How you
are just
doing?
pressed between Dope and Overnights right now.
Super tough thing for Influence Chemin is they don't seem to have very many vehicles. You see a little boy there with this buggy, and he's got to make sure to really secure it, but some great shots there from Overnight, going to make it that much more difficult. And I don't see Overnight letting this go at all. Federal from that off angle is trying to get some help, but his teammates are just getting beat up from all over the place. And not to mention, here comes Papa Blue.
Man, this was a huge oversight on Influence Chemin's side. We saw out of the plane path, like on drop, Influence landing isolated by themselves in a great spot to take, you know, more central, and they just didn't move. They wanted to stay on the edge and fight their way in, and it is not working out for them. They're down to 2, and the circle pulls away from them once again.
Sad to ask because you ain't playing PMPL Americas.
See what the strategy is going to be. All Glory Gaming right on the edge of the zone as well. They're going to have to go ahead and make a fight against Intense Game. Diego on that huge offense.
Okay, we got 2 more kills, so when NHP is racking up those kills, Vin is knocked, GK first knocks the other. Oh, we got third party by 87.
Rose of War was actually taken out. That's a pretty big fight there. David
Ooh,
with the DBS coming in hot.
we're knocked down
And
to
that
2.
is Intense Game. Their whole squad pretty much done for. Diego on this off
Will
angle.
they
all
be
the
able
way
to
left.
get the revive? Loops is coming in as well. Loops got
Strong right
GK
now. Intense
first.
game,
Dang
you know,
it.
This was a team that could do no wrong yesterday, and they get swept
Oh.
by all.
Oh,
Glory
NHP.
Gaming. So a lot of things, you know, shaping to be a little bit different.
Oh, we got
coming into day
naded
number
coming
2, and we're just
in.
starting to
That's not
Oh, what a
good.
nade from Loops.
Ooh, huge nade.
Oh, we're so done. We're so done.
Mythic coming in hot here, yeah.
We are
QZ
so
trying to
done.
go for the res, but the relentless playstyle from Loops, non-stop.
QZ is the only one up
pushing
left.
aggression. Not very much you can do. A lot of pressure coming in from
Oh, this was so difficult. Oh yeah, we're
A
done.
little bit of
Oh,
time,
they were just
but
pushing,
it was
throwing
only a matter
everything
of
at
seconds.
NHP,
N
bro.
Hyper done for. 9 eliminations for Loops. They are on a rampage.
Loops is
Loops
insane.
is clearing and sweeping a path all around the edges of the
I
circle.
see big
You
giveaway.
love
Yes, we
to
have a
see that
lot
when
of big
team plays
giveaways.
aggressive on the
We
edge,
have
just
UC
like the
giveaway
fashion
in
they
the
did.
live stream.
And they will get,
We
you know, the
have
zone next to them as well,
iPhone,
so they just get more and
jersey,
more space to
and
work
more
with.
UC
As
giveaway
YKG,
in
they're doing
the
what they can.
form.
2 members. I
If you
don't
do
think
exclamation
All
mark
Glory Game
phone
knows
in the
they're
chat,
down there,
it will
especially
take
since
you to
they're
the
on foot.
form.
There's no vehicle sounds to have that cue
And I
given
have a
away.
giveaway
Now there
for
comes
some
down the
Royal
last
Pass.
member of
So we have
Intense
lots of
Game.
giveaways.
He's got a nade. Can he do something?
And they could be brutal. Oh no, just mistimed it. I mean, I think All Glory Gaming saw that coming. These pre-nades, so brutal. And now we're gonna see a push from All Glory Gaming, but they do not want to make a mistake. But yeah, Diego just had to full send it, tried to make a play, couldn't get it done. So Intense Game are out of there. You gotta watch out, man. All Glory Gaming doing some really excellent pushes here in the late game.
Yeah, the battlefield has thinned out dramatically right now. There's only 8 teams left alive, and on Miramar with a zone this big, usually we see more, but we saw how difficult the terrain is, so it forces a lot of teams to fight their way in or get completely wiped and eliminated. We have Overnight, once again, still alive with 4 and making their way in just quietly. 4 eliminations to their credit.
Well, not to mention, you got the deadly squad of INCO still alive there down south. My question to you is, Zute, who do you think's gonna win this match? Just based on what you see so far, because we're in zone number 5. I'll tell you what, you got ATON all the way up in the north. You got Loops still up with 4. INCO, deadly squad, could always make something happen. And you never know, maybe we might see something special from Jaguar this game.
You know, I think Loops has a really good chance at winning this one. They've been playing so well so far. Hold that thought. Overknights make their push in straight into INCO, feeding them points right now. 1 down already for the side of Overknight.
And here comes Vitali looking to try and mount up a beautiful nade here. This is some excellent cover. That's going to buy a little bit more time for his squad bait, but you got to know a nade is coming right for it. And bye INCO. Picked apart. It is only Becker up left with a nade in his hand. The second he peeks, he's probably done for. Never mind. Actually got away with that. But yeah, one more peek and he is gone. He knows it. Yeah, he put that pin right back in that nade. He said, I cannot look at that window. This is a much safer place to throw one.
Yeah, getting some help. Getting some help from a third party from distance. One of the Overknights do get knocked, but it should be an easy res. Man, this Overknight team, maybe what we need to do is just keep the camera on them more often, because they seem to just be playing their style and it is working out for them. And they took a fight with INCO and beat them.
Well, let's see what YKG could do. I think David may have seen him. Nope, he did not. I think he noticed one of the players from Dope Slayers there. So All Glory Gaming in their buggies, just getting ready for that next zone to pop, and then we'll see them send it onto the next zone. Using that third-person perspective from that buggy as well to get a little bit more vision. Nice to see some little tips and tricks coming from these top players.
Who do you think is gonna win this match, guys?
Zone is closing in. All the teams right now pretty much in the next zone. Jaguar in a great spot on top of that building. Nobody really has center zone though. The center zone is that road that's completely open, as Overknight's having to make another push and taken out by Jaguar.
Yeah, Loops actually have a good
up to
position.
11
eliminations by Loops. Oh my gosh.
Goodness gracious, Loops is coming in hot here, and those were not fed to them.
What did these guys eat today?
Straight from outside of the zone, and they may have to make another trip, as we'll see this next zone pop. Will it center up or head to one of the edges? ATON started to spread their claws, wrap around, trying to secure this chicken dinner.
You cursed them.
But Chief, he spotted Choco. He's trying to apply that pressure. We may even see a rotation in that direction from Loops, but ATON's ready for it, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, ATON's got all the information in the world right now, and that circle, wow, favors both ATON and Loops. I think both teams are going to just play their positions. Becker is still alive from INCO, by the way. Woo! Just right there near the center of the zone in a ditch. Don't know how much longer he's going to stay alive. 4 teams out of the zone on the southern side, however.
Loops are on point right now. You can see they're just laser focused. You can always see after so many eliminations,
hungry for chicken
just
dinner.
that extra quarter second faster, just more aggressive. And Loops are trying to hunt down this victory.
Yeah, it's okay, like
Chief on point
overnight.
with those shots.
The
This next
okay is
zone,
short for
very
overnight.
favorable for these teams, as Loops doesn't really have to move anywhere, and they still have plenty of cover. All Glory Gaming gonna full send it on over. Becker still alive.
Yeah, Ayala was with
Dead
Team
center,
Queso, right?
Just trying to get some placement points for his squad.
Then went to
Yeah, they're gonna need
Loops.
the
They were
placement points. I
doing
believe they
really
only
well.
have maybe one
Hey,
elimination
Aston.
point, if I'm not mistaken, so far. We'll see very soon. Jaguar, they got a big push to make that 4 up. They can make something happen on the southern side. Same with All Glory Gaming, as they push right into Dope, and Dope
Hey,
getting cut
Annie,
down right now,
welcome.
getting blitzkrieged and firing right back. He manages to knock one.
Oh
but
yeah,
that is all
I
he's gonna
mean,
manage to
they
get.
gotta represent
Done
integrity,
and
so they're
dusted.
not
Dope Slayers
naked.
are out of there. That's going to be some more points for All Glory Gaming. That's 8 total for them. Got Loops with 11 on the other side
Would
of the
you
map.
go naked
Starting to take an eye
IRL in the
towards the center.
battlefield?
Jaguar,
No, of course not.
with all 4 members up. Pretty quiet so far with only 1 elimination, but they definitely have a solid position. They got to make sure they don't get sandwiched from some of these other teams.
You see them checking out that
That
vehicle.
also,
Something's
because
fishy
before
about it.
people
Becca
used to wear
fires back some
specific
shots. Now they know
outfits
for
to let
sure
people
there's a
know, oh,
player
don't
there.
shoot me, I'm
How
wearing
many
this
nades do
outfit.
they have, though? It doesn't seem
So
like they
there
have
was like
much
a lot of,
util,
oh,
or
that
Becca would
nade
be-
was
oh, never
incredible.
mind. They have at least one,
So there was a
and
lot
that's
of
the one
like
that was needed.
teaming up. It happened
INCO
especially in
eliminated in 6th
2018,
place.
the first PUBG Mobile Star Challenge. I remember so well. It was the
Choco
LAN
and
event in
Chief have
Dubai.
been battling it out for this position for the
All
past two
the
zones,
Southeast Asian
and
teams like were
have something
working
to say.
together
Who's gonna
to
finally get
let
that crucial
BTR
knock?
win,
The one thing
because they
about
were all
these
like
two different
not
players, though,
shooting or
is
fighting
Chief
each other,
has
by
his
the way, and you
teammate
can
right next to
totally
him, so if he
see
gets
it
knocked,
on
he's
the
fine.
live stream.
Choco, if he gets knocked, he's done for.
Yeah, well, actually, if Chief gets knocked, that is a
nade,
nade
though.
stealing in. Yep. Oh, and the nade is
Oh.
good.
Yes.
That's huge.
Yeah, there
Don't
is
wanna
the
make that
rule where
cross,
if you take
though,
off your outfit
just
and
yet.
go naked,
Cardoso, can
you
see him with that
lose
M4 so
prize pool
ready,
money.
Just waiting. YKG eliminated 5th place. That's one of the better finishes for them.
Sorry, it wasn't
And
BTR, it was
although with the
RRQ. They were
DBS
fighting
spread
together to get
coming
RRQ to
hot.
win.
Gonna start off with that nice knock onto Cardoso and Mythic from the back end.
That's right,
Tries to
RRQ
run
won.
away, but where you going? You're going to the lobby, buddy. That's
I don't know why I
loose.
thought BTR.
Warpath ended by ATON Esports. All Glory Gaming on the other side of the map. Still in the mix.
Alright,
of
Loops
it.
is out. They
Who's
didn't
gonna
get
win
this
this
chicken
game?
dinner,
I mean,
even though
it's
they
pretty much
played so
anyone's.
aggressive
Jaguar
this match.
are stuck dead center. They're gonna have to make some plays. You can see them all turn around. Now having to focus on.
Oh, that
but
one
these
nade.
nades are gonna be
Oh,
brutal.
11 almost perfect because they're
His
all
nade's
like
coming
huddled
in
up
from
behind the
All
car,
Glory.
bro.
And ATON.
Come on. Get it, get it, get it. Why are they
Wow,
not?
no knocks.
How about a
The
Molotov?
nade is like too
How are they
far.
surviving that?
I'm so shocked.
They've ate at least
Oh, that volley
5
hurt
grenades.
though. Yep, that
It's
volley
too
hurt.
far.
Yep. Oh my goodness. So
Ah.
I got knocked from All Glory Gaming.
I think it's
Jaguar
8GG
lives
is
just a
gonna win
little
this
bit
one.
longer, but they are so stuck. Oh, All Glory Gaming is running
What
out,
is
running out in the middle.
What is this mix
No.
up?
This is ridiculous. Fight
Oh
to
my
the
god.
lines. Mercy's forced to do 360s all over. David.
Well,
jumps
like,
down with the
wee,
DBS
I'm
and gets
coming
knocked too.
in.
What is All Glory Gaming doing?
What is happening?
One more
He
shot.
gets a knock.
Strap. Against ATON.
87.
He gets one. Can he get the other? 1v2. Not gonna be
Oh
enough.
my
It's
God.
ATON Esports. Gonna win that match right there. What a
One
crazy
juicy name would have done it,
finish.
by the
I
way.
mean, All Glory Gaming. That was the definition of sending it right there.
GG's.
You know, they said, scratch strategy. Who needs it? When you got a DBS and an M4, right? Just drive on in, hop out that buggy, and make it happen, baby.
You know, I actually like that All Glory gameplay now that I think about it. They had a little bit more time to maybe win the match if they got some knocks onto ATON.
Let's
then they'd
go.
have
Hey,
sweep
Liquid
past,
Nub
you know,
on
team in
N
the
Hyper
trenches as well. So
Esports channel.
They just went for 2nd place. They're like, we can definitely take out this team stuck in
By
the
the way, I'm
trenches,
streaming
'cause they-
on
yeah,
my
they
channel
did
here, and I'm
eat
streaming
it
on
up
N Hyper
by
Esports
nades,
channel
and that's
as
what
well.
they did. They did it together. They secured
true.
that 2nd place and a few more points.
Well, ATON Esports win that one. Jason and the boys, what do you guys think
And I
about
pick
our
up
first
5
match of
kills.
the day?
Yes, it's very good.
Well, what I think is that was a fantastic first match, not because of how it played out, because Mr. Cameron Davis didn't get any points in his prediction. You picked INCO, right?
No, I picked, no, that was 7. I got the win again.
Woo! I'm not last, boys.
I got the win again. No, but okay. So the reason why I picked AG7, I think a lot of us did.
Link for the channel.
look,
I
after the
think
game
if
there-
you
Smart ones of us
do,
did, yeah.
Yeah, they were on the north side of
I don't know
that
if you do
road,
exclamation
but
mark
more
and
importantly than that,
NHP.
while they didn't have many
me
eliminations,
see
if any
the
at all, at
command.
that point, they had such a wide spread that
Should
if the zone favored the north of that road at all, I was confident that they could use their area control.
Let me make
to
a
get at least
command,
a
and
top 3
then
position,
I'll put the link
but
in the
You saw
command.
them execute very, very well on that game plan. They decimated loops. They took on All Glory Gaming and Jaguar, and just made sure that the second that they had a favorable zone, that they could really take over and not risk being third party or like getting stabbed in the back. You know, the blue closed behind them, and they executed it, and they 18 points. Low elims.
18,
but,
Loops
you know,
got
you get the
15.
eliminations
Oh
they
my
need to
god,
do,
All
they got it
Glory
cleanly.
Gaming had
Yeah, for me,
12
what I'm actually most
eliminations.
impressed about is All Glory Gaming being able to put up
And
12
Hyper has
elims,
6
18 points. That's great
eliminations,
for a
so
team
it's
that
not
came
too
in
bad. We
into
got
ninth
6
place.
points at
And also
least.
Loops, we're talking seeing some of the other Brazilian teams stepping up, right? Not just INCO, not some of the other ones at the top. Loops was in 4th place. This is going to be a great performance out of them
I will
there with
take that.
15.
Yeah, also great to see Jaguar too. So Latin America is starting to show up here, as we saw on that first page. But
All right, I
going to
made the
second,
command. If you do
Chosen,
exclamation mark
Panthers,
NHP in chat,
Influence,
you'll get the
CHEMIN,
YouTube channel for
game.
N Hyper Esports.
I mean, intense game, fantastic first day, second place, 0 points first match.
I am
Influence,
not sure
CHEMIN,
what
still
server is
continually
today.
having
I
these,
think yesterday was
subpar performances.
South American
Flamengo too, I'm
server.
actually surprised they
I'm
only
hoping
ended up
today
with
is North
1.1
American
team that
server, so we
did
get a
play
chance.
pretty
You know what I
well
mean?
right up until the point that they got eliminated was N Hyper. I was impressed by how many elims they were going for, and they were being very, very aggressive, and that was ultimately their demise.
Yeah. I mean,
All
it's
right,
only
you
been one
guys
map so
are
far, but
ready
hey, the
for
conversation that we
the
had before
giveaway?
that map happened of the 3 teams at the top. We assume that they continue to perform well. Maybe that's not coming in true because it's been. It
So
looks like a completely
for
opposite form for a lot of them, especially
this
intense game.
giveaway, I'm
Flamengo
giving
got
away
0 and 1 point
340
respectively, but even
UC.
INCO only got
You
a
have to
few,
guess
right?
a
I think
number
part of it is just
between
because
1
the
and
way that this map
50
played out,
to
yesterday, a
win.
lot of the maps
Good
were
luck.
very central, strong position focused. This one was more like a bowl, where the way to play the game is that you'd want to take your isolated engagements around the edge, and you didn't want to put a lot of focus in the center because we saw how open that was. I mean, we saw what happened to Jaguar, who the only reason they went center is because they had no other opportunities, ended up putting up not much of a fight at all at the end, and even though they went out in third.
Oh, we
they
have
were
a
even
winner.
lower than that on the
Congratulations,
leaderboard because of the
Dawn,
lack
for
of,
winning.
elimination. So I think that the way that this particular Miramar played out is a complete polar opposite to yesterday, which gave the opportunity for teams, especially like
So
Luis, who
Dawn
loves
wins
to run around
340
and frag, the
UC.
opportunity to really mix it
And
up
I guess it will
more
be the
than,
same
I think,
ID like yesterday?
Well, there you go. You can see their stats coming through here with Mythic getting 4 eliminations, but Chief putting up the 863 damage. You know, 7, we got to really kind of break down maybe a little bit of how they did this. I mean, they kind of had the domination on the east side. ATON Esports had the north side, so they kind of cleared things out themselves and really built themselves some momentum to come into the end.
I'll
Just
put
didn't
the
really
same
seem to
ID as
be
yesterday.
for Luz.
This
Yeah,
one
it
I'll
was a
put
little
on
bit too much for
hold.
Luz. What I am impressed though is I'm actually impressed at how well Mythic is currently playing with this team, being able to put
This
up 4
one
kills.
was
And we saw him
paid.
yesterday too. He was able to be a big part on one
This
of their
one was
Miramars as
paid.
well. Being a new player into Ayala, I know you were happy to see him in this squad as well. For them to be performing like that is great. And I'm actually surprised. I wanted to see top damage because I wanted to see if N Hyper was going to be in here with how aggressive they were playing. They're not. And what I'm actually surprised at is
Alright,
INCO.
thank
They
you
ended up with
guys.
1,300 damage,
The next
but just
giveaway
one
will
kill
be
not being
after
able
the
to
next match.
Yeah, that's a raid boss elimination right there. You really had to work through multiple bars of health.
Yeah. several stashes of level 3 armors and helmet to get that, whichever player it was taken down. But at least that shows that INCO, while they only got 1 elimination, they were still in the mix, still trying to make things work. It's just that, so far, more teams are showing up in a bigger fashion.
I wonder if we can actually take a look maybe at All Glory Gaming's player stats as well, because another team coming from
The
Latin
forums are
America,
killing
we
me. I'm so
haven't
sorry,
really
Doc.
talked too much about them because they really haven't given us too much to talk about until maybe this match here in particular. And
Right
we
now,
kinda come
NHP is
into day
leading
2
in
wondering, as you
votes.
said before, Cameron,
I can't
will the
speak.
top 3 teams
NHP
maintain the momentum
is
they have from
leading
day
in
1, or will we
votes
see
right
newer
now.
teams come into the mix, and what we're seeing here, All Glory Gaming, at least on this match alone, they're showing they've got what it takes.
Yeah, really good damage across the board, as well as elimination. So yeah, they were fully in the mix as well, and they actually came in from the south side of that road. You had 87. You had
The
Luz on
giveaway
board.
has ended,
Once it
guys.
hit
The
that
next
mid-game,
giveaway is
mid-late
after the
game
next
section,
match.
It was basically just those 2 teams up there. The south was so chaotic, and so like All Glory Gaming, really good job of making it work here on the south side, but it was not easy at all, and that's where you see the huge number of eliminations that they were able to
It's
grab.
okay.
What's impressive too is that now this is their second
Number
game.
party. Sometimes
They're
it can be delayed.
over 10
The
elims.
stream
Yesterday
and
was
the
last game they
chat
were
can be a
playing.
little
They
bit
ended
delayed
up third
between,
place
but
with 11 elims.
next
For them to
giveaway,
be able to
guys,
put
is
up
gonna be
this
after
kind
the
of
next
amount of
match.
elims and this kind of amount of
It will
play points
be
as well
also
in the
for
first match is
340
good for them to
UC.
carry that momentum over, and I wonder if they're going to be able to do that and take advantage, right, of INCO Gaming
They have a lot of
so
votes.
well
Actually,
against
I
some of
didn't
top
check
teams
the other
as we're
regions'
mentioning
votes,
about
by the
FLAMENGO
way.
and close
Let me
that
check
gap
that right
INCO Gaming
now
was
and
able to
see
create
how
early on.
each region is doing.
Yeah, it was a gap, but I
Check
really want
DM?
to stress,
Okay.
like, that was just 1/4 of the matches we had overall today, like, to play in this event, right?
Yeah.
And, I mean, yeah, 15, 30 points, it can seem like a lot, but realistically, when you're able to put up, you know, 10 eliminations and win, that's like 20 points, right? That's like 2/3 what you need to catch up. And who knows what's going to happen today. We still have yet to see Alpha 7 have a chance. Obviously, they kind of got knocked out extremely early with
Let's open up and see.
I think that's just a lot of fire under them, personally.
Oh, going to Sanhok? I'll be surprised if they don't.
Where
end up
is
at least
everybody
a top
is right
three
now?
win
Okay, so
Sanhok,
let's
especially
go
after what
Latin
happened
America.
So you put your prediction? Top 3
Latin
Sanhok?
America, the one that's leading with the most votes right now is.
Sanhok is like the one map that you just cannot
Team Queso. Team Queso is leading for Latin America.
Expect 5 eliminations out of them as a base.
Wow.
That's fine.
Okay, Brazil.
Place guaranteed on Sanhok.
Yeah.
Dang,
Well, so
A7
I'll
is
shock
leading
if they're
in
not.
votes
Yeah,
for
I'll take 'em.
Brazil.
I'll take 'em. I'll put in the prediction this early.
You don't get extra points for this. You're not mustache.
fine with
Let's see
that.
Europe.
I know you're
Hey,
predicting them, you know, like 3 zones early. You're predicting like a whole 5 zones and 4 minutes early.
Europe.
That
And
doesn't
he'll
give
be
you-
asking for like 5 extra points. Nah, I'm not.
No, you don't get that.
I get 7.
Mad Bulls is leading?
It is branding. There's an argument there.
Yeah, no,
Well, if you're at
wait.
home or interested in being a talent here on PUBG Mobile, hit me up over on my
Oh,
social
it's
media and maybe get you,
not
in
Mad
here.
Bulls.
You
What's
actually
what's
live near
the
Katowice
what's
region here in Poland. We might be able to get you in
the
here
ex
tomorrow.
Navi team's
And,
name? I
I'll give you
forget.
this day rate, which is a whopping
Yeah, GG is
600.
leading. I don't know what it stands for. Gladiator? Gladiator, right?
That's a good way to get paid, to be fair, which, funny enough, is our official interesting sponsor here at PMPL.
Gladiators,
Catch the
yes,
production
thank
off guard
you.
here as I have them next to me. I'm surprised I've been able to leave that
Turkey.
many in here, to be perfectly honest. They might just disappear slowly.
S2G has
But I
like
think I'll drink them.
hella
Let's take a
ton
look
of
at overall,
votes,
though, right? 'Cause
bro.
that's what it's about at the end of the day. Number 1, you take home $25,000.
S2G
and you
is
get a slot into
insane.
PMWI. You don't have to go to the All-Star
Africa.
event, which voting has already begun. If you guys haven't checked it out, make sure you head into the client and go vote for your favorite teams. We've
Africa
already seen some teams have
has
fantastic leads, like S2G over in Turkey.
Titan leading with voice
votes.
votes.
Yeah, they
Titan.
didn't get that many points.
Pakistan. Let's
but
see
It's
Pakistan.
still a 20-point lead. It's still a big gap that needs to get
I8
closed in on,
is leading.
and
No
for
surprise
Zeus,
there.
Looks like they're able to. We want to see All Glory Gaming. If they can continue that form, it's been 2 in a row. For them. If you
I8
count
is
the
leading,
last game
yeah.
from Yesterday,
South
we'll see if
Asia.
Hyper can maybe get their engines revving fully up to speed. But that's
Wow.
still, like,
DRS
to continue to
is
deliver a
leading
lot of
like
more
crazy.
rounds for that gap to be closed in any meaningful way soon.
Yeah, we're
So I
talking
say
about
that they
yesterday,
choke deeply their
all
own
the
PMPL.
teams have a certain time where they can have a bad game. I feel like if there was ever a time, that was INCO, especially with the performance that they had day 1. I think INCO's going to be a little bit more prepared for that next game.
All
It
right.
is Sanhok. Anything can happen, as you were mentioning.
Arabia,
N Hyper,
let's
I'm really
see.
intrigued to see what N Hyper is going to be doing in this next one because, as I mentioned, they are playing a lot more aggressive. If they
Enigma
can continue up to that
Galaxy?
here, it's going to be great advantage for them, but they need to be
And
careful because
R8.
INCO is usually
R8
right above
is
them in their
no.
land. The INCO likes to go
Enigma
lower,
Galaxy
N
is
Hyper
higher.
actually likes to go south of them, so they
Enigma
might not wanna
Galaxy is
engage early on.
leading.
On that
Indonesia.
note, though, a lot of teams are playing more
Wow.
aggressive today. I think yesterday
BTR
was
insane
trying to go for
votes, by the
rotations,
way.
But Sanhok, I think, is a
Malaysia.
really good opportunity to lean even heavier in
Geek?
that respect and just get
No.
your entire team in the
Malaysia
headspace
has a
of
team
when we
called
see an opportunity for elimination, we
MPX
need to go
and
take it, because that's gonna
SEA.
be
That's like
free
a weird
space for us to
name.
grab. It's not just the elimination point, it's also the
Or like a
progression
weird
towards placement points, as
abbreviations.
well as the actual physical
Thailand,
space,
we
the virtual
have
physical space of the land itself.
Yeah, another one,
FaZe
too, is if you're gonna end up with a
Clan.
2-2 split, you gotta figure out a little bit sooner what you're gonna be doing with that 2-2 split. We saw what happened yesterday with Influence Chem.
Vietnam, we
It's
have
gonna backfire for you. A lot of teams are gonna be able to third party you. A lot of teams are gonna be able to just
Yeah.
find different
Box
angles. So you need to figure out a
Gaming,
plan
and then
quickly.
Southeast
You know, I
Asia
wanna throw something in
wildcard.
here, and you know, you can talk about it. You don't have to talk about it, but you probably should talk about it. The Panthers. I actually want to see their players.
What's this
stats
team
throughout
called?
entire
OJ?
event, because for me, Panthers
OJ?
was always this
Yeah,
kind of,
OJ.
or could be this explosive team, and
Yeah.
it was based around like one weapon in particular, the DBS.
I got contacted for
Oh,
my
I
votes, by the way. That was funny though.
That is also true. That is also 100% true. But I haven't
I'm
really
so glad
seen
I
that
got you
Nate
before
too
you.
often with the DBS. He hasn't really been able to be as impactful here in this championship.
There's a
so
new
far. Like, we
popularity. Let
saw
me
Joey
check.
was able to
I haven't
be-
checked
he was
actually the
able to be
popularity
back in,
thing.
PMPL NA. But I wonder what's caused
Shop,
it. I wonder
shop,
like,
shop,
what his
shop.
stats are like.
I think it kind of goes by with what Hajik was saying. He said
Is
that
it
Jackson
Among
talked to him
Dinosaurs,
too, and
that
he
one?
was saying that they weren't really expecting this type of level of aggressiveness, this type of level of competition. Which for a
Everyone's
team
asking
that
to vote for
a player
DRS.
actually
Yeah,
hasn't been here for a
STG are
minute, I
fraud.
feel
Really?
like
Why?
It could be quite a shock.
DRS
But
winning
then
because
on
of
day
the
two,
unity of their country's
it
teams.
shouldn't
That's
be a
true.
shock anymore. You should be able to
Nepalese
readjust.
teams
You
and
should be
Nepalese
able to
community
start performing.
are super
And for
strong
me to not see
together.
them perform here on day 2, especially if they don't perform here after Sanhok, it's going to be surprising.
I mean, it's always a shock if you're not prepared for it.
Monster
going from one level of
Esports, where
competition to the next.
Starlight is
We
Xenox like
talked
that,
about
they're
YKG
not like
specifically,
they're
it was
doing
something that we
okay.
didn't think would get away with what they
I
did in
hope
the
like I wish
lobby.
they
You could put
get
that
to do
on every
better.
single
But
team
Enigma
from
Galaxy
North
is on
America.
fire.
This is not the same thing. You're not going to have the same freedoms. You're going to be punished for every single little mistake that you do. There's not going to be things that are going to be as free as you may hope that they are. So when push comes to shove,
I only
you
have
need to
two
be
popularities
you
in
need
my
to have the
shop,
abilities
which is
to
the
win your
Among
fights, whether
Dinosaur
it's a
one
1v1, 2v2, whatever it is.
and the PMPL one. I don't have anything
Panthers
new.
recognizing, oh, this is a much more aggressive lobby than we thought. We need to be prepared for that. It's not as easy to just
Yeah,
flip
Coops
that
passed
switch
100
and suddenly
kills.
be
I think
prepared
Coops
for it.
is
It's a couple of, you gotta have a couple of rounds to sort of like
Coops
get
either
into,
also passed 100 kills,
having
but I
your
think he has the
internal clock
most
of
kills
timing and stuff be
in
adjusted towards it.
PMPL
And
Arabia.
so we'll see if the Panthers can get that done by the end of the day. But there's a
What does
real
the popularity
reality
look
that,
like?
in a bunch
Is it
of
in the
those
shop
teams
or
that
is
this
it
is their
in
first time they're playing at
popularity?
this super
Or like
regional,
event or something?
competition, just aren't able to really find their footing.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the Panthers, like it took them a while, right, to get started in an A, and not until the finals. And then even when we got to the finals, it was a big question mark if they're going to be performing or not. And it was thanks to Nate clutching one game up. So maybe they need Nate to spark it up.
Event.
Well, we're going to find out here momentarily. We're going to head into our next match, and it's, of course, going to be on Sanhok once again here.
I have
with
the
Hot
music
Streaks and
festival
Six.
stamp, and that's about it. That's new from Carol G. Hot Jukes is muted? Sounds like Hot Jukes is muted.
Yeah.
Lord is top of fragger of Arabia's history, yeah. Yeah. Should be in shop, only started in Egypt shop so
I
far.
gotta
Okay,
agree
probably
with
I
you,
don't have it.
Jukes. I think
But
for
for
the
this
Panthers
season,
right
indeed, it's
now,
Coops.
it's
Coops is
just
on
it's
top,
not a
I'm telling
terrible
you.
start. They gotta just hang in there. They had a
I'm
good
happy
fight
he
with
found a
Luke's, of course.
region
They
where
got
he's
third
comfortable
party.
playing with.
So they just gotta, shake that one off. They made it, into the mid game, so it's not too terrible. So we'll see what this Sanhok has to bring. But you heard it on the desk, man. Cameron especially said it. But you can't predict or guarantee anything when it comes to
All right, we're going
Sanhok,
back to the big
and,
screen.
I'm right there with you, Cameron. 7 predicting a third place.
He just got with his teammate. That's true. That's also
Maybe
true.
that's why 7's so far behind in his prediction points.
When Coop
Not the
spoke
best
Arabic
at,
for one of the video that he
predicting
recorded
things,
for
but it is
Enigma,
Sanhok, flip of a
he
coin, and who
was like
knows,
really good.
Alpha
Even like
7
he
might
nailed it
just
down to
be
the
in
accent
that
as well.
third place finish. But here we go. Plane path coming out on the screen, flying from the right to the northwest.
Not only that they've been
Skewed
friends
to
for
the
some time,
eastern
it makes a
side.
whole lot
Shouldn't
of
be too
difference
big
when
of
you
a worry,
play
though. It is
like
Sanhok after all.
together in the
So,
same room. Like
is there gonna be any
they
adjustments
flew
in the
Coops
form
all the way
of
out, to
potential
be
hot
with
drops?
his
We didn't see
teammates to
any
play.
yesterday. Maybe
So
today,
it's like
teams
different when you
realize, hey, we
play
gotta fight for our positions on
physically
Sanhok. Scrapping
together
is
compared to
not
when
the
you play
play.
like
Doesn't seem
online.
like it though. Looks like
Like
most
there's
of
no
everyone
same
is
real
still
connection.
dropping in the same
But you
locations
have
as they
more of
did
the connection
yesterday.
when you play with
Everything looking
them
pretty
when you're physically with them in the
according
room.
to plan right here. And we are still seeing, of course, we're seeing the Panthers, right, give up that Paradise Resort area and surround it. And we're going to see the same thing as well from YKG down here. So pretty spread out. One thing that I really want to keep an eye out, though, is especially depending on where this first zone is going to go, right?
We
as it
have
goes
the
down all the way
zone.
south
We don't
here,
even have to move.
YKG have to really worry about influence, right? CHEMIN getting away from boot camp early and catching them off guard. We saw them do that yesterday. So if they
A7
are in
didn't
this
crush this
position,
time, no.
they gotta get looting and have to start possibly grouping up in this
No one
area
landed boot
here,
camp?
as soon as they possibly can. What do you think about that, too?
With
That would be a great spot to be.
influence.
They essentially make the rotation across to an area of the zone where it's
It
more
sounds
likely
strange
to end, and it's a short
when it's said
rotation.
like that.
So that
When you
is
think
the
when I'm
first
only
spot
thinking
they
about
would go
guys.
to. I would do the same thing.
Guys
as you,
being
Jude.
in the same
Go for that
room.
spot you marked right there. They have to be careful of loops, as they rotate further in. Loops. We've seen a lot of teams play this Sanhok circle, especially when they land in Pinon, that they'll just stay in Pinon and get the option of
NHP,
going
1 kill
on
in
both
NHP?
sides of Sanhok, the west or the
What,
east.
did
So
NHP
Loops might just, not really cause too
kill
much
somebody?
of a problem in this early game for this match.
Oh yeah.
Let's see what's going to happen here off the rip. Oh, goodness gracious. N Hyper
Revenge.
catching one of the players from ATON Esports. Interesting split from ATON to be able to do that.
You
especially
got some
after
good eye
winning
there, Muhammad. I
match
didn't even
number
notice
1.
that.
But yeah, losing a player early on, that's not going to feel too good. Hopefully that gives them a little bit of a check. And you know what I mean by that, Zute? Sometimes after you win a game, you maybe get a little too overconfident. And, they got brought back to reality real fast.
It is the way of Sanhok when everybody, is dropping
And it's
so
been winning,
split, and
that's
there's
good,
no
that's what we
real
like
hot
to hear.
drops. You'll get those isolated
That's what we like to
1v1s,
hear, that's what we
and
like to
Hyper, of course,
see.
picking up the first one. That's nice to see out of them. And Hyper usually a very passive team, especially when it comes to Sanhok. So any elimination points they could get, those are a good sign for them. I'm looking at the zone, Jugs. So we have a very southern circle.
NHP needs to win this match.
Yesterday's Sanhok match, we
Yes,
had
they
one
need to
more
win every
towards the
match.
north. So the
Duh.
southern circle,
But actually,
I feel
if
like
they
it's gonna
get to be
cause a lot
top
of
5
mayhem,
with a lot of
particularly in
kills,
terms
that's also
of
very good.
rotations. I feel like the rotations,
I
from
think
what we saw
top 3
yesterday, really
teams.
fast rotations out of,
No,
like,
only
all
the
of
top
teams,
team
and
goes
we
to
might see that in the Sanhok match.
PMWI, right?
There's
Just
gonna
one
be an even
team.
escalated pace of
Top
you know,
team.
violence.
Yeah, let's see what the rotations are going to
I
be.
have
from
to
it
check.
this
I think
game.
it's just
That's where
one
my
team
eyes are
goes.
on, as they are going to that northern island, and that place is always a big bet, because if the zone goes in that direction, you're almost guaranteed a top 3 finish. If it doesn't, trying to make that rotation onto another island can be quite difficult, and luckily,
Yeah, just the top team goes to
intense game,
PMWI.
INCO
But it would be
have
cool if
left the
NA
spot
can
of
win
ruins and went
championship.
dead center of that southern
America's
that
Championship. But
completely southern island. So that's going to be
it's very
interesting
hard
see
to
there,
do
right
because
in
of all the
between
ping
N
issues.
Hyper and All Glory Gaming. The Panthers. Woo!
Oh, they lost their bike
Busted
now.
out
It's
the
on the
landing.
roof.
Yeah, they stuck it. That's for sure.
I don't know if that's a good thing though.
It
Is that
is on the
motorcycle
roof.
still up there?
Hey, could you imagine if you were a player in that house just laying down and you literally just hear a knock on the roof? Oh man, that would have that definitely would have woke me up. That's for sure.
Good news is that motorcycle is not stuck up there, so they could actually still use it for rotations. Imagine like sticking the landing, and you're like high-fiving your buddy, and you're like, we really got the motorcycle on the roof, and then, you know, the next few seconds, like, oh wait, we're short a vehicle for rotation now.
That's gonna be tough. So the Panthers made that nice southern rotation from Paradise and did make it safely. We are seeing a heck of a group though, from Loops, the Panthers, YKG, and Influence CHEMIN, all in the same area near Painan.
So YKG actually decided not to go for that, you know, spot that you marked. They rotated to the east side onto the top hill.
You get to see NA teams learn to
just
rotate
east of
faster.
Painan.
They're from
So
above, yeah.
essentially, they are putting a huge
Definitely
gamble,
NA
Jukes.
teams. I think
Yes.
not only NA
The
teams. I think
circle
teams in
ending
general,
on
they
the
need to know
eastern
that they
side, 'cause if
cannot
it goes
stay
to
in
the
one
western
place for
side,
too long. They need to
are
have a
cut
prime
off
position in
at
zone.
every choke point imaginable from teams ahead of them. I don't know if that was a play. I feel like that was a huge mistake from them. And I know we're only like a couple minutes into the match. There's still 63 players alive, but YKG might have just, you know, put themselves in the coffin already with that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dice roll for sure, right? YKG is definitely making a big gamble. If that zone does go to that side, then they're going to be in a pretty decent spot. But,
Yeah.
you know, that spot, that place I circled out earlier, the reason why I picked it was because if that
They have
zone does
options.
go there, yeah, they have options, right? They could still rotate through an area. Where they're at right now, they're going to be sitting. They're going to be sitting. But then again, dude, there's always the option of that M4 on your back. You know what I'm saying? You're able to take out the squads around there. Then you're going to be looted up and you're good to go. But with how they've been playing, it's definitely risky. Moped action. from
Painan, you
Jaguar.
think?
All right. On the rotation.
I need
all
to
the
see
way
the
from that
map
north
again.
side.
I hope they
They're
open it
actually-
soon.
This is over by Camp Alpha, so this is on that.
He's trying to get a
that same island
prime
that we saw Ted's
position.
Game at. Oh no.
Choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo.
Yeah, Mercy, goodbye.
Thirst.
Tense game, springing their trap.
Ah.
Shots ringing out now. One cut down, two cut.
Oh, he got all
three.
three.
Down
Jaguar.
of the side of Jaguar. Yeah, getting their revenge. I
true.
do believe it was Jaguar that pressed onto Intense Game last
Four
map.
Jaguars.
Took down some of their players.
Ooh,
and, there we
just
go.
about.
Cut to shreds. Jaguar.
Okay, now I see the circle.
And you can see right there
Yeah, it
on
looks
that
like,
minimap what
yeah,
we're talking
Painan.
about.
Oh,
YKG.
it's gonna be away
Yeah.
from Painan.
Oh,
Maybe,
wow, they
maybe not.
got a,
I think it's gonna be like center where the
tough
airdrop
rotation to
is
make.
on the
Luckily
map.
for them, I would
These
say
gonna
no
be, like,
matter
somewhere
where
there in the
decide to go,
open.
like, well, actually, they only have one way. They need to wrap north. And
They need to
there's only
put the
one team ahead of
DPS
them,
back in
Influence
the
Kevin, but
drop,
it
by the
is-
way.
Dude,
You'd rather not make that
Just
rotation.
saying.
Or not have to. Sup, Pig?
oh, can you get the second? Oh no, missed the shots. So Sup Pig trying to make a miracle play happen. FLAMENGO shutting that down real quick. I gotta give props though. INCO, they knew it, right? They had that instincts. That ultra instinct. 'Cause they
I'm
went
not
from
sure why
ruins
they
down south,
rotated.
and
I
now
think
they're
they just
dead
rotated
center
in
of the
general, just to move
circle
out of where they
as-
were.
Oh boy, here comes Alpha 7 in the Cybertruck. Starting to press overnight. No hesitation. Quick knock. Going for the push. And overnight said, you know what, buddy? That's your fault. That is your fault that you got knocked.
Oh, they're chasing
We
them.
are out of here. Uh-oh.
Oh,
they spotted.
they're going
Look at
fishing.
that.
Swim! Unknown! Swim!
So aggressive.
Survive!
They're so
Oh
dead.
my gosh. It's just like hellfire raining from above. Overnight has to realize that, okay, we got a bad boy squad on us. Well, after losing that player, they know it's Alpha 7, so I'm not shocked to see them run away.
Yeah, yeah,
as fast as they
definitely.
can,
A7 is
but,
gonna be searching for
I
those
mean,
kills.
At a certain point, you got to realize that was just not the play.
Ooh,
I mean,
there he
there's
goes.
only one
Okay.
team that can instill fear in this lobby of this caliber.
Goodness gracious, they're gone.
And it's Alpha 7, right? You get one player knocked, you still have 3 left. That's more than enough to fight back. But when it's Alpha 7 knocking on your doorstep, you got 3 players left. I mean, I can't blame Overnight for just trying to hightail it out of there as fast as possible. And I mean, what describes Alpha 7 more than what we just saw? Knock one player and then you just shoot the rest trying to swim away. That is how desperate they were to disengage on that fight.
It's like they're a bunch of AI sentries or something, you know? Like the second they just
Kindness
get
collected
one
the first
spot,
airdrop.
instantly all of them just straight shooting in that direction. And these guys are lasers with those M4s. So Alpha 7 starting this game off real strong. So we'll see if they can continue on with that play style. ATON in the Bugatti, a brand new one. Driving on in.
They practice a
find a
lot,
nice
and they do a
good
lot of
spot
training
here.
with their sensitivities.
Safe and sound. Here's Fran. Got to be sure to keep an eye and not rotate here blindly, because you never know if there's a player in here. I know we can't see them, but they don't. So an interesting strategy from them.
And they really
dope
know how to,
Slayers.
like, you know,
Just getting picked
stabilize,
apart here. I mean, they're
recoil,
definitely seeing a different level of
gyro,
competition
and
in
everything.
this tournament.
Intense game at 6. Alpha 7 also with a couple elimination points under their belt. This is Sanhok for you, and when the circles are shifted like this way in this manner, Jukes, teams are getting cut down, and it's teams that are deciding to fight their way in that are coming out on top.
Right you are. Alpha 7 seemed to be putting some shots from across, or maybe that was even All Glory Gaming. Let's see where this next
Oh,
zone's
I
gonna go.
think
Is he gonna center on up? Possibly
Rin
have
is
another hard,
scouting an
crazy shift. I
area
would like
to
see it. You know,
grab.
YKG wants it up in the north.
The other guys are keeping an
because
eye on
luckily
Sammy,
for them,
where
Do
A
you see how fast
AT7
CHEMIN
is.
and Loops just left Painan completely? They're like, you know what?
Let's see
Forget
where the
this
circle
spot.
goes.
We're heading center zone.
Ooh, yep, I was
And
kind of right.
they
It's but I kind of like
nailed
love
it.
that
They don't have
airdrop
to
thing.
worry one bit. YKG
But I
still
don't
gonna
like
have to
that
make a
open position
rotation
because
on
you
in.
can get honestly
And
knocked
that's gonna
from
make things
anywhere.
quite interesting.
'Cause it's all
INCO
like
still have all their
hillsides
players
and
up in
open
Hyper
field.
as well. This could be their chance to possibly make
AT7 is
some
going to
noise.
rotate
They don't worry
out. They're
about
going to go
Esports
into
down there. They did lose a
NHP.
player early.
I hope
So it's gonna
NHP
be good
takes
for
that
them
fight, because
to
then they'll have
see
their
that
back
ever
cleared
deadly
after
Alpha
they
7
finish
there at the bottom,
87.
though. That is going to be the big thing to keep your eye on.
Yeah, Alpha 7 are definitely making their presence be known. They didn't get to
I
do
think
too
they're
much in the game
24.
we just had, so now, you know, they got a
Oh yeah,
extra
the
little
NHP is
flame
fighting
under them,
87.
spurring them on to be even more aggressive.
They caught them
fight for
rotating
even
out.
more of those
Oh
points that
no,
they missed
kindness,
out
what's
on.
your head?
And the lobby's feeling it. ATON right now.
It's only
looking
Zohan left
at
up for
N
87.
Hyper. You know what happens when N
That's a
Hyper
sweet
gets
looking
the hot
Bugatti.
round, They
Oh, that's a
typically
nice color,
win.
you know.
Not pulling a stat out of thin air right now. They typically win.
Well,
99% of
Zohan
their
is
fights
not
when
going to
they
be
have the high
leaving
ground.
from Samhi anytime
The high
sooner.
ground buff.
Yes.
So well for them in the past, but can they do it here in the Americas Championships? You can see kindness. This guy could spot a wrong pixel from a mile away, and he's jumping around right now into some
No, no,
shots
run,
from that
run.
M4.
Oh, thank gosh.
Lays down.
I think they should just
Right
leave
back
right
again.
now.
So
Like, not worry about
the crazy
from
sighting,
Samhi.
right, from N
I'm not
Hyper
sure.
just
Oh, he's going to go for the
showing right
revive.
there just how
A7 coming up on
ridiculous it is from
INCO.
these
This is going to be an
Brazilian
interesting
teams.
close
And
range
after hearing
fight.
those shots, Alpha 7 is going to be like, all right, now we know where one of these teams are at. And now their eyes are laser locked on INCO. INCO's going to be really careful here.
The Watchtower guy
Nico
must
fired
know that
the
they're coming
shots
up.
on N Hyper, and instead they summoned Alpha 7 at their doorsteps.
Yup.
This is
They
gonna
all
be
like with
tough.
the DPS out
INCO
of
might
hands.
think Alpha 7 don't know they're here, but Alpha 7 knows. But how well will Alpha 7 execute this? That's the question. Did they just throw a molly in? I think they did. Throw 'em
Oh
all
yeah, I
together
did that
against Alpha
yesterday.
7.
I
It's
just
prepped
like
for
when
this
I was at
fight.
work,
Look at this.
I
Alpha
just
7 does
like
not
AFK in the
run into a
match
building blind.
because
They
I
know.
like I
They say,
couldn't
you know what?
play.
The chances
But
of there being a player here is huge.
double.
And that grenade from Sanhok.
wow, double
Just
the
said,
nade. They didn't know that he
We're not
threw a
dealing with
nade
none of these
inside.
snakes here. 2 players of INCO done and dusted.
I've never seen a team so confidently push a team inside buildings on Sanhok like the way Alpha 7 just did. They are decimating Eco right now.
Oh, that was
And
almost
the
too good.
pre-fire too, to make sure that even when they peek for a second, they're gonna get
No.
punished. And yeah, you just try to full body peek, it's over. INCO just dominated.
Yeah,
by Alpha
YKG
7.
won
Alpha
that fight
7's
against
coming in with
Flamingos.
with a chip on their shoulder here, Zute.
Yeah.
Oh, it's only him up left, virtual.
Yep, getting third party.
Oh, the
Alpha 7
third
cut
party
down
from Royals
to
of
2.
War.
It's such a good execution, but you can only do so much.
And
when a third
87
party
coming
comes
up on
in
them, I
On
think.
your backside.
And they did it fast. It's not like they were kind of holding that one for a while and allowed a team to third party them. No.
Oh,
did
they
exactly
managed to
what they
get
could do,
the
but,
87
I mean,
managed to get that
this is the
revive on
Americas
the knocked
Championship, so you got
one.
some monster squads.
So
Second
N3 did
danger
not get
shots.
that
They're gonna
kill.
start full sending it too. Let's see if Revo can do the same thing that we saw a little earlier, but actually have some success. Royals of War seem to be kind of on that same strategy from Alpha 7, not trying to make too much mistakes. Oh, more gaming from the top. That's going to be INCO Gaming out of there.
Inca goes
Yeah.
out.
All Glory Gaming is like, you guys can fight your way up. We're just going to go straight to the top, but they're getting cut down from all sides right now. Royals of War gets 2, and now they're going to deal with the rest of Alpha 7.
Oh, they heard the shots now. Some big DBS pre-fires. Rebel, jump
They're
shot.
like blind
Can he get
shooting.
another one? Looking to make a comeback.
I don't know what they're shooting
We haven't seen
at.
one yet. That
Oh, they
Molotov's gonna be
molly
pretty
himself
dangerous.
enjoy.
And I think it does end up
Kindness
hurting his
is
own
fighting
toes
as
here.
well.
Yep, he's gonna have to back things up a little bit. Mafioso busts out the DBS, shuts him down. Alpha 7 not done yet.
Here
Oh, the
is the
nade.
prime difference of execution.
Oh, nice,
Bye-bye.
nice, nice nade.
Oh, it bounced, and it got 2. Down to 1 now for Royals of War.
The finish. Oh, he knows where the last player is.
Oh, there
Got
goes
him.
the goes
And it's
Royals of
over.
War.
Alpha 7 with the 2v4 defense shuts
Influence
down
and
Royals
dope.
of War.
Oh, he naded himself.
Disgusting. Oh,
He thought
nades-
it
Nesquik
knocked.
nades
He
himself.
thought it went
Influence
out
Kevin coming here,
the door, but
trying to finish
didn't.
out the
Bold
last of
strategy.
Dope.
And there goes Dope.
And that is done.
Bold strategy from Dope Slayers, not working out for them here. Influence Kevin.
Their DPS is basically
Whole squad
hacked.
still up, 2 eliminations to their name. But I'll tell you what,
DPS
this
is a
duo of
hacking
Alpha
weapon for
7,
anybody.
gotta keep an eye on them, and All Glory Gaming is laser focused in their direction. But that is a dozen eliminations for A7. That's gonna do something to the
IG with
leaderboards.
6.
Yeah, that makes up for
A7
the
with
first
12.
game
I just
for
noticed
sure.
12
And Alpha
eliminations.
7, we just saw a prime example of the difference in execution when it comes to being aggressive. Right?
Yeah.
Alpha 7
They're
44
looking
against
for those
INCO, the
kills,
top
alright?
team, no problem.
A
Royals of War,
NHP
4v2
is coming in closer
against
on
Alpha
Influence
7,
Rage, I
Alpha 7
think.
win that. So that is a
Crazy.
clear-cut example of just a difference in skill level between some of these teams.
Textbook pushing. You can just see
Oh,
them
what is
pre-fire.
it
One
Rin
player
doing?
pre-fires that angle, that door. The other one
He is
throwing
so
some utility. I
brave.
mean, their synergy is just ridiculous. Let's see what they can do with 2 players.
Does he
since they're not out of
know?
this just yet
Oh, he
here,
saw the
too.
vehicle.
You
He
need to
knows
add
there's
a couple
somebody
more
nearby.
points to that insane total they've done so far. And Hyper, full snake mode right now in the zone. Trying to buy some time, possibly looking to sneak their way up on into Influence CHEMIN here. As they are right on that
87 right in the middle of
north
zone.
western side. ATON Esports is dead center. The Panthers still up 2. Anyone's game, but this is that calm before the storm coming up here.
Yeah, if they
Here
get
comes
to wipe
YKG,
Influence,
so
they
I
get a
actually
good
like what
position
they
in zone,
did
but
when
I
they
don't think
didn't
it's gonna
get the
happen with
zone.
only
Instead of
Rin
trying
over
to,
there.
you know, catch
I
the
think Rin
rotations
is
in,
just
they
keeping an
played
eye out. I don't
so
think he's
slow to the
engaging in the
point where
fight.
They're essentially snaking their way in since zone number 3, right? They've been avoiding everything and just going wherever other teams have given them space. Now, though, in the late game, they're going to have to fight, and they're going to run up against loops.
Well, they did get 4 eliminations so far, so they end up kind of catching a little bit of action, but they need a whole lot more if they want to make something happen on these leaderboards. Intense game getting shut down from Federal. Let's see what's going to happen here, and it looks like we are seeing that YKG Loops battle go crazy. Let's see what Influence Kevin can do against Intense Game. Can they shut him down? Fears has to clutch it up for his team here.
Joey's still up. He's got the angle. Fire some shots. Mythic managing to dodge those bullets. It's not looking good for Loops though, because YKG's getting that full reset right now.
Got him.
YKG playing it extra slow, making it work for them, not getting the zone and being on the edge outside of all of the circles.
And that's pretty insane to see because Loops dominated the last match.
We're
so
getting a new
YKG taking
ultimate
him
set
out
in PUBG
is gonna
Mobile.
definitely help out their confidence.
And this
What
ultimate
QZG
set
do,
is like
he's
another
got the high
fire
ground.
one.
You said
Why?
99% of the time.
Don't we have enough fire
And they get it done
ultimate
against
sets?
Influence Chemin.
Shots ringing in, Influence Chemin, they do move closer.
Kind of reminds me of
QZZ
fire.
didn't get the opening. They still have that high ground, like you said. Ren with the nade, cooking it, letting it go. Might have flown
All right,
a little
we're
bit too
fighting
far
Influence.
wide to the right side, but he's got more.
He definitely does.
Come on, Nade, get
We'll
needed.
see. And Hyper looking to possibly move away from this one. That's going to be pretty interesting. As
Oh,
they
they're
have
going to
that high ground,
disengage?
but the
Oh, they're going to go to
is
zone.
forcing
Yeah,
them
it's not worth
away.
it. That's very smart.
That's going to make things that much more
Thank God they
difficult.
knew that they
But it
can't
does
fight
leave the door
outside
open
zone
for
like
Influence
that.
Chemin to push on in now.
You know, N Hyper just moved from one high ground to an even higher ground. That's why they disengaged from
It's
that
sad to
fight.
see all
They're
PUBG
just like,
Esports
oh,
and
there's even
TPP.
higher ground in
I
the
guess,
zone?
yeah.
Let's go there instead. And that could be a
PUBG
good move
PC
from
is
them.
in
They don't take any
first
risks
person,
and they just
and it's
position
quite
themselves in the
enjoyable
next
to
zone.
watch.
They're not going to get too many eliminations, or not as many as they could have this match, but they can still win this game.
No.
Well, you know what? According to your stat,
They can gatekeep.
Zute,
They can.
99%
Oh, they can
chance of winning
gatekeep
this fight with a high ground.
Influence. I think.
That's gonna have to be my
From
pick to
entering
win
the
this game.
zone.
Let's see if they can
I
do
think,
it
I'm
here.
not sure.
Chronics from the Panthers still
If they
up.
keep an
Last
eye,
player, but he's
I
gonna go
think
down in the
QZ's
next few
keeping an
seconds
eye.
as the zone starts to close. Right now, ATON Esports, they won the last match, and they still have a couple players up here. Let's see if they can get it done here in this final. Sanhok, Kindness, putting pressure, mounting a great defense against Influence Chemin, and Hyper doing
Ooh,
exactly
we
what
blew
they
out
need
one
to
of
do
the
all
Influence's
tournament long.
rage players. No, not Kindness.
Oh, wait, hold on.
What a shot
Leave
from
my
Lil
boys
Boy.
alone.
Wow.
Kindness moving wide out into the open there. I'm not sure. There were
No,
some
not
missed comms,
QZ.
but now they're getting
Oh.
shot from All Glory Gaming as well.
Leave
This
him
could be
alone.
where N Hyper falls
Not
apart. 'Cause
Rin, bro.
Kindness is stuck
What
in
a
a really bad
shot.
spot.
What a shot from David from way across. Just some
Gee,
nice blind
why
points.
is
These
everyone
peaks
attacking
are
my boys?
ridiculous. Little boy now forced to run out into the open.
Yes! Way to go, QZ.
QZZ finally shuts him down right on time.
Yeah, N Hyper will manage to stabilize too. They only had the one player of Kindness knocked, almost.
I should record my
having 2 to
comments
3
on
knocked
TPP
there,
for you to
but they'll
play. Yeah,
get
we
those
can do
revives,
that.
and I
We
think the
can
next
do
circle
that.
already shifted, and you can see right there, N Hyper not in the zone. They're gonna have to fight their way up the hill in All Glory Gaming. This
You
is
got-
a
no,
different All
the zone,
Glory
the zone,
Gaming
the
than we
zone,
saw
the
yesterday.
zone.
Right now, they are shooting themselves up in the leaderboards, picking up so many points, and GK first, he's not making it in.
This
Swivel,
shift
swivel, swivel.
is just
Oh, thank gosh.
all Glory Gaming
But I think he's
could
gonna
have
die to
possibly
zone
asked
anyways.
for. And Hyper gonna
Yeah,
have
he
to
gets
pull
knocked
off
to
a
the
miracle
blaze
here.
zone.
Papa Blue working against
No,
him,
you should have
and
just
he is
let yourself die in the play
chunking
zone.
each one of these players.
I was up to
QZZ,
QZ.
only a matter
Aw.
of time. Done and dusted. It's going to be All Glory Gaming versus ATON.
Well, we
and
came
they
third
have the
place
high
with 4
ground.
limbs.
Rojas looking to finish this one out and win the game.
Can ATON make
They
a
all got jealous
miracle
from
play
NHP.
happen here? It is only a 2v3. If they get one knock,
Can we get the
it's
reset?
2v2. And all of these players from All Glory Gaming are very separated. They get the advantages and angles, but if one of them goes down,
It was
there's
just a
no quick
bad
revive
position because of the
coming out on their
zone.
end.
Everything is so open.
See,
It's not enough
he's
trees.
got the angle. I mean, this is All Glory Gaming's game to win.
A-
I mean, it would
AGGs
take a
have
Christmas miracle
the
for
advantage.
ATON to pull
87
this
should
one
just
out, and it is not December.
die in zone like this.
Deny the
Exactly.
points,
Not give
give
the
them the
points.
game.
Don't give the points.
Cannot blame them one bit. That's gonna be All Glory Gaming with the huge victory.
Yeah, they got the high
Like to
ground.
see that from them here. But hey, we actually saw
GGs.
some life, right, from one of our NA teams coming up with some points on the board as well.
Oh, Glory
but
Gaming. I like
More
their
life being shown by
jersey.
All Glory Gaming. They had a
It's
pretty
baseball
good game.
themed.
Number 1, even better game. Number 2, All Glory Gaming. Whatever they did, you know, in that, you know, game break-ish or so, they got it. And I think one thing that they definitely have coming in today was confidence, and it is showing right now.
Well, it's going to help out big time. I mean, to be honest, with that zone shifting on over to them, that helped them big time to get that victory. And when they got it here so early on, regardless of how it finished, that's going to be huge for their overall mental game. So hopefully they can just kind of continue with that, right? Use that momentum. We've talked about momentum before. That's actually Jason Kaplan's favorite word as well, Zute, in case you didn't know.
All right, guys, are you ready for the next giveaway? I'm giving away 340 UC in chat. You just have to guess a number between 1 and 50. Good luck.
Me gustaría tener un chip descapotable. Lo mejor que para ir en pleno playa por ahí. Pero não, me encantaria ter um chip.
Bugatti. Copé, skin de Bugatti. Na verdade, eu tenho quase todos. Só jogo de copé, mas eu queria ter a primeira McLaren que lançou. Eu acho que
We have a winner. Congratulations, GS Devil Gaming.
La recién que salió la Ducati.
Can I have your in-game ID, please?
我会选 Racing 吧。
Uy, qué difícil la pregunta, pero elegiría Lipapka, algo así creo que era.
Match number 2, winner GS Devil Gaming.
Tem basicamente um tema de
Here for you see. Can I get your ID? Thank you.
雨林吧，因为
Look
我
at
觉得
you,
雨
Z,
林应
how
该有
cute
很
he
多水果，
is.
我又比较喜欢吃水果，喜欢吃。
Me encantaría Vikendi. Siento que porque soy amante del frío.
Acho que esse é Sanhok, né? Porque é pequenininho assim, não precisa ser tão grande, não.
Yo siento que Erangel, porque es bastante grande y tiene mar.
A Sanhokzinho, né? Gosto da natureza ali, tá sempre perto da água e floresce. Acho que seria agradável.
Alright, the same ID, copy,
自雷吧。
thank
Con su propia
you.
detonación, supongo. De la manera bastante.
So the next giveaway is after next match, and that one will be
Acho que quando você tá
600
muito miado
UC.
assim, você dropa do carro, aí você morre assim, eu fico... É uma maneira bem idiota de morrer.
Yo siento que matándote con tu propia granada.
卖5.56子弹吧，因为我平常带的5.56子弹挺多的。
I would also sell bullets.
Gasolina. Los autos se quedan sin gasolina.
Eu venderia, acho que arma. Uma M4, um colete necessário ali pra sobreviver.
Ia vender M4.
Y las M4.
Actually, if I was a shopkeeper in PUBG Mobile, I think I would sell like
Man, what is
meds.
going on today?
A lot of meds, utilities, smokes, grenades, flashbangs, drinks. I think that's what I would be selling.
Up here, ATON Esports as well. The question for me is, can they continue to do that today, man? This is ridiculous.
We're
stuff,
seeing the
Savage, and
total
I'm
amount of votes
honestly happy to
in
see
the
it. I
event
think you are
center.
too. I'm happy to see some other teams challenging.
I'm liking what I see out of All Glory Gaming. I think yesterday they ended up with 19 elims out of 6 matches. So far today, they are 22 already outperforming their elimination pace, which is great to see. And out of ATON, I mean, this is such a veteran team.
Just open a super shop?
That I was expecting for them to.
What would you
at some
guys
point
want to
start
sell?
performing. Remember, they do have the MVP.
If you had the chance to sell something in PUBG Mobile, if you were a shopkeeper.
Look at this match rating, though. I have to eat my words.
While you guys answer that question, I am gonna go get some snacks, and I will be right back before the next match starts.
Of this entire match, it was a like.
Ooh, imagine selling car parts and car skins and cars. I'm giving helicopter tours. Oh yeah, that will be good in payload mode. Alright, I'll be right back.
Came back with a huge vengeance.
Yeah, and this is why I was picking them, because their aggressiveness and the Sanhok playing style.
The winning number was number
lines
3.
up perfect for
Okay,
how
now
they
I will
usually
really be
play.
right back.
They
I'm
ended
not
up
gonna
getting
be here reading
surprised there. I
anything
think it
until I
was
come
by
back.
Balls of War. When they were fighting INCO, they ended up getting third party, but they were still able to manage them, and they were still able to wipe them on a 2v4, which was even more impressive. Influence CHEMIN, though. I'm impressed to see them here with at least
them too.
Guys,
points.
influence CHEMIN, 7 elims, 4 placement points.
Yeah.
And YKG, 3 placement points, 7 eliminations. I mean, I got to talk them up because, you know what, I talked them down quite a bit. But look at this. Maybe this is the spark they needed. This is a team who's been extremely quiet this entire event. And for them to get 10 points is a very good starting point. Especially when you have teams like Overnight not do well, INCO not do well, Loops not do well, FLAMENGO not do well. This helps teams who are out of reach, you know, that gap you guys talked about of like 30 points. it helps close that gap for quite a few different teams now.
Yeah, we saw after game 1 that middle section. The top section was still pretty stable, but the middle section was where things started to get tightened up a little bit. That's continued here right now. And so, and also what we said about Sanhok, this is going to be, I think, the perfect opportunity on the second map of the day to really get everyone on the same gear of let's go fight, let's go frag out, let's get these eliminations. We see a number of teams like Alpha 7, Influence Chemic, just going for even AGG, they were going for eliminations the entire time. They weren't just focusing on placements. Placements just came as a secondary factor of getting on those eliminations.
A team that actually did not decide to go for eliminations early on was N Hyper, and I was actually impressed because at some point they, very late into the game, they had 0 eliminations, and they decided to just hold off and kind of set themselves up for the final circle. It didn't end up working out for them, but it's good to see that they're now starting to mix it up, right? In the first game, we saw them being super aggressive. In the second game, now they're starting to be a little bit more passive. I can't wait to see if this team can find that happy marriage between being aggressive and being passive.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though, and I could definitely be wrong. I feel like in league stage for PMPL, N Hyper would typically like not go for early engagements, wait till later on, and then they would just rack up your limbs.
Yeah, they would.
Their general MO was wait for the mid-late to then, oh, hey, guess what? We have an entire big giant like 1-1-2 box spread of the zone. Surprise, we took it from you. I was kind of worried if they'd be able to get away with that here just because you can't grab free real estate from teams as good as we have here in this America's Championship. But as far as the actual foundation of that strategy, I think it's, again, as what Seven is saying, is about making sure that they have a level of aggression to be able to take that space needed to make a good late game play without throwing yourselves into a fight with 0 backup.
And I mean, even on the fight that we did get a chance to see there between N Hyper and I can remember the other team, you could see QZC still trying to readjust to this lobby as well, because you saw him kind of push out towards the middle of nowhere, stuff that he would be able to get away with in an A, and he was pinned down. He had to lay down. He's not getting away with that, so I think they're still trying to adjust to those little things.
Okay, that's a very good point to talk about. And obviously, another thing we're going to have to mention, as you guys talked about before, Alpha 7, they had just been kind of unleashed in the lobby here. But the question comes, how are their player stats looking? Because normally... okay, yeah, I'll let you say it.
Okay, the reason why I wanted to see this is because in this last game, they did end up with 12 eliminations, but Carrillo had 0. By the way, these are the stats for the whole tournament so far, and that's impressive to see that Carrillo is currently not performing, only averaging, what, 2.5? Not even an elim a match, all right? And then when you go to Revo, their MVP, he is currently being able to put up some elims, same with Senatexa. But that's just impressive. Carrillo needs to step it up because he is always known as a big part for the team. Even if he hasn't been able to get those MVPs like Revo has in the previous seasons, Carrillo usually sets them up in a great way. And they need that fragging power. If that fragging power is not going to be there, that's going to hurt them, continue to hurt them in a big way.
Yeah, only having 2 eliminations this entire event so far is just not going to cut it for a team that's trying to win. If you want to be the top of the leaderboard at the end of this entire event, you need to have all 4 members delivering in some fashion. They don't all have to be superstar numbers, but they got to be something.
A player that has been stepping up for them is going to be Mafioso. He stepped it up in the finals for them and actually throughout their league stage, which I was actually really impressed with his numbers in regards to elims, the damage output that he's been putting up. It is a player that's coming into himself, and if he can continue that, that'll be great to see as well.
Man, this hold at the end by YKG, we thought that they were down and out. Loops were very quiet in the game so far, and just holding on to that one singular rock. Look like they had YKG on the ropes, but YKG, they're not as tilted as perhaps some of us were worried they were. Joey saving the day there at the very end of all players, I think, to come out and perform in this match. YKG, they still have a lot of room to make up from yesterday, but they seem to be on track, as well as a bunch of other teams in a similar narrative on track to be able to make that climb.
For me, a team that I'm actually going to be looking forward to, as we're seeing the highlights here from Sanhok, is I'm going to be kind of moving forward a little bit in my head towards Erangel. I want to see what INCO Gaming is going to end up doing. Remember, that was a team that won twice, both of this Erangel matches yesterday.
Yeah.
So far, they have not been able to perform. I think in both of the games that we have played, they've only gotten 3 points. That is not the INCO Gaming that we were getting yesterday. And I feel like if there was ever a chance for them to actually spark off their day, would be in Erangel, considering what we saw yesterday out of them.
So in INCO's defense, they've been defeated in team fights by very strong teams. It was A7 the last one. It might have even been A7 on...
But there were beating A7 yesterday too, like very good teams.
Sure, but what I'm saying that it's not like they're falling over to like the runs of the litter, right? And they didn't have, it wasn't until the third map of yesterday, the one that we're about to enter, that they really started to peak, right? Their win on Sanhok was very low numbers. That one was very much of a win of opportunity there. So I don't think that this is deviating from their narrative from yesterday just yet, but it really does have to be Erangel that we're about to enter, where INCO returns to yesterday's form if they want to keep up that lead.
Well, speaking of the lead, right, why don't we just take a look and see where they're currently standing here in the lobby at the moment with their overalls. Ooh. And you know what, that lead, the lucky thing I think for them is that Intense Game hasn't been playing well today either. So it's like that gap they created against the second place team hasn't really been shortened too much. Remember, it's a 14-point difference going into today, and it's still a 14-point difference at the moment. If I can do my numbers correctly. Yes, I can. But the thing is, the shape-up we're having, the shake-up, I should say, All Glory Gaming, 3rd place. Loops was in 3rd place, they dropped down to 5th. And Hyper's still going to be there overnight. Actually, the rest of the leaderboard is pretty much the same now that I look at it here. ATON, I was expecting them to be a little bit higher, but I would imagine to be high up here on the second page. But we have a new contender, and it's All Glory Gaming.
Yeah, All Glory Gaming started off the day in 9th place. I think it was with, if I'm not mistaken, 27 points. So they've been able to start off really, really hot. And with the way INCO Gaming is performing, with the way Intense Game is performing as well, they're being able to close up that lead. FLAMENGO has actually been one of those teams today as well that I feel like it has underperformed in a big way. Yesterday we saw a great progression out of them. So far today on the 2 matches we have seen, we have not seen them play very well.
I'm really pleasantly surprised at the speed that AGG has been able to climb up. Not only did we have those top dogs have such a lead over the rest of the lobby coming in from yesterday, AGG are playing almost a totally different strong play style. They're going for really high eliminations coming in from their region in the finals. They played center focus, not full turtle, but they still focused a lot on the center. And they've been doing that a little bit today so far, but putting an extra emphasis on making sure that they're controlling their edge as well, and so they can have like multiple levels of play, and it's been working out for them.
Well, to be fair, you did say there was a gap between like 1st and 3rd, but the number crunch was a lot closer in the middle of the pack, and maybe that's how they're jumping up so much higher in the leaderboards. But you know what? We have INCO coming up here. We got Erangel coming up. We got All Glory Gaming looking on fire today. But also, so are our casters. Zute, Hot Jukes, take it away.
Hey, we're on fire. I know you guys watching are as well. One team, though, that I'm really keeping my eyes on that doesn't seem to have that heat yet here, Zute. It's Influence CHEMIN. Right? They are all the way down in 14th place with only 27 points. You know, you got a couple other teams right in that same pack there. I think this is a huge game for them, right? We're going into Erangel. All these teams know this map like it is in their souls, right?
Hey guys,
so they
I'm
gotta
back.
come in hot as we are taking a look at Pachiki, baby, right dead center of the map. These guys are below the center of the leaderboard, so it's this game, in my eyes, Zute,
Because Farouk's, one of the players on Farouk's thumbnail was
for that first place position on the leaderboards.
Yeah, especially since this is like kind of the halfway point on a day, right?
for
bad
Game
start to the
Game
day,
Lord
2
is
games
what
down. All right, now no more
a European team,
excuses.
no?
Especially if you're a team that has a caliber to perform well.
Back
like
to you.
Influence
Welcome back,
CHEMIN.
Anisha.
And
Hi,
it
good
being
morning.
Erangel, like you said, everybody knows this on like the back of their hand. It almost doesn't matter where the circle goes. You should have a solid set plan to at least put yourself in the top
I don't
5
know. I
if
guess
you
the
are a team of that caliber. And
graphics
Influence
guy,
CHEMIN,
whoever made
we
it
know
for
they
him,
are, but will they pull it off in this match?
thought he looked cool.
Yeah, that is what my eyes are on. Take a look at the players with the most eliminations there. David from All Glory Gaming is absolutely crushing it so far with the most eliminations. This team really just came out strong. This Erangel match, I think, is going to
Maybe
be
also
that
it's like a
big difference maker
tactic
for these squads, though. Like,
to get
you
European
really
people to come and
wanna
watch the
set that
stream.
tone, get the pace going here, and make something happen. We see a intense game all the way to the left side of the map. They are going to be stretching in here. We might also see them even head in this direction to loot up. Really depends on where we'll see that loot going. Loot.
Don't think so. I don't know. You never know.
To military base.
Maybe.
We still haven't seen a military island zone yet here so far, Zute.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention that we saw like a Yasnaya finish the other day, and wow.
Maybe,
Look at this
maybe.
right here. Oh, what do you think about this, guys? Look at that. Oh, let's go. A military island finish, most likely.
All right.
Not
Good zone for
not
NHP.
necessarily, which hey, I'm
But
happy with it shifting back up north.
The
as
risk is
well, you know?
this
Like,
might be a
this is
military
definitely a fun circle
ending.
to be had. How are these teams going to adjust to this circle? That's the
I'll tell you how.
Mark.
Right, they're going to be adjusting by trying to snake their way into this next zone. It's going to be tough. There's, I mean, we all obviously, right? There's only really 2 ways in through vehicles.
Easy
to get
bridge
on here,
camp.
But you could never know, right? You could even head on some nice little boatates from Ferry, right? Even from Mill to Power right here. I've even seen some teams go all the way from the pop cut, right? Trying to make a crazy stretch in that direction. That's if that zone goes here. Now, if the zone ends up in this spot, we are going to...
that's going to be chaos.
Don is just too comfortable here, that's why.
Scream tears.
Not because I
and
bought
those
him or
tears coming
anything.
from Loops.
Oh yeah, not on Military Island. One thing I'm curious to see is what N Hyper's going to do.
I'm
right?
just that
You see
likable.
out of the North American region, every time it's a military zone, they do some crazy splits. They do like a 2-2. Have 2 on the north side and then 2 on military base, but with the lobby of this caliber, of this level, this speed and aggression, I think in Hyper, they might not do that 2-2 that we usually see.
Nope, we got our first bridge camp kill annihilation moment going on.
Squash from
Woo,
INCO.
woo, woo, woo.
Just
Last player. Poor Jaguar is having a rough day today.
Poor Jaguar. They are just getting beat up like crazy on these rotations.
See, that
Wow,
means
it happened
Don
last
does
game,
love
right? Last game,
me.
they just got absolutely wide.
Unconditionally.
Simple C gonna have
Bates?
a very tough
Yeah.
time trying to get out of this one.
They're circling
he's
the
got
place like
a shotgun,
sharks.
a pump shotgun, and Becker has an entire squad of INCO, top team in the lobby, coming after him.
Oh, shotgun.
The toes. One
Will he
more,
be
it's
able to
one.
clutch it on his own?
He's got a
Can he get a
7-6 weapon.
finish?
Oh, he's got him down to 1 HP. He's owning. Oh, he's owning. One more shot. Watch for that gas
Oh, he
can.
doesn't know what to do.
No, the team's coming. You gotta make a play, brother. He's going.
Oh, he got it, Becker.
He got Becker.
That's a win. That's a
and
win
then
in my book. Yeah.
You hear that pin pull? He pulls it back. Oh, jumps out. Simple C is feeling himself, Sute. He's got the power. He's got it. He's got the pump shotgun. The man is dangerous.
He's trying to do everything on his own.
Jumps away. Oh, if he was going to take off with that vehicle, I was going to scream. Instead, he stays.
Yeah, Squash doesn't have any HPs. No meds, so he's still sitting there at 1 HP.
They're really
And the other
chasing this
player
one
of
guy down.
INCO doesn't have a vehicle, so he's just running over, making this a 1.5 v1, maybe a 1.2 v1, because one of the players at 1 HP. That's why they're so hesitant right now.
Let's see. Nenebete, the calm before the storm. Just trying to figure out how do we do this. You know, he doesn't want to go by himself, obviously. I mean, he's got to wait for his teammates. But making a press like this is dangerous. Anytime you have a player with a shotgun, you never know what's going to happen.
The third player is finally here. I think they're going to go for the committal push now. Surely a 3v1, they don't lose this. A 2v1, there's a chance. 3v1, we got to just clean this one out. There's N Hypers already across. You might not be able to tell, but look at that mini-map on the top right. There is a gray little splotch right there. You can see that Ren is looking
of course,
at this
I
fight
spilled
right
ice
now.
cream
And
on
the
me.
rest of N Hyper, they might be crossing soon too.
Jaguar, Simple C. Pump shotgun in hand. Try to make a play. INCO scared to push this blindly. They do not want to make a mistake. They've done, you know, one bad play and it's over. Okay, he swaps out for the Uzi, getting really aggressive here. Vitali trying to catch something with that DPS, but Simple C not going out. And Hyper's coming.
Ooh,
Rin
third
takes
party
down Squash,
from...
and he steals the points.
Ooh.
This man cannot be stopped. One more, and it's a squad wipe.
No.
Vitali.
He's the last one.
Vitalici just said, no, sir. That is
All right,
not how I'm
NHP
going
went
out
over.
today.
They're gonna
And
come
now
for
N
this
Hyper
last
here to
dude on
clean things up.
INCO.
INCO must be
All right,
slamming
let's
their
see what's
phones
gonna go
down
on
their desk
here.
right now. It was a 4v1, which led to them getting completely wiped out. They took way too long. The last player out of Jaguar, Simple C, he made that look simple.
Oh, He sure did.
There was, ooh,
Some
yes.
beautiful plays there and some nice utility use.
Perfect.
From N Hyper to shut down INCO Gaming. And I'll tell you what, Zute, I just heard that door. Right?
Yep.
That door.
You know me, Onicha. I would say bush, 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 bush.
And every single team in the lobby
I
heard
guess it
that.
doesn't matter now. It's like, oh, I bet for future, I guess.
Plane
Wouldn't be better
tickets
even
to,
with them just so you can get loot and
they've,
position.
officially have made
Oh,
more
we got
space on the
another
plane.
another
So, here comes
another bridge
another
camp
team
killing
rotation
coming in.
for Miramar.
Yes, go
One getting cut
NHP.
down here.
You got it. To the ground.
Ooh. In Hyper, 2 points now. You know, like I was gonna say, the rotations, everything are faster at this level, but the bridge camp's pace even faster. It's just so
NHP should just
unfortunate
stay in
that
this
INCO
compound and just like
couldn't
watch
deal
everyone who
with
comes
Simple
across
C,
the bridge.
however.
Honestly,
And to see what Influence CHEMIN can do. These guys have been having a rough go at it so far this tournament. Same for the Chosen. And I believe we see some trades coming out back and forth. Federal gonna start throwing out some smokes for his teammate Law. Gajowski on that off angle. Gaji, can he get that crucial knock? He does. He catches Gajowski. So now, I mean, Influence CHEMIN once again in huge
No,
trouble.
only
The
top
Chosen
one.
can wipe him out right here now.
Yeah, they should look to do that. It's a 4v2 isolated fight. They have no priority over any zone rotation, so just take the fight. Pig getting tagged up right there. Blue zone's also
Hey,
slowly
Loopy.
taking at their health bar, so just a little added
welcome
pressure.
to the
Any
stream.
coming around, trying to really distract Federal as the two others press through the smoke. They get it, and there we go. Clean finish. for
Yeah,
the
only
side of
one
the
will,
Chosen.
one
Influence
team will go
CHEMIN.
to PMWI
We were saying it, Jukes.
main
This
stage.
is the map to really decide if Influence CHEMIN's going to get that bounce back today, and that is the furthest thing from a bounce back.
Oh, I mean, if Rolls of War do good here, they could be in last place. Let's look at this fight again. Simple C, just absolute insanity.
And one from the vote
Stealing
invitation,
points,
yeah.
bop, you know, coming on down, shutting down the stairs. And if he would have hit this, he would have been cemented into PUBG Mobile history. Unfortunately, just cut short there. But, I mean, taking out INCO, that really is going to definitely shake up the lobby.
To be fair, you said if he hit this, he did. He was using a
Ooh,
pump
bridge
shotgun,
camp.
and that player lost half his HP bar. So he hit his shot, his one and only shot.
Switched to the Uzi. He switched to the Uzi.
Oh, what? Oh, he used the Uzi at the end to
Used
do
the
that.
Uzi at the end.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
used
thought
the
he had.
pump. Oh, it would have been brutal. But
I thought he had the pump, and it only did half. Either way, man, Simple C just really putting on a clinic right there. And we know he didn't win the fight, but that was like a 1v4 that he held off for so long. Sure, N Hyper came in with the third party, but that was INCO he was against, the #1 team.
True.
So it took a lot of
True.
finesse and skill to be able to do what he did.
that's definitely the play of the tournament so far, at least in my eyes, right? From a single
I agree.
player. Yeah,
I
so
agree.
that is the best that we've seen.
They must be
Still a
happy
lot
they
more
found a
action left to
vehicle.
have, but I mean, heck, against the top team in the lobby so far, that's looking pretty good. Uh-oh, YKG. We talk about Christmas miracles earlier. We saw the Christmas US. Said, you know what? Let's just shut that
Yeah,
down.
it is
head on over to the
24K that
Lamborghini.
24K is not playing.
And all the
from
teams
YKG.
starting to make that great migration onto Military Island. It's still split, Zute, right? The circle did head on over.
Yeah.
Still a little bit to the right side of the map. Novo is still in play, that big bridge as well. But most likely, we're going to see a finish in Sosnovka military base.
I want to see a bridge ending. That's one that we haven't
my
seen
goodness.
for years.
Toxic.
It's happened though, but ending on the bridge. Oh,
Welcome back,
that'd be a
Belle.
treat. And right now the bridge, you know, a
Are you
lot of
feeling
it is
sleepy
in
yet?
The zone still split like you mentioned, but still favoring the military base side. We'll see on the next circle for sure where it's gonna go. Still a lot of teams have yet to rotate from the north. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams. Yes, there you go. It looks like 7 teams have yet to make their
87 has to
rotation
cross the
down south.
bridge, so I hope
Oh boy, the Chosen overnight
They do
all the way up
soon.
in the north. Gonna have a tough go at this one, but I mean they do have a little bit of room to breathe at that farm Milta area.
You
but
took-
I don't
I
think they're
know,
gonna
you're
do
here
it.
for the whole
Again,
night
both
time,
these
you took
teams
a
have
nap.
that idea of going through the
this
blue
is
zone
Bell.
onto that bridge.
Oh.
And Zute, what a toxic circle we see here as it splits into the water, reducing the amount of real estate tremendously. I think we're gonna see a lot of swimmers here in this lobby.
100%. Imagine if it hard shifts to the east. onto the bridge.
Please. Why not? Why not, right? Give the people what they want. A bridge can't finish, especially with these new bridges. There's so many different places that people can hide. That would be a crazy one to see.
Well, we'll see very soon. Either way, this zone's going to be a treat for all of us to witness. I'm hoping there's going to be at least one water snake that just does something crazy, because we see it all the time, at least once in a zone like this. So maybe it'll happen. And if anyone, it's going to be Alpha 7, right? If Alpha 7 doesn't take the bridge, you're swimming across. And I'm willing to bet you, Jukes, they're as deadly as swimmers as they are fighting on land.
Oh, goodness. Let's take a look here. A little quick little replay from Overnight. Wow, what a shot. I think this tournament has just been some of the craziest shots out of vehicles we've seen.
Yes.
Like, trying to rotate here is so hard. You're getting popped out instantly.
Yeah, shots on point right now from all of the players. Zone crunching in on so many teams. ATON now looking at their backsides. There is Alpha 7. This bridge push right here onto this spot, we've seen so many teams execute it before, and if any team could execute an aggressive push, it would be Alpha 7. Let's see how they do this one. If they elect to take the push. Time's ticking. I think it's going to happen. Yeah,
they have to.
I'm sorry if I woke you up with my screaming.
They're going to have to push ATON here and now. And these guys do not let up. Once they decide to go,
but see, now you're awake and you're here.
Yep. Regardless of shots, they're still full pressing the action here. This is the way to do it too. From this
they
side,
should add the ability to punch. Yeah, I agree.
Be on point.
Defense for ATON, offense for A7. Which one is stronger? Mafioso at the front lines. All nades being prepped, and Senatex, of course, opens it up with the first nade. ATON's defense falling apart to bits. Oh, some return fire. Is that enough to stop A7 though? 2 of them down.
Yeah, I don't really care for ATON's strategy on how they decided to mount this defense. They allowed Alpha 7 to push up on this side relatively for free.
Fingers crossed.
And there's 2 split up from their teammates to really assist them. And Alpha 7 is going to be able to get the res, and we'll see a 4v2 in the next few seconds.
It's a close fight, though.
My favorite singer?
ATON needs another knock for sure, though.
I have a couple of favorite singers.
Alpha 7 is back to a
not only one,
yeah,
but I have like a couple.
Out here. Not much more they could do. Maybe if they hit into the lucky nade, we'll see. This is.
Oh, that nade's gonna get him.
Or else it's done.
Yep.
Oh my
it's already done.
Carrillo getting it done here.
Daily fun, no. I mean, I like her songs, but she's not my favorite.
For ATON, and they are out of here in 13th place. So that was right on time for Alpha 7 too, because they're gonna have enough.
Billie Eilish. I like Ariana Grande. I like Post Malone. I like Blackpink.
It's lucky for the team that was on the other side of the bridge that they moved, because Alpha 7.
Don't tell them girls. I mean, it's not much. It's like a lot of singers to guess. It's too much, too many.
YKG getting teared up right now by the Chosen.
Anying with some huge nades.
Justin Bieber, no.
It's only him. So
not my favorite, but he has good songs.
The entire squad of YKG with nades, and Anying's getting picked from the back. He might go down here. He jumps in the window. That window is not covered because of that smoke, and now he's in here for free with the DBS. YKG cannot afford to go out like this. And yeah, beautifully played. Joey coming in, shutting that down. Gives a little bit more breathing room for YKG.
That's big for them. They're still not in the zone though, so they gotta
fishing.
fight
They're
their
going
way
fishing. Fishing for some kills.
Over-sniped.
Yes, swimming in the water. About to be swimming with the fishies. All Glory Gaming, man. This team, just 3 eliminations already. I know that's not a lot, but given their position, that's pretty big. If they win one more fight against Dope coming right up here, or even if they just rotate in the zone, they set themselves up for a nice finish.
Yeah, Blackpink. It's a girls band group, but
they're pretty high up on the leaderboard, so we can see
I like them.
Sign of life from them. Joey, some big shots downhill. He's gonna have to be really careful here, and he knows it. Trying to hit them shimmies. Gets caught by Cardoson. The rest of YKG finally coming up on in here. Here comes Acer, trying to make some shots out the vehicle. Jumps out here, but loops, shutting them down. But 1 player left. It's up to Chico. He's got to win this.
Chico in a 1v2. He can't go for the res here. He's got to hit the shots. falls back, gets a better angle. Here comes the nades, back and forth.
They have the best zone positioning right now,
Chico does go for the res after all,
but
so he
still
goes
it's a
for
very
Weezer.
open
That
zone,
nade, oh, just a
so
little too
it can
far.
be really
The
dangerous if they don't
Panthers
have all their
eliminated.
sides covered,
That's a
especially
big
since they're
penalty.
very center.
Third party jukes.
Easily the
Oh
players or other
my
teams
goodness,
like around them
Ayala
can easily
taking
pinpoint them
off
from behind and from
here.
the from the
Intense
front.
game. They
So
smelt that blood in the
it's
water.
tricky,
Looking to
but
pick up
you
all
really
these
have to have
eliminations
really
that they
good
can.
cover. So I hope they had like enough cars to cover them from the back and the front.
Ayala
Considering where they're
bending off both
sitting,
sides.
I think if
He's
I'm not
caught in a tough
mistaken,
spot. Meanwhile,
they're
YKG
sitting
is
in a
just
low
getting their
ground,
reset up
either
to
a
3
compound or a
now.
low
All
ground,
the
while
work Loops
the other
yesterday
teams will be on a high ground
for
compared to
nothing right
NHP.
here. 2 left for Loops. Intense game. He still
But
got
NHP is currently
3
getting
up
kills,
here on this
so
press.
they were fighting
Yes,
against
they do, and
AGG.
YKG is up, and it looks like they're trying to get away from this fight completely, living to fight another day. Diego, hungry for these points, though.
Hi,
he's
Sheer,
definitely gonna have
welcome.
some sight lines onto Ayala. What a headshot there. That's gonna wake him up.
How are you doing, Sheer?
And here he goes. Cargosen trying to drive away and sneak off while Ayala applies more pressure from this side.
NHP
Gets
is
caught
moving
during the
away, why?
reload, and Ayala
Go
goes
back,
down.
go back.
That is Loops eliminated. They were looking so good.
Go
but
back to zone.
intense game. Just so aware of the map. Going for any opportunity they can to third party and works out huge. YKG, they get 3 up.
No, I don't
Yeah,
think it's
they
not compounds
win
there,
this
if
fight.
I'm not
They lost against
mistaken.
Loops, but this
It's
one's a
an
little bit
open
more
zone.
favorable because it is a 3v3.
Let's see.
How many
What
BTS
YKG
fans
can
are
do.
here?
They have the sight lines.
I like
They know
BTS. They're
exactly
cool
where
to
Intense
listen
Game
to,
is,
but
and
they're not like I'm not like a
on
mega
the
fan for
inside of the zone,
BTS.
so they'll have a few extra seconds to really make a play here, but they gotta do it diligently. They
QZ
have
is fighting
vehicles too, so
AGG
they should be able to move
again.
away.
They're fighting AGG,
And
so
now
that's
finally Acer, yeah, he
good.
pops that drink, he starts heading on in as Adrian is trying to find another angle. Yep, has a little berm, but I think he's gonna have to just take off completely.
And to the buggy he goes, realizing there might be some shack in the zone that he can just snake in. Down to a solo, he's going to disengage that fight. Meanwhile, on the water side, Dope versus Royals of War here. Dope pressing in on the ridges. They have the man advantage. They just need to catch this player, and just one more shot, and he gets it in.
Huge from Bray there, huge from Bray. Dope Slayers had a rough tournament so far. They are on the entire
Yeah, I'm
north
ready
side
for the
of
weekend.
zone. If they
Post
can secure
Malone.
this
Post
quickly,
Malone
take
is
out
good. I like
M2M,
his songs.
We could definitely see them mount up a good offense here against these teams.
Up to the rooftop he goes, hiding in that attic right there. Dope. They have some time to work with. Zone is closing ever so slowly. They just got to make sure they're aware of the sidelines elsewhere. They have Alpha 7 to their east side looking their way.
Good
They gotta make sure
morning,
they don't
Duck.
push too far into the east or else they're going to get cut down by
Duck,
that.
duck.
So it's not as easy as a 4v1 as it may seem. On the other side of things, YKG, they didn't get eliminated, a couple minutes earlier, so they're making use of that blessing, but he oversteps just a little bit, and Acer gets caught in that off angle.
Fears just doesn't even want to peek too far, hitting that tree. And he's looking at multiple angles, almost gets busted up by the vehicle, and actually does.
It's an intense game, they're back.
Intense game is back, finishing what they started.
YKG is out.
Take out YKG. 3 eliminations for them. Looking to make some noise here in the first Erangel match of the day.
From 50 to 100?
Alpha 7 Carrillo now starting to get into it with Dope Slayers.
1 to
From
50 is
way
already
across
a
the map,
lot.
and that's all Glory Gaming done for. Finally, taking
Alright,
out
we got
early
more
so far in this tournament.
eliminations.
Man, that was such a huge play from Intense Game. They disengaged, made YKG think they were safe. YKG gets a little bit distracted.
Yeah, the
elsewhere, and they come
weekend
right
is
back
gonna
in and
do
finish
last
what
like
they
the last
started.
final show before he
Royals
changes
War,
his whole
he
identity
is,
and name and
back in a
everything.
good spot. Blue zone
Come on,
and Dope is looking back at the house as
NHP.
well. So just deny the point most likely. Maybe get a knock here. He's got 3 first aids. Might survive just a couple seconds
He's gone.
longer.
Yeah, he's gone.
Well, I can change the numbering.
Yep. He's going to have to deny the point here. There's no way he's making it out of that building alive. But he's going to try. He's going to try to see if he can steal 1 point off, but it ain't going to be from that window, brother. I'll tell you that right now. Peeks it.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Why did you
Yeah.
stand up like that?
Oh, that was Alpha 7 that got that.
Oh my, where was Alpha 7 at? From the other side. stealing another point away. And Dope Slayers gotta be kicking some rocks there because, man, every single point counts.
Everybody,
For a
wherever
team
you
like
are,
them.
clap your hands together and go.
Especially with INCO taking out early. They're looking to rocket launch themselves up to that leaderboard.
Alright, we're fighting Dope. Something happened to the stream. What happened to the stream? Is it stream or like my issue or what? No, what happened? Why? No, don't say so, schizo. Is the... I don't know, it's only all... It's in Arabic. Weird. Let's see the Spanish. I am looking in all the language. Is it my internet? Let's see if it's on Twitch. It's my side? My internet is fine. It's my side. We have to go through this ad. Alright, now we're back.
Yeah, they're just already planning their next step. Very proactive. Oh, and they get the knock onto N Hyper. I mean, N Hyper is playing as defensive as possible, and Alpha 7 still hits the shots.
Ridiculous. And look, not to mention a little gift. Right? A
Smoke that. Smoke it.
Right there. And the zone. Oh my goodness. Alpha 7.
Oh, okay. He got to go revive QC. But they're going to push.
Yeah, he's gonna go up for that
no,
crate.
they cannot push. No, NHP's outside zone.
Maybe he even finds an MG3. If he does, that's going to be tough for the rest of the
Are they going to push them?
Yeah, and Hyper not looking in a good spot. They're not on the high
Oh,
ground.
GK first is near zone.
They're not in the
okay.
zone. GK first, the closest to the circle.
Can't A7 go fight another
team?
team?
Is definitely looking towards N Hyper's way. Same with Alpha 7. N Hyper's got a tough push to make on this circle now.
Flamingo needs to fight A7. Oh no. We are fighting IG. I don't know what's happening. Kindness got IG down. Kindness got
nade.
One more IG down.
Oh, there you go, N Hyper. They might not have the high ground, but they're taking it away right now from intense game. All down to one player left. Ren is knocked. 1v3. There is a chance.
Oh, the Molly's not gonna do anything.
For N Hyper.
Oh, yes.
And there we go.
Oh, so close. Go pick up Rin.
From that nade right
Somebody
there.
pick up Rin.
QCZ survives, and that is
oh, we can third party. If A7 fights Flamingo, we can third party this.
Flamingo's still here though with 3.
Big battle. N Hyper with 4. Alpha 7 with 4. Both of these teams looking to really make some noise on those leaderboards. N Hyper having a really rough day 1. Alpha 7 not having the day that they were looking for either. Quick bounce back here. It's going to be huge. Flamengo, don't count them out either. They are in a pretty good position with 3. So really depending on the timing of this fight, If you're able to catch two teams going at it and third party them at the perfect time, you could definitely win this game. And look at Toiko.
Look at the zone though. It might just be a stalemate for the zone. Every team is like in their favorable part of the circle. Any push at this point without a easy opening,
they're
at a disadvantage.
And lucky for them, both these teams have plenty of utility. I see like 4 nades each. Carrillo's gonna throw one out, try to piece them up, and he does. So that's gonna put Flamengo on notice. Oh, this nade from Toiko could be dangerous. Catches Revel really big, down to 25% HP. How about another one? Trying to predict where they're gonna run to. Doesn't hit the mark. Don't want to burn all your util here, but if you can get an opening knock, oh, that'll be huge.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if you want to get an opening knock, to be honest, Jukes, because if you get an opening knock, you're going to feel pressed to take that fight, and the third team that's not in the fight, they're third partying. And I think all 3 teams realize this. 11 players alive.
Well, they have a good position.
There's got to be at least another strong squad.
Everyone's just jumping around because everyone's like so short. They're trying to see what's happening.
Where it's just gonna crunch straight dead center, and we're gonna see a 3-way brawl if nothing happens in this circle.
I'm gonna give the advantage to N Hyper here because with their position on this high ground and Flamengo and Alpha 7 so close to each other, we're most likely to see a battle between those 2 teams. And N Hyper, if they time it perfectly, and they're definitely known to do so, they can clean up this fight and win this game. At the same time, you can never doubt that gun skill from Alpha 7. One mistake, and they are turning and knocking you instantly.
And if any
we
player
have
on
9
A7's
Olims
feeling
so
it,
far.
they could get 1, 2 knocks.
Alright, this is the final zone, guys. It's just gonna shrink from here. There's no more zone.
Okay, let me ask you this, right? Are we gonna see a heal strat from one of these teams? Because this is the final circle, right? This is the final circle, so passing off those first aids to one player might not be a bad play, but with this point system and eliminations being so huge, I wouldn't be shocked to just see them go full on aggression here.
Here's N Hyper getting
They should push this.
Alpha 7, they get the opening.
Come
trade
on,
right
they
back,
should
Jukes.
third party
Here it
this.
is, back and forth. Yep, Alpha 7 pressing the action. That's Flamengo down, so now it's N Hyper.
NHP took too long to go and third party this,
and
honestly.
Hyper, you said it, Zute. They have the high ground. Can they clutch it up against one of the best teams in the lobby?
They have the man advantage, 4v3 and the
Come
high
on,
ground,
guys,
but it is
come
Alpha
on.
7. You can never count out their
GK is gonna get
firepower.
knocked.
Nades coming in, GK first dodging and weaving. Down prone he goes. Another nade coming through.
Yes, good job, Kindness.
Again.
Kindness looking really good.
Throw everything you have. Drive through them. Drive through them.
3 and Alpha 7 is out of there. Goodbye. And Hyper showing up.
I'm trying not to scream at 4 AM, but why is the stream lagging?
What a way to finish that match. 2 Titans right there going head to head. N Hyper, right, playing that so strategic with their positioning, just outmaneuvering A7. And when they needed to go aggressive, Jukes, N Hyper showed that they can go aggressive too, especially with that buggy drive-by. Go, baby! That was
you get lots of hearts.
Ridiculous.
From
Hey,
me.
you know what? You're scared to take out Alpha 7 with your M4s, right? With your Uzis. Why not just use a buggy, baby?
As
Just
NHP1
use a
can't
buggy.
participate in
That
this?
is
No,
how
you already
do it
won your
right there.
giveaway.
Perfectly timed. I love that N Hyper showed the
GK
confidence to do that
verse.
too, right? It takes some grace, right, to hop in that
Drove
buggy and
through
make that
all of
drive through
them.
there. But they knew the strategy. They were like, hey, worst case, you know, it's a good distraction and opening up from our team, and
I should not be
denies that
watching and
res,
driving.
right?
Are
And
you
that's
watching
exactly what
and
happened,
driving?
and more. 3 knocks, GG.
I thought you were already
I
home.
almost forget sometimes that N Hyper can play hyper aggressive because they play so strategic
Hey,
and
Kiki.
defensive until the very,
wrecked on the
very
highway.
last
What were you
moment, and then it's
doing?
like, oh wow, I didn't know N Hyper had that in
To
them.
get
but,
wrecked
I
on
mean,
the
that was the
highway.
play. Drive right through. Alpha 7 was cornered. They had like no real estate there. So if you just drive down that way,
It was
you're definitely hitting at least one
amazing.
player. And he hit 2, maybe 3 players right there, Jukes. N Hyper with a huge win.
That was absolutely
Hi,
insane.
Elise,
That's gonna be
and
huge for their
Hyper.
overall confidence. Hopefully, they're going to be able to just continue that going forward. And we've got more action for you guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
GG's. Super, super dope. Alright. So we're gonna do some giveaways. Since N Hyper won a chicken dinner, we're gonna do double the giveaway. Meaning we're gonna select 2 winners where each will win 600 UC. So we'll select 2 winners. So you have to guess a number from 20 to 80. Any number between 20 and 80. And that will be for winner number 1, and then we'll do again for winner number 2. Good luck.
N Hyper, man, what a fantastic finish out of them, taking down Alpha 7 and claiming their first chicken dinner here of the PMPL Americas Championship Spring 2023. I'm still Jason Kaplan. I got
the winner is Onichan. Congratulations, Onichan. You got 600 UC.
Both predicted them.
We did. We did. And
did
I
even
think
start?
a big reason for their win is how quickly they moved on.
Match number 3.
I
We
was
have
actually shocked when we saw it was
with 600
phase
UC.
3, I believe it was.
Can I get your
where It was
ID?
quite obvious going to be the military island that it was going to end on. There was virtually no chance of it swinging back up north, but it felt like half the teams were still out in the blue. People were so tempted to just swing down onto the island because of bridge camps or whatever it was, and Hyper moved very, very fast, and which meant that they had full control, full macro capabilities, and they used that to a big advantage
Look
through
at
the mid-game
these
into the end.
stats.
Yeah, and something that N Hyper's doing really well, the third party, they're finally starting to be that aggressive team and also kind of turn that off when they need to. And that's something that Suti was mentioning. He said it best. Sometimes we forget that N Hyper can actually be that aggressive team.
All
We
right,
saw
thank you
third
for
party
the
INCO
ID.
Gaming and Jaguar. We saw what ended up happening there. They got some
Now
kills, and
we
then here
will
at the end, they
do
waited
the
for the right
giveaway
moment
again,
between,
and we'll
FLAMENGO
select
and
a
Alpha 7 to
second
start
winner
fighting. They decided to push.
that
It
will
looked a little
win
bit scary there, but
600
GK
UC.
With that buggy coming in, that was impressive.
Yeah, here
Good
the head-to-head
luck.
that you're looking at is actually yesterday versus today. So not quite as big on the survival times for today so far, but they're getting the eliminations. They're getting much higher damage out of it as well. So it overall
So you have
looks
to
like a much
select a
better,
number
game
between.
for
Oh,
them.
we
And
already
then
have
here
a
is the
winner.
final
Congratulations,
swing, talking about
Moon.
N Hyper pushing and sort of taking over the space that FLAMENGO had left when Alpha 7 took them out. GK First was the guy who was trying to be a bit of like a roamer there, trying to be a bit of a distraction, a bit of a just in that buggy being a big nuisance there. Almost got caught out a couple of times, but he's realized the pressure that him and the rest of the team had put onto Alpha 7. They were still into one little corner, no opportunity.
Moon,
for Alpha
can
7
I have
to
your
expand
ID,
it out much. He
please?
said, you know what, let's just swing it on by. I
Moon
don't know if he expected to get the
wins
knockovers that he
600
did. Even if
UC.
he only got maybe one or even just pulled their attention, it was the rest of his team that had the angle to clean up after that. He just happened to make it look really, really good.
Yeah, so
We
looking at
got
the match ranking here,
24
by the way, something I
points.
wanted to say
We
about
got 14
N Hyper was, I
elims.
mentioned it earlier too, if they can just play their ways, the way we're kind of used to seeing them play and keep those 4 players alive towards the end, this is what they're able to do. This is the second time they do it, and they end up with 4th elimination.
Yeah, the bot is slow.
You can't ask for anything better. Also, Alpha
Thank
7,
you
we
for
finally
the
ended up
ID,
seeing a little bit of Korea
Moon.
there. Intense game too, 7 points from Mango as well. These were teams that were not performing that well in the first 2
Alright,
matches.
next
Well,
giveaway,
let's
guys, is
also-
after
I mean,
match
we have to still criticize
4.
maybe a little bit for N Hyper if we
Yes.
talk about the positives, right? QZZ got knocked like back to back. Towards the later stages of the game. I think he was in like a Harry Potter tower or something. He got knocked. Luckily for him, he had a teammate there to res him. And then GK First, as you were talking about, Cameron, like Senna was there. Threw a nade, he actually
Boing,
missed the
boing,
nade and
boing.
allowed GK First to get away, and then he channeled his inner bowling ball and knocked down almost a strike. But you can see down the rest
Way
of
to
the list.
go,
Encore
N
gaining
Hyper.
6
Way
points.
to
Luke's getting
go.
5 points. YKG again getting some points on the board. Even Dope
Oh,
Slayers.
we needed
A pretty
that.
good game
We
overall,
needed
I'd say.
that.
But a much tougher game for Alpha 7 because they had to come in from the Eastern Bridge, right? They had to fight through ATON. They were the last of like the 3 teams, or the top 3 teams who got in towards military. and yet they were able to like win those fights cleanly because they still came in with 4.
Yeah.
And it seems like they got their confidence back.
It does look exactly like that, by the way. Carrillo being able to put up those 3 eliminations. This is what we were talking about earlier as well. They need to be able to have Carrillo put up those numbers for them to actually win those gunfights, and that's something that we weren't able to see yesterday. We kind of got a hint at it, but they just weren't winning those gunfights.
Yeah. Yeah, and overall, I think if you want to just compare the 2 different strategies, there is a weakness to going
Where
to
are the rules of the
early,
giveaway?
where-
Which
in the way
giveaway?
that
I have
Hyper did,
3
and it has
giveaways
to
going
do
on.
with you're not going to have nearly as much time to loot on up. So either N Hyper had like the most perfect loot pathing imaginable, where they were fully geared within 30 seconds, or they went on to
Brain not
Sanhok
braining,
with,
sleep not
being
sleeping is
undergeared
my
and,
internet
you know, hoping to find some loot on the island itself.
acting up.
Which, you know, they went to the crossroads area just south of the Eastern Bridge, so I'm sure they got
Oh,
some loot
look,
from there,
the
picking
top
up
3
pieces
players
from
in the
that early
top.
game fight that lasted
Report.
forever.
Kindness
Alpha 7
was
came in,
elimination. QC with
geared
the
to
highest
the
damage,
teeth
and Kindness with the most great
arguably potentially
eliminations.
more equipment behind them to take those back-to-back-to-back fights where they just had to go from one team into another in a singular direction. So there's not one of those 2 strategies that is objectively better than the other. You just need to know how you want to execute onto both.
By the way, guys,
And
don't
Hyper was
forget to
lucky enough
vote
to
for
still have a
NHP
lot of
in
nades left as
game.
well, as we saw Kindness.
Don't
He's the
forget
one
to
that cracked
record
open
yourself
that
voting
shell
as well
against Alpha 7 after
to
they
win
were able
an
to recover from the fight
iPhone,
against
an
FLAMENGO.
NHP
So able
jersey,
to keep their
and
utility around
thousands
for
of
long enough was
UCs
extremely
is
important.
up for
And
grabs.
funny enough, you know, when I talk
If you
about
want to know
N
more
Hyper, when I think about
information,
N
click
Hyper,
on
Kindness isn't
!
really a
phone in the
player
chat.
that I think of as like he could be a
Make
star
sure you
player. It's usually
record
QZZ
your
and
votings
GK
for
first.
today
Those are
and
the 2
upload
names
that
you think
video
of when
in
you
the
think N
forum.
Hyper. But again, as we talk about rosters, you can't have those 1 or 2 players anymore that are your standout players. Everyone has to have the ability to do that, and it's great to see Kindness step up and do so.
Well, Kindness previously has been able to
Streaming?
put up numbers. I feel like he just got a little bit
overshadowed
by what QCC was able to do. At one point, Rin was able to do that as well. Now GK first coming in, right? But overall, he seems like the most patient one, the most that's willing to not take as many risks. And I feel like kind of criticizing a little bit with what you were saying, right, with N Hyper, with QCC getting knocked back to back. I'm not happy with what I'm seeing out of him. I still think he's thinking he's back in an A and he's able to get away with certain things that he's just not able to.
They still did a 3-1 split, remember, on the western side of the zone. I don't know if it was, I think it was like the last match actually, and I think it was GK first. Yeah. QZZ was like by himself. And
Grab snackies, go get snackies. Twitter post, streaking times, late past giveaways today. Yes, today is the announcement for that winner. For the winners for the RP.
And it did end up working out in their favor. What I'm saying
Stomach
is GK
isn't
first being
stomaching.
able to push out in the open, and you know what? If we're actually talking about North America, if I'm talking about North American teams, another player that I feel like is doing the exact same thing has to be Joey. I feel like he's putting himself into situations where we saw him being able to take a fight, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was against Loops.
Yeah.
And he stood out in the open for a little bit too long for our liking. I felt like he should have definitely gone towards at least some cover. He was maybe too overconfident at that moment, and then he ended up
ego
getting
peaking.
knocked. Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at overalls really quick. We don't have much time until we head into our 4th match, which will be over back on Miramar. But N Hyper, they have catapulted themselves forward here into 3rd place. 79 points, and you know what, Cameron, I know you're smashing on the prediction game, but you don't need to smash us on your top 3 predictions.
Hey, it's not there yet. There's still, what is it, quick math?
We came to 3rd
15
place. Oh my
games
god,
left,
it's super
so
close.
We're not, it's not over and done just yet, but this is a really good recovery for N Hyper, who at one point weren't even the best North American team on the overall.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I look at Alpha 7, and I'm like, in my head, I'm like, okay, they had a 12 elimination game at one point. They had a really good game here. They should definitely be up because they were in 7th place all day today, but they're still in 7th. So there must have been a really big gap developed, or other teams above them were still performing.
There was a big gap. I mean, there was like a 50-point gap, I think, at one point between INCO Gaming and Alpha 7. And keep in mind, Alpha 7 really wasn't able to do much in Miramar anyways.
Okay. Well, you know what? We'll see if they can continue to do things here later on today as we have our next match coming up. But before we get into that, it looks like they were able to drink their Monster Energy, official energy drink partner here at PMPL, as 7 rips off his shirt later. Let's go to our fastest round and hop into our match with Hot Jukes and Zute.
It's like, is it time?
Oh man, I got excited for a second, dude. You hate to see that. Hey, well, you know what? Maybe we'll see it a little bit later, guys. So just hang out in your seats for now. But we got 2 matches coming up. We got the 1 and 2 match between INCO Gaming and Alpha 7. And we got 2 matches coming up. We got the 1 and 2 match between INCO Gaming and Alpha 7. And we got 2 matches coming up. We got the 1 and 2 match between INCO Gaming and Alpha 7. And we got 2 matches coming up. We got the 1 and 2 match between INCO Gaming and Alpha 7. And we got 2 matches coming up. We got the 1 and 2 match between INCO Gaming and Alpha 7. And we got 2 matches coming up. We got the 1 and 2 match between INCO Gaming and Alpha 7. And we got 2 matches coming up. We got the 1 and 2 match between INCO Gaming and Alpha 7. And we got 2 matches coming up. We got the 1 and 2 match between INCO Gaming and Alpha 7 Big match coming right up, right? It's Miramar. We saw Alpha 7 put up some crazy numbers. Finally, we see an NA team break into the top 5 here, Zute.
Yep.
I think this is a big match for INCO, at least in my eyes, right? They had a rough one on that last one. They're obviously still hanging in first place, but I think this is a good one for them to kind of put some points on the board and just kind of keep that trend that they have had going. If they have another bad match here, I think we could start seeing the mark of a decline.
You know what's crazy now that I'm thinking about it? That match could have gone completely
Alright,
different
we're gonna
if
go
INCO
to
finished
the
their
live
fight. Because you know
stream
what?
for this
It's
next
Hyper
match.
that came in and took that position away from INCO. If INCO finished that bridge camp, right, and then they set up for N Hyper would have never been in the position that they were to ultimately win the match. Now, I'm not saying INCO would have won the match if they just, you know, finished off the last player, but it definitely would have changed a lot.
Yeah, I was kind
What
of showing
is this
that
drawing?
where that overall is right here. I'll go ahead and bring it down right here again. You can see this is that area. I think it's going to be huge for these teams. If they're able to put a big game here, we can finally start seeing them jump up those leaderboards, because if not, that gap
Good
is
luck
just going to be
stunning
too
Arabic.
big for them to really just chill out. So
It's
I'm talking
true,
about
Mina.
Overnight on
I
down.
love
This is
listening
their
to
game
Mina
to
casting, by
really
the
put
way.
some points on the
It's like
board.
trying to watch a football
I gotta
match
agree
going
with
on.
that one, Jukes. We'll see how they do on this match. Playing path very hard skewed to the eastern side. Will we get one of those crazy
I think one
circles
time for
again?
my
We'll
viewer
see
party
that
we
very
had the
soon.
Mina
A lot
channel
of-
up
a
and we
lot
were
of teams
watching
right now
Mina
dropping in that
because I think the
northeastern,
English
mainly
was
due to
down or
plane
something.
path. So many teams adjusting their drop spots according to the plane. So a lot of different strategies coming into play for all of these teams. And another eastern circle once again.
Yes, sir, indeed. You know, one team I'm going to keep a look at here. He's got the Panthers all the way down. They're going to be pretty dead center of this circle. And another favorable one for them. Now, another team, right? Influence CHEMIN. This squad, we've expected a lot from these players and have been really struggling, as you see them with 27 total points on the board. So they need a big match here. And honestly, Zute, this is that game to do it. But what is going on in this area right here? Is N Hyper in big trouble? I think that's 2 of their players knocked, and that's against All Glory Gaming.
That's not looking good. Yep, there's a confirmation. N Hyper down to 2 already. All Glory Gaming. Oh, that's FLAMENGO actually. Yeah, that's FLAMENGO.
Oh, actually, yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
It is FLAMENGO. So FLAMENGO, and they're right below them on the leaderboards. So N Hyper with 79, All Glory Gaming with 71, and FLAMENGO with 69. Pretty close and dangerous here. Let's see, and they're actually gonna get those 2 confirmed. Wow. Yep. Oh, that angle, Rin never stood a chance. Gigante. Getting that knock. So, I mean, man, this is the worst case scenario, Zute, right? When you get a nice chicken dinner, you're feeling confident, then bang, off the rip, losing two players, that's tough.
It happens. It happens.
It does. It does happen.
I've seen N Hyper. I don't know. I feel like every once in a blue moon they could start off with 2 players and somehow make it into the late game. This lobby, definitely a little bit harder, you know, to survive that long with 2 players. So I'm not going to count N Hyper out, you know, completely. But hey, they've been doing better and better every single match as the days have gone on. This is definitely a huge hiccup to stop down their pace, but with 2 players, they could pull off some elimination points. Maybe, you know, snake in a building, hide in a shack, something to that degree.
Yeah, definitely not the most optimal thing for them for sure. So N Hyper gonna have a tough one after this game. And, you know, All Glory Gaming, FLAMENGO, Loops, Alpha 7, they're all gonna see that and try to break into that top 3. Jaguar making some nice jumps onto some buildings. Trying to get looted up here. ATON Esports doing the same thing. So I'm noticing a little bit more calm here. I think we've seen faster rotations on day 1. So it looks like we're starting to see teams really get comfortable where everybody is.
Yeah, we're no longer seeing like a huge discrepancy in teams getting outpaced, right? Day 1, we saw teams just getting caught in splits, getting caught, you know, in positions where they get the zone and then they're just not reacting fast enough. Today, doesn't seem like that, right? I think everyone's adjusted and realizes, you know, okay, so this is the level we're at, and this is the level we have to play up to. So not seeing any, you know, mishaps, not as much as day number 1.
Yeah, you can see loops in that golden Morado. Got that over there at Hacienda de Patron. Only one of those in the whole game. Guaranteed spawn drop, and it's like Mythic's gonna be rocking that one as he is heading up these mountains, or hills, whatever you want to call them. Moving on through just to their next rotational spot, most likely heading towards that Minas Generales kind of area, dead center of the circle. That's where they like to kind of chill. But so far, nothing's really standing out to me too much. Zute, Alpha 7 on the north side. You got Dope up there as well. Yeah, this is all
I'm
the
surprised
way,
and the fact that they're casting
just
together in
below
the studio.
Campo Melgar.
Yeah,
So
only when it's like LAN
they are
events
gonna
they
have a
do
nice
that,
trip
like, or this
south
type of
with
event wins
nobody
the
in their way if they get
championship.
going
But
sooner rather than later.
if you watch like
I will
PMPL
say, though,
Brazil,
this, Miramar
they
zone
have the
is
best
one of my more favorite ones,
casting
by the way, because
scenes
there's
and
not
desk,
as
by the
much
way.
high ground in play.
Like when they did
You know, typically any
PMPL
Miramar zone, you're
Brazil,
gonna get like 3 separate
they had the
high ground
full,
power
what you call
positions
it,
where if the circle goes that way, you know, it's a huge
studio
focal
casting,
point. This one,
and it was really
there's
good.
like maybe, you know, next to Impala, that mountaintop, but most of the center of this zone is compounds and flat land. And you get those shacks and hay bales, you know.
I mean, NA was also
across. So
casting
if it
from
ends
homes.
anywhere around
The one that
there,
was the
you know, it's
only
gonna be a
place that
much
was
different
casting
type of
from
Miramar
a studio
ending
was
than we're used to
PMPL
seeing,
Brazil
where, you
from
know,
beginning to
some
end.
team is, you know, uphill and dominating, you know, the entire, you know, map almost, come circle 7, circle 8.
Interesting point here, Zute. Here's the final remaining members of N Hyper, just chilling on a bike together, trying to figure out what the heck they're gonna do this match. Because I mean, losing Kindness and Rin isn't good. I'll tell you what, though, GK First and QZZ are some monsters in themselves. So if anybody can really try to pull some points, it's them. But it's gonna be tough, man, because these teams, they're playing so tight right now, not trying to make any mistakes. I think the whole tournament we've seen one time that we saw a 1v3, right? And that was just in the last match. So to see that happen again, it's gonna be pretty tough. You're gonna have to really pull out something special if you want to do something like that.
Definitely have to agree with that one. Teams starting to take up a few power positions in the map. This one going a little bit slower because I think, you know, this is a hard shift on the eastern side, like I said, but there's not as many, you know, those giant sprawling, you know, hilltops you have to worry about on rotation. So teams are taking their time a little bit more because rotations are a little bit easier.
Can't confirm Brazil Studio is lit. Yep.
Miramar and Hyper, you know, with 2, what better way to snake it out than in a city with a bunch of corners, a bunch of buildings.
Oh boy!
That's the ideal spot. FLAMENGO loses one. He knocks one, but he's by himself.
Yeah, the Chosen are so well set up that there's no way that they're going to be able to get their teammate up here. And they even throw a smoke right there to get that confirmation. Doiko, he's actually going for this. Okay, I mean, he does have this little hill, so I guess it does make sense to kind of just try to cross that up. But, I mean, the Chosen, if they lose this, that is going to hurt them big time. I mean, they have that man advantage, or they had it. Now it's a 3v3. Onying backed off big time, so it's actually a 3v2.
Yeah, things are changing around real quick right now. TC, the Chosen.
Oh,
that's crucial damage. Zone shifts again, though, so they got to hurry up with this fight because more teams are rotating in.
Goodness.
They get the confirmation. The Chosen getting smacked down a little bit now.
How did they let this happen here? I mean, they had this huge advantage. All they had to do was continue with what they were doing already. Instead, they just allowed FLAMENGO to just push up on them for free. And they're in big trouble. Gachi's up front by himself. Gonna have to try and get a crucial knock here against Gigante. Can he get it done? Pieced them up pretty good there, but oh, has to go ahead and crouch down. Stellar trying to come back here. Fox is on a hard angle. Toiko hits Gaji from the big rotation, and Onying not in the action at all.
I'm not sure what the Chosen's doing here.
They're losing. That's what they're doing.
I mean, you're definitely right about that one. Onying on the backside, yeah, realizing all has been lost.
Way too late.
Point. Yeah, he got in the buggy to try and leave, and even that was too slow. Toiko up close with the UMP. Ani, DBS. Oh,
we're
his
getting
headshot.
G2.
Yeah, it's done. He doesn't stand a chance at this point.
He's gonna have to do some miracle with that DBS, but I mean, Toiko seems to have his number, and he does. So I mean, this is a different Chosen than I've seen before here. I don't know what that play was. Hopefully they are able to kind of just, you know, have a nice little talk right here and change things around, because it needs to happen sooner rather than later. They're all the way down at 14th place, so that's hard though, right? I mean, when the going gets tough, how you bounce back really matters. It really just shows, you know, the capabilities of your squad. And for some teams, you know, when they get that deep in the hole, it's really hard to get out. But all it takes is a good couple games. The tournament's not even halfway over yet, so if they could turn things around next game, we could see something happen. But it's going to be tough, because these teams in these lobbies, Zute, are just no joke.
Yeah, it's cutting it close. Like, even if they bounce back a little bit and start doing better, the other teams are just gaining points on them. They're way down there in the leaderboards right now. FLAMENGO rotating off, 6 elimination points to their name right now. It looks like they will take the city. The circle shift, by the way, did center up pretty much onto Impala while that scrap fight was happening between the Chosen and FLAMENGO. They'll get a good position right here, smack dab in the center of zone. And Hyper's here as well. And if you look at
We
that
choose number
minimap,
between 1 and
there's a lot of
50.
teams
I choose
all
number
circled around
between
here 'cause
20
this
and
is
80.
center zone. The rest of the zone on that eastern side, away in the water. So more than likely going to pull away, but there are 2 giant land masses in that water, Jukes. There's a chance.
Oh, please, come on, please. I would love to see a zone in one of those islands. It's been way too long, but I doubt we're gonna see it here.
Oh.
Yep, it goes right back onto mainland. So this is relatively the same circle, right? The same circle that we saw in that last match. So nothing too crazy. ATON Esports in the south is gonna have to push on up, but look at that center zone. I mean, there's so many squads just jam-packed right there.
The Panthers on top of the mountaintops over there. And a 2-2 split. Everyone else just playing on the outskirts. Of course, N Hyper is stuck deep in that city because they're down to 2. Alpha 7 coming in from the edge. This is the team to kind of watch out for today, in my opinion, because they've played stellar in every match where they've gotten the chance to go aggressive. And they're shaping up to be in an aggressive position once again. And look, already getting a knock from that distance so easily. Man, they just don't miss.
The gun skill's ridiculous. The gun skill is ridiculous. They've definitely proven that just so seasoned. Oh, Chronix with the Car 98. Finally starting to see some bolt actions come up at this level. Nothing better in my eyes than seeing a beautiful bolt action snipe from downtown. Hopefully we can catch one on screen. They're really difficult to catch because they're so fast. They're so fast. Senatexa just applying more pressure. He gets the finish?
What? Just Alpha 7 things.
What?
Just Alpha 7 things.
Excuse me?
Yeah, 200 meters away, and you're in a giant compound. They're gonna... You ever seen... Oh, what movie was that called? It was a movie where you can, like, curve bullets.
Wanted?
Yes. Alpha 7 are on wanted level right now. They're curving bullets into that compound. Doesn't matter if you got hard cover all around you. They're finding a way to land those shots in.
This is ridiculous. That is insane. Wow. Okay. All right. Well, on another level, it's just hanging out on that high ground for now. Everything's just back to being quiet for a little bit here. FLAMENGO, they have 6 eliminations. So they are sitting pretty to start things off. That's going to definitely help in case they go out early. They're still going to have some good points for the board. And FLAMENGO's in 4th place. So they are sitting pretty. 3 players up. Let's see where this next zone's going to go, Zute. 28 seconds left on the clock. All these teams should already had that strategy set up and told. And I think that
I was looking at new ultimate outfit. I saw.
Stay still because I have a feeling that's where the zone is going.
Yep, next circle shifting out here. It could still pull to the east, which will cause a lot of mayhem.
I don't know. I was just talking about it earlier. I don't know why they have to have it like
probably shift
flames.
To the western
I feel like we have
side,
enough
pull away from the water
flames
once
already.
again. It's a hurry up and wait type of game here, and actually it just centers dead in the middle. So nothing changes once again. All Glory Gaming, they got to push in. Same with ATON, an intense game. And to the north, Royals of War. These are the teams that have to make their next press now.
Yes, indeed. Royals of War absolutely at the bottom of the leaderboards, trying to crawl their way out, but it's going to be from the north side. Can they get a couple eliminations under their belt? They're going to need them big time. They only have 18 total points in 9 games, so ooh,
It's rough.
that is really rough. They're going to have to make something happen. Intense game. You can see there, driving all around in that buggy, just trying to figure out their next spot. They're outside of the circle, so they actually do have to push in through Overnight. And Unknown trying to do his impression of Alpha 7. Not too good so far. But they're going to have to start focusing here in this area. Yep, and you can see Green running right back into the building. That's going to allow Overnight to get here for free, by the way. So
Yeah.
I don't know if that was the right play from them.
I think they have some type of disengage plan for the next circle, right? They have that giant mount. Oh, just as I say that, Unknown knocked on that giant mountaintop. So Overnight, their defense looking at, oh, he's knocked in. Oh, I thought he got finished right now. His HP bar went to like absolute nothing for a second. Yeah, Overnight, they gotta be careful. Intense game. They've proven they could go aggressive when time needs, and that is what they're doing right now.
Panthers creeping through Impala here, just trying to find the best spot in this zone. All Glory Gaming catching out Overnight on their way out of that area. So not the play that we're looking for, but they might be able to get that res. And again, I mean, there's so much real estate here. This is still circle number 4, but where it's at is just too many areas.
Can you preview that without watching intro? It's
And
Eirene.
intense game, hunting down Overnight.
I think there is a skip. A skip
This
option.
is for
I'm
Overnight
not
that we
sure.
saw from yesterday.
Most of the time they have like.
Voodoo.
Do you mean like
Voodoo
this
took the
video? They have a
shots.
skip option for it.
He got baited. That door
Got
popped
baited.
open, and he started shooting immediately. Oh, forced the peek into the pre-fire. That's another player down. And into a team molly. That's okay though. It's only Queen one.
NHB lost
Oh,
2
so how much you
players.
could do running
see.
away
Not
right
bad-
now.
not
Actually, it
good,
seems.
not
Yeah,
good.
Overnight. Just, I mean, Overnight day 1. Just like, I'm not gonna say they were unstoppable. It was just like they just cruised their way to the top placements. Now they're facing some, challenges, and they're getting smacked down.
Yes, they are. Intense game's gonna have 3 points. They were in second place, so if INCO goes out early, we could see them even take that first place spot away from them. Something to keep an eye on here as we look at the rest of the lobby. ATON Esports with that high ground. Let's see where this next zone's gonna go. Zute, you tell me. North, south, center.
Oh man, this is tough. I feel like to the west, like northwest.
I'm feeling hard north. I don't know why. Let's see. Let's see. Who is correct? North. Oh, it's dead center.
Okay.
All
Well,
right. We were wrong.
We're so not used to the circles just not hard shifting, because back in our competitive days, it was
Oh my
once in a
gosh.
blue moon you don't get a hard shift. Every game is just moans and groans whenever this circle shifts. But I mean, the circle,
Hashtag PMPL circles, right?
yeah, the circles did get changed. I think last year, right? They don't shrink
let
as
me
much
see.
anymore. So it's kind of
Wait,
nice to
I
see.
clicked the
Gives
wrong
everyone a
button.
fighting chance to fight their way in, just as YKG tries to
Called
fight their way in.
I
meeting
clicked
a
again the
lot
wrong
of
button. The
resistance here,
Crimson,
Hot
whatever,
Juice.
right?
Acer has to hit this against Rojas. Getting peeked out. The lean's just so strong. Rojas is beat up. Finally gets knocked. So All Glory Gaming coming to try and assist their teammate. Nope, I think they realize that they're going to have to cut their losses here.
looks
So they're going to lose
interesting.
Rojas.
Let's
Going to be
see.
stuck with 2 players up, I believe. Yep, just 2 left for them. And YKG is going to get this
Ooh,
res
I
and
like his
reset.
suit.
Head into the next zone.
Yeah, All Glory Gaming finally getting slowed down a bit. They have been playing really
that's a
well
pretty
today.
cool
YKG
ultimate.
of all teams to get those 2 points. YKG showing signs of life here.
It's
This
an
is a tough
AMR
circle to navigate, especially coming in
skin.
from their side.
It looks
Yes,
creepy, by the way.
indeed. Influence CHEMIN at the bottom of the lobby trying to finally make some noise here. And it's going to be on these mountaintops. We've definitely seen teams have a lot of success in this area before. Right by Impala. ATON Esports had a great game to start
Yeah,
this
I view the
off.
rewards and then the
Intense game
outfit.
going down,
It's
though,
cool,
and
I like
this is
it.
to Royals of War.
Oh, wow.
Royals of War could take them out here. That would be huge for the lobby.
Yikes.
But I'm sad
Royals
it's
of
only
War
shop
winning this.
animation, not
Well,
more.
they're down to 2, but there's only 1 up for an intense game.
Oh,
This Adrian right here. Oh, is he going to get that finish? I think he does, yeah. The bleed does come through. And actually, it was INCO that got the knock, so INCO gets the point there. So intense game, do not manage to get that point. Influence CHEMIN, then they've been struggling all of yesterday, all of today, and they are still on that struggle bus.
Oh, but could that finally have turned a cheek as Law is putting in some work here, stealing these points all over the place and making something happen for his squad. He's gonna throw some smokes for his teammate up there. Apply more and more pressure to ATON Esports. Down to 2 members. Let it out. Really low. Trying to reach up to his teammates, and he does. Okay, so they are in a pretty safe spot now. Influence CHEMIN should be able to rotate away no matter what happens.
Yeah, it looks like Influence did stabilize right there. It looked a little bit dicey, but they hold for now. Next zone about to shift as well. Certainly it goes center this time around. We'll see as intense game. They're back up to 2. Royals of War still fighting against them.
Yes, indeed. Let's see what intense game can get done here. Oh, all right. That's going to be them out. So that's the 2nd place team.
IG
Rest of the
is
squad is going to be keeping an
out.
eye on the lobby there. Influence CHEMIN putting in some work against ATON Esports as well. It's just Milos last one up. So I think ATON, yeah, going to go out here in the next few seconds. Law, can he bounce the nade off? Threaded the needle perfectly? Just a little bit off the mark.
Close.
And it looks like NHP is out too. Because I don't know, I wasn't paying attention if they went down or not.
ATON is out
Oh no,
of
they're
there.
still inside. How come I don't see them on the
Great
map?
defense right there. Alpha 7 pressing in right now onto INCO, the top squads. And wow, just like that, Jukes. Alpha 7, they're gone.
Ooh, INCO putting a huge defense. We were talking about him earlier, right? Their need to put some points on the board. They get 5 eliminations in total, so
You
that's
can see
going to
them.
make that gap.
Where are they? And where are they in the
especially with
zone?
a hyper and intense game getting knocked out.
I know gray color, but somebody else was
Definitely
gray
so.
color too.
Dope coming in now.
Flamingo
on the northern side. They don't have to
knocked
worry about the
down.
Alpha 17.
Now NHP is out.
That was a team that every team would have been scared of fighting in this urban environment. INCO smashed them down. Dope, not fully in the zone, just barely on the smidge of it. INCO ever so aware of their surroundings, scoping up, down, left, right here. They're down to 3, however, so it's going to hurt them in this urban fight. Let's take a look, actually, Jukes. Who still has 4 up? We have quite a few teams with a 4-man fight. You don't see that every day.
Oh my
You
god!
don't see that every day.
That monster truck, the suspension wore to its absolute limits here, as Influence CHEMIN are looking to fly up these leaderboards. Loops, Mythic getting a nice knock onto Dope Slayers. Brave forced to try and crawl behind those containers, get a res off here. Loops just stuck in that building, not wanting to move. Can't blame them at all, as we're starting to see players get knocked all over this lobby. That's Overnight God. Okay, so Overnight having another tough one here. Let's see if Loops can, in fact, mount this defense against Dope Slayers.
Loops right now. They're down to 3. Imagine if they still had 4. If Alpha 7 didn't somehow curve a bullet into that building and get a finish. They'd be feeling much more comfortable, as YKG, Joey, not feeling comfortable at all. Back to the lobby he goes, and All Glory Gaming still staying alive out here behind that buggy.
Dang, losing Joey like that is tough. They had all 4 up, and just losing them to Strap is definitely going to be difficult. So YKG has to start making some decisions here. That's a great nade there from Fears. Does he have it one more time? That was an eviction notice. This is one hit. Got him! So a little bit of revenge for his teammate. That was a nice nade. So 2 points for YKG. Need a lot more though. Flamengo is leading the lobby with 10 eliminations.
Oh, Flamengo with 10? Wow. Showing
Fears.
signs. Royals of War, they're not done yet. They're not done yet, Jukes. Royals of War still here. Fierce getting cut down a little bit. It's just, this is rough.
Yeah, it's just Skeller 24M. Fierce and YKG doesn't realize that though. So he's gonna go ahead and steal another elimination. That's 6 for them. This is the team that is currently in last place. So heck, a good performance so far, at least in eliminations. Just trying to make some noise. Dope and Loops sharing rent in this building as they're hanging out together for the time being, but both are gonna have to make that eviction here soon because that zone most likely gonna head up in that center area.
Yeah, this circle did just pop, so they could share and wait one more zone, but I don't think that's the play here. Loops, of course, on the defensive with only 3, so it's kind of up to Dope to make the offensive push right now. And blue zone closing in, he can't stay outside here. I don't think this outside part of the circle is fully in that zone. As we see a quick replay right here. Yeah. Wow. Imagine it got blown up midair.
Oh my gosh, like a movie.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Laying down the law, right? Get it? The law. That's how you do it there. That is how you do it. Dope. Budding with Loops. What do you think they're talking about here, Zute? Huh? Can you do your impression?
You go first.
All right, that's quick.
You go first.
Saying, hey, buddy. Feeling? How's everything been? How was your week? Weather out here is pretty dry, huh? Yeah, it's pretty dry. But you know what? I'm inside the AC in here. You're outside. Nesquick didn't like that, so he's telling the rest of his team, like, hey, we got to start pushing these guys sooner rather than later.
Look at Loops, though. There's just all hard holding angles right there, waiting for that imminent push. I think they're used to teams pushing, right? I think in their region, it's just like, whatever team's outside, they're 100% pushing. NA, taking it a little bit slower, not necessarily like the wrong play, right, Jukes? They're just biding their time, a pacing difference right there. So we'll see what happens in the next zone shift. Heck, they might both even get the circle and just continue to chill out over there.
Let's see what the plan is. Is FLAMENGO, Fox, thinking about throwing that nade, says psych. Let's go ahead and kind of get some information. Zone starting to constrain onto these players. Where is it gonna go? Are we gonna see another central circle? We do.
Ooh.
So now Loops and Dope Slayers gonna have to battle it out. Dope has the advantage, big time.
Loops now have to leave the safety of the compound, whereas Dope, they're a little bit closer to the
9
zone,
teams
much,
left.
and they have the man
That's
advantage.
a lot of teams left in this stage, by the
only other
way.
teams not in zone is YKG and Royals of War, and they have no cover to move into.
Oh, they do not. Ayala, he has that DBS. He's gonna have to make a play. That's really what's gonna come down to, is who's gonna hit these shotgun shots.
Jaguar. Another team that's got to push is Jaguar, actually, Juke, so they got to cross this in the smoke.
Yep. Oh, here they come. Mythic with the DBS. Gets one. Can he get the other? The Uzi coming in hot. Dope Slayers finally going to shut down Loops. And they are still in this match here as Jaguar pushing onto FLAMENGO. FLAMENGO with double-digit points, feeling themselves, and they are in a really good spot here.
Jaguar moving in on the push. They have to worry about Influence CHEMIN and FLAMENGO. FLAMENGO in the zone, same with Influence CHEMIN. I think Jaguar, only one of their players barely in the edge of circle, but they definitely want to move now while they still have some space to push in. If they wait one more zone, they're all stuck behind a slim piece of cover. Dope trying to stabilize now as one of their players, Nesquick, did get knocked. INCO looking strong with 3, moving downhill, getting out of the sightlines of Dope.
Oh, nice shots there from Robert, piecing them up. They have this beautiful little berm here. That's going to be absolutely essential. Oh, he actually really went out there to get that nade down.
FLAMENGO Gaming has 10 eliminations. They can have
This is the final zone.
another 10 by the end of this match, honestly.
The zone's going down to nothing. Is this the first time we've had a stage 9 and this many teams?
Yeah, with this many teams, for sure.
All out mayhem. We're going to see teams drop like flies in just a few seconds, guys. Grab your popcorn, grab your Monster Energy. It's going to get intense. And Gajowski shutting down Jaguar. Huge nade. Molotov coming out too well. Mercy on the other end. I mean, they're just having to focus in every single direction. There's players everywhere.
Yeah, Flamingo and Jaguar trying to see who can outlast the other because Influence still have 4 up. It's going to be hard to turn over that rock right there. They are cementing everything down in that zone. They're just fighting scraps outside. Jaguar gets 1 member of Flamingo. Mercy moving in gets the confirmation points. That's what you want to do in a zone like this at this point. Just get every scrap point you can. Influence just chilling inside that building. Now they're springing out and picking up what's left over. Gigante, last one alive. Yeah, wow. He's not going to be able to survive this one. All the meanwhile, YKG with 2 players getting closer and closer, and same with INCO.
Little boy putting Gigante on fire. He's forced to put on his dancing shoes, and he is back to the lobby here. Chico getting burned up as well. Yep, that is going to be it for him. It's just Acer up for YKG. INCO still alive down south. They could definitely make some noise here, and this is the game they needed. We talked about it at the start. They need to put some points up on the board. Out goes YKG. Huge game for INCO and for Influence CHEMIN.
Panthers, Chronix. He could time this, but the Blues pressing in. He's got to jump out soon. He's probably going to end up in 3rd. Who's going to win between Influence and INCO, though?
YKG
That's the
position?
big question.
Oh, he got a knock. Can he get a finish?
I thought he was going to die.
The blue zone's going to take him out here. And it looks like it is
Influence,
going to be
interesting.
Influence CHEMIN to win this one. I mean, in a blink of an eye, INCO, the Panthers, all gone. And finally, we see Influence CHEMIN do what we all expected, right? Putting some big points on the board.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say it's too late. It's almost like in the nick of time. Any later, it'd be kind of like, that's great, but you still got a mountain to climb. I mean, they still have a lot of points to catch up, but at least they got it done today.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it perfectly. I don't think they could have waited one more game, right? Now that they got this chicken dinner in, it's going to definitely put them in around that mid-pack, I think. They're going to have a huge jump here. But, you know, a good couple more games, and we could see them in the run for even 1st place here. So there's still another match, obviously, here coming up. I think they need to have that back-to-back performance. But now they're going to have to also keep an eye on INCO, because INCO put up some big points on the board. That gap from 1st place is going to get even bigger. And at the end of the day, that's really the goal for all these teams. Get
first place
position. Yeah.
Yeah, the qualifications typically for tournaments, it's like, you know, top 3 move on, top 5. This is right now, that 1st place, as far as we know, that's your guaranteed ticket to the PMWI. And I mean, at that point, you're competing for like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, absolutely. So INCO, they have it in the bag right now. There's still 2 days left to go after this, so obviously there's a lot of tournament. Anybody can still win this thing. But, you know, what we've seen in plenty of tournaments in the past, when you start creating such a big lead, it's really tough to lose here at this level. So it's good that Influence CHEMIN got these points that we just saw. Another few teams that you want to see kind of have that bounce back, and at least in this next game, Zute, can you list off a few?
YKG definitely come to mind because they are actually a team that's doing better, if ever so slowly, right? A little bit slower than the rest of the teams that have been improving, but they're doing it, Jude. So that's one team I'm looking at.
Well, let's see if they can get it done here, guys. We'll be right back.
So this giveaway is for 340 UC. Guess a number anywhere between 20 and 80. Good luck. Habib, I'm from Brazil and I want to buy an NHP shirt. Right now we don't have a merch store for NHP, so jerseys and t-shirts are not sold yet. But if you enter our giveaway on NHP_PUBGM social page, you get a chance to win an NHP jersey. Many of you are close to the number, but you're not writing the number. I think we have a winner. No, not yet, sorry. Super close. One of you is super close. We have a winner! Spidey! Congratulations!
Good to see Influence CHEMIN able to take themselves a victory
Can
after having a
I
very
get your
subpar
ID,
performance so far
Spidey?
here in PMPL Americas Championship Spring 2023. But the question is, can they continue to do so? Of course, as well as some other teams here, as we had a pretty hectic finish, I think is the word
The
I'll
number
use for
was
this one.
53.
But one thing that does make me happy, Cameron's picked it, make it top 3.
Yeah, my streak finally finished. My streak is finally over. But how can you pick a top 3 team on an urban finish like that?
I mean, yeah, who would pick like Alpha 7 as well and then instantly see them go out as predictions came up? I don't know who would do that. Let's take a look at our match rankings though from this last match, an idea of the point breakdown. And, you know, you would look at this on any other day, any other event, right? And be like, yeah, Influence CHEMIN just do what they know, what they do best.
Yep.
But this is obviously their best match they've had so far. I almost want to say they like doubled their points they have overall from this match, actually.
I hope to win at least the jersey. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, but how many times
Hope
have
to
we
win.
seen them have one
I'm not
okay
live on
game
Twitch.
and then not follow
I
up,
am
and then they have
live
another okay game
on
later? Then, like, they've had 3
YouTube,
all-right games so far. They
Irene
had
Shell,
one, that
and
8
YouTube, N Hyper
yesterday. They had a
Esports.
7-pointer earlier on, and then
The
22
giveaway
now.
is only on
They're not
Irene
able-
Shell
so far they haven't been
YouTube
able
channel.
to string anything together in a
The
consistent,
giveaway is
basis
not
back to
on
back
N
with
Hyper
anything
Esports.
meaningful at all. So until that happens, this is still I'm still going to consider this a one-off for them.
Maybe it's the kickstart that we need. By the way, before this match, they had 27 points, so they almost
doubled. Wow.
Almost double it. And also, N Hyper, right off the
No,
bat,
I did
losing
not
2
get the
players after we
ID.
were
Can
just
you
talking
send it
about how
again?
They should try to continue to keep those 4 players alive, at least for the top 5 situations. That hurt. That hurt. Also, Alpha 7. That hurt too.
Okay, thank
I
you.
I feel like we've seen quite a few times, at least in PMPL NA, where teams will like win a match. Next match, 0 points.
It's very hard for people to actually follow it up, except for INCO Gaming yesterday, obviously.
Yeah.
Alright,
here's
so
Seven. You wanna
next
take a look
giveaway,
here at
guys,
Influence
is
CHEMIN. I believe it's the stats from yesterday
after
against their stats from today. And
match
obviously a big step
number
up, but I
5.
think the big thing that stands out is still their average survival time for me hasn't really increased that much.
Yeah, it's very, very low, but I am
58,
impressed that now
16,
we're seeing a lot more
95,
illness, right?
18, 40.
Almost,
Yep.
almost
So next
double the
giveaway is
illness
after
and a
match
lot
number
more
5.
average damage as well. And to what Cameron was saying earlier, yeah, we haven't been able to see a follow-up for them when they have a good match.
Morse
Try to
code.
pretty much try to continue that momentum. Hopefully, this is the break that they will need going into
Irene,
Vikendi. We saw
Duck,
what some of
what's
the
up?
other teams were able to do yesterday. We're talking, especially you, Cam. You were talking about how the NA teams kind of had the advantage going into
Following all
Vikendi.
my social
Well, now
media.
that
Oh,
one-
that's awesome. Thank
we already played 1
you.
game.
Yeah.
Influence Game is going to be able to go back. I'm pretty sure they went back and saw what happened. I think they might be able to come and surprise us here.
I mean,
I'm being hopeful.
That's
How much
very
would it take to get
hopeful.
the
One
Irene
round
Shell's
on a single
BFF
map
title?
does not make up for an entire season of play that Latin America and North
There's
America
a
played on
BFF
it. But you
title?
know, it's still progress in
Or
that
you mean
direction.
the thing in
Head to
the
head here
game?
though from Influence CHEMIN and INCO. I think this is of the.
From
Is this?
last match?
I think this is from the last game. Yeah. 12 eliminations, 11 eliminations. So really close between the 2 of them. It just came down to the wire of who was able to really push it over the line. That's not uncommon for what to expect from any sort of urban finish at the end.
The connection in the game, right? That's what you mean?
It kind of gave me a little bit of vibes of what we were seeing out of them
What are we,
yesterday.
we're
They were
buddy
just being
inside?
patient, waiting for teams to kind of fight it out, and then try to find their spot, try to actually third-party those situations, try to time it right, which was good for INCO Gaming because before this they have had some pretty much a horrible day.
Yeah, I mean, okay, well, I'm going to transition.
Makes sense that I can't see
unfortunately,
my
to,
chats and
another
stream
team
chat.
that
I was watching
don't
from N
wanna
Hyper.
necessarily have to.
Welcome Elise to my channel.
Looking at Chronix
I'm
there,
sorry.
The Panthers, 0 limbs.
What about
Yeah,
that?
they made
Because
it
I
into,
don't
like,
have
top
the
3 when it came
bot
to
set up
placements,
on
but
N
I
Hyper
don't know what's going on within the
for
team.
the
Like, this
giveaway.
is not the Panthers we saw in the finals of PMPL.
That's why.
This is, like,
I
for
do the
instance,
giveaway
like,
on my
Nate, we
channel.
haven't really.
He's not cooking.
He's not. I'm almost even curious to see how many limbs they have as a team or individually on the team because they were one of our heaviest fragging teams. If we remember back to league
When
stage,
you become
they would have like
partner.
nothing when it came to placement points and a ridiculous amount of eliminations. In finals, they finally fixed that a bit, but here they have nothing.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. They're just not winning their fights, and it seems looking at it from the last game. The problem is I can't recall exactly when they went into Impala, but the fact that they were dead center of that city makes me think that they weren't even really trying to contest for a controlling position. They were just trying to hide and play it safe. Which, yeah, they got 3rd place off of it. That's 5
Oh,
points,
you mean
but
you mean to
you're not
request
gonna be
partner
able to do that
position?
time and time again.
Like you
And
stand
gotta
next
start
to me? Is
actually
that what it
put up
is?
some numbers on the eliminations side as well, and I'm worried that they're just even
In the
subconsciously
game?
or even consciously aware that they are out of their depth here in the Americas Championship.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening too. I think they just haven't been able to adjust at the aggressiveness out of the Brazilian teams. You were mentioning like we're used to seeing them be that aggressor team.
Yeah.
They're not used to having to back off to some of these teams. And as we mentioned as well, we really haven't seen Nate pop off. And I felt like Nate in the finals, as much as some people wanted to disagree with us, he was that spark for that team. They need that spark right now.
Okay, well, let's take a look at our overalls, get an idea of which sparks have flourished here over the course of today. And INCO again, I mean, we saw that gap closing, but they're starting to lengthen it another time. I think you said it was like 17 points last time we checked in.
Something like that.
And now it's like 25?
25.
I can do my math correctly.
Yeah.
So yeah, they have actually increased lead yet again.
Yeah, that gap has continued to grow wider. The numbers have increased, which makes it look like almost the gap has grown wider elsewhere, but really 2nd down to 8th is, or rather down to 7th, is pretty consistent. There's a small gap between 4th and 5th, and then 5th and 6th, but really that's sort of par for the course at the moment with the number of games that we've been playing so far. But again,
All right, we're in 4th place, but still, see the points so super close between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
They can't seem to make. I mean, it is.
But also,
they
we're
can't
not
seem to
too
be
far
making
from
any sort of
1st
headway to
either.
really break out of it and get into 6th, get into 5th.
NHP leads in PMWI poll. Oh, that's good.
When is that dam gonna finally
Don't
break?
forget to vote for NHP, and don't forget to upload your video to the forum each day. For the partner thing, I don't want any partner. I keep it empty on purpose.
After that win.
But did you see 12th through 15th?
No.
NA teams.
Did you see that Panthers had the lowest eliminations of the entire leaderboard?
I did not actually notice that.
18 eliminations.
Okay, you know what? If we had a second, and maybe production can tell me if we do or don't, is it possible to look at the player stats from Panthers overall in the event? Or is that something we're going to have to delay on or the next match? Because, I mean, the thing is, like, I know we keep hammering at this, but day 1 of finals, if Nate doesn't pop off, we have no idea if the Panthers ever would have made it here.
Yeah.
Does he have to do a star play like that yet again to get them going? Like,
I mean, at this point, whether or not that's the reason why they perform so well in the North American Finals, you got to try something. Like, you can't just let the game get away from you at this point. Someone has to make a play, whether that's a spark to try and like revitalize everyone else.
When will we have a website to buy the t-shirt? Hopefully sometime this year.
That's a good
I don't know
number for an
when, but
individual
hopefully
player in
this
a
year.
round. That's a low number for a squad.
yeah,
INCO
maybe
remaining
we'll
at
check in with the player
3
stats then next
It
time
kinda
when we
does,
get this
doesn't it?
last match if they have a good or technically
Is
a
my
bad
stream
game.
loading?
For you guys at home,
Oni
who are
chan? Is
watching,
that what
remember
it
the
is?
All-Star event
Buffering,
voting is
loading?
currently going on, and we have a couple of teams already
See, don't forget to vote
ahead of the
for
rest in the
2023
regions. Make sure you guys hit
PMWI
the like and go vote
in-game
for your
All-Stars
favorite teams.
voting.
One team from each of these regions will be going forward. If you look at North America, at least the last time I checked, it's not the team you would expect to be in 1st place currently.
Really?
But, yeah, really.
Was it?
Nope. They were in 1st. Even
Really?
Bolt was there in 3rd.
We made a nicer
YKG wasn't
one,
even top 5
just for NHP.
Wow.
when I saw it. But we'll
So
see. Let's head over to our
click
commentators though as we hit our only
on
Vikendi of
the
day.
All-Stars
Hot
vote
Jukes and Zute,
event
take a
center.
seat.
Click North America. Do
Let's
all your
get it,
daily
baby.
missions.
Let's head on over to the icy tundra.
Use
I mean,
minimum
it's so
5
crazy. I love
votes
to hear
for
the best, of
NHP.
course, just deliberate
And then
on so
you
many
get a
different
chance to
squads. You
win
know, one that
an
I heard
iPhone
from
Pro
was
Max
the Panthers, and I think
and N
looking at this
Hyper
squad, they're still just trying to
Esports
figure
Journey
it out. You know, we
jersey.
saw them right off the
and
rip in the first Miramar, just
part
saying,
of
okay,
the
let's do
32K
aggression, right? Let's
UC.
full send it on loops. Didn't work, right?
Make sure you
Play
record
passive.
your
It's kind of working, not really working to
voting.
what they need it to, right?
So record the
So
voting
I
and
think the
upload
Panthers
it
need
to
finally
the
get that
form
one good game under their belt
to be
and
entered.
just have that confidence to realize that it's possible, right? And Hyper did it, and Sanhok, and we see their success so far. So that's what my opinion is. Zute, what do you think as we head on over into Vikendi?
You know, usually I would just count out the teams towards the bottom by now, and I would count out
A7 will win. A7 already have a lot of
besides the
votes,
Panthers,
so you can give
because,
some of your
Juice,
votes to us.
we weren't looking at the Panthers in the NA
Do
finals.
exclamation mark
You know,
phone
Not
in the
until
chat,
Nate
and then it will take you to the
pulled
link
out
where
the
you can
impossible, and
upload your
even then,
video recording
they
of you
weren't
voting
qualified
for
yet.
NHP
And
in game.
somehow, because of
And
Nate,
do that
with
every day.
miracle
And when
play
you do
where he
that,
clutched the chicken dinner, it
you will be
revitalized the
entered to
whole
win
team, and they
an
just
iPhone
somehow
or an
skyrocketed
NHP
up the
jersey
leaderboards in the last
or
match or two. So
UC.
the Panthers, they're so low down there, but that is
Total
kind
4
of,
days
you
of
know,
PMPL. So
what
today is
happened in
day
North
2.
America as well.
Then
They were
there's
not
2 more
playing
days
well
left.
whatsoever, and then Nate turned it all around. So there's a chance still that we might see the same thing happen again. This is a way tougher lobby to pull off something like that, though.
Absolutely. Now, one team, another squad that I got to keep an eye on, right? That's going to be this bad boy right here, Influence, CHEMIN. They are all the way in 9th place, and they made a big rocket jump all the way from second to last. So they're in a decent position here with 49. Obviously, quite a big gap from first place, but you know, one good game here, then two more days left to go. We could definitely see them contend for one of those top spots. Now, you know, N Hyper getting knocked down into 4th place, not too troubling just yet. They're in a really good position all the way down here at the bottom of the map near Winery. That's of course where they like to land. So considering that this is actually in the zone, it's not a bad spot. But it's going to be a little bit of trouble trying to get in, especially if it kind of heads north through these different areas, because there's a lot of teams gatekeeping them right now.
Yeah, definitely so. So they might want to do a faster rotation. But the question is, you know, it's not even guaranteed it's going to end on that eastern side of the bridge. There's a chance, you know, just a slight shift to the west, and we're looking at a whole different ball game at that point forwards. So they might want to bide their time on this first zone, honestly, and we'll see what they decide to do as INCO getting into some early scuffles with the Chosen. The Chosen continuing on with just trying to fight early on. And are they going to get the knock? They do not get the knock. Instead, they will get knocked themselves. What the G? Oh my god. Is INCO going to go aggressive, though? That's the
TC
question.
is in
They got one
trouble
knock. They didn't get the
again.
second.
Vitaly SY just in a great spot here. I mean, he had that angle and it was ridiculous. Sub picks down, and they're just not going for res. They're just playing so passive. The Chosen just getting picked apart, just not looking good in this tournament at all.
Yeah, Vitaly actually got a second opening for the team and not a single lick of damage on him. Yeah, the Chosen, I mean, things looked really shaky that last match, right, on their aggression towards, I believe it was, yeah, it was FLAMENGO, and they just played it absolutely horribly, and whatever happened there, it's carrying over to this match as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Chosen, when the play is obvious and they are in a really good spot and get that first knock, they're fine. But it just seems like once they get knocked early, they just seem to crumble. And yeah, I think we're seeing that here, you know, hook, line, and sinkers. INCO is looking to get another point on the board. They're going to get the confirm on the sub pick for sure. And now they're hunting down the rest of the Chosen. And with how they played so far, and the fact that they're second to last place, I can't blame them at all.
Yeah. Oh, INCO, no, it's a weak team as well, so they're not scared to hunt these players down, getting some more points to cushion that lead. They have like a 20-point plus lead, so quite a considerable lead,
They can
honestly.
afford it.
Hey,
Yeah, they can afford
Sukun,
it.
welcome.
They can afford
Closing
to play
in.
it a little loose.
Yeah, they're closing in. So at this point, they're not worried about rotations or whatever position inside the circle. They're like, this is more guaranteed than, you know, getting the circle shifts later on. So they're just going to go for it. They're not in a bad spot to rotate either. You know, they have a couple bridges to choose from. So they're taking their time.
Yeah, the water's not a bad spot to be in this map, so they can definitely just sit back and relax. They got plenty of loot to do it as well. Panthers on a little bit of a rotation, try not to get caught out of their vehicles. Chronix does rotate to safety. Dezel's teammate behind him. It's going to be Nate on the right pathing to victory. Oh, Zuko, actually. Yeah, there goes Zuko.
Ooh, the
Panthers dead
zone
center of
is
this map
right
here on top of the
shifted,
hill.
like totally shifted to our
Looking
side.
at Royals of War, this is the team that's currently in last place. We've seen them take out some big squads here and there, but so far really not able to kind of fire on all cylinders.
Yeah, not just yet. Royals of War. They're stuck in a building.
No, there's one more game
That
after
building
this.
is probably
The
one of the worst
total
spots
6
to be
matches
into.
per day,
Vehicles aren't
so one
safe.
more game after
No
this.
matter which way you rotate,
Oh, they
there's
want you
high
to
ground surrounding you. Yeah.
They both countered at the same time and started making those shots. They did get the knock. Ooh, nice little return fire there. Nate feeling that one. You know, and this is the tough part.
Why would it be
We've said
funny?
before. When you get stuck on the bottom of the leaderboards like this, your name changes, right? You start to become the title of free points. And that is not a name that you want on your team. So these big teams in the lobby, if they knock you and finish you and they realize who you are, they'll be a little extra aggressive because they think that they could just take you on, and that makes this tournament 10 times harder for you. And I already think the Chosen are in there, Royals of War are, and you can see by INCO's playstyle, but Stellar looking to shut him down a little bit, and he does. Gets the double knock.
Ooh, INCO not respecting the Chosen right there, being really sloppy on that push. And now it's a 2v2. The Chosen, they could actually end up wiping out INCO here.
Oh, Squash
So they
catching
haven't had a
Ani
lot
with
of
that
practice
cheeky
in
angle.
Vikendi. Oh,
It's going to make things
true.
that much more difficult. Becker's going to get the
True.
confirmation.
Brazil didn't play
Now
on
it is a
Vikendi.
2v1 Stellar. Bop. One big shot with that DBS is what's needed. Peek. 3, 2, 1. He heard the pin pull.
Hey.
Did he not hear the pin pull?
Oh, yeah, he
Pin
backs it
fake.
in time. They gotta respect the DBS now, though. So they're being careful with this. They're not just gonna bum rush up there. One shot of the DBS will take a player down, and that DBS, it's got 2 shots in it instantly back to back. That's all he needs to take down 2 players. So now INCO being back to careful again.
Yeah, they know it. Don't want to make mistakes. So they're going to have to try and just do some cheeky angles. Squash is looking for another one. Top it up on top of ledges. Rails looking for some angles for some information. Informacion. Stellar, can he do it? He's feeling himself.
I thought he was gonna push down for a second. He's trying to bait out some shots, maybe. No util on either side.
Influence CHEMIN's gone!
Oh, wow. What?
Gone! We missed
Who
it
took him out?
completely. The Panthers got 2 of them. So it looks like
Okay.
they split it with FLAMENGO. Oh. Stellar trying to possibly get our first aid off. He think he realizes he's getting pinned. Yep. Yeah, he knows.
Cameron with the prediction though. He was saying one game, and then they fall flat the next game.
Oh, he's pissed. Squash is mad.
He is mad. Hey, that's on you guys, INCO. That push, he ran in like 1 at a time. So that was not the way to push that building. So they will get punished for it. Royals of War getting punished right now by the Panthers. Yeah, that compound is just so
Panthers, be careful.
They're pushing. They know they gotta change something up. They're going aggressive now.
But they need to be hyper aggressive because they got to finish this fast because a tense game is coming for them. So the Panthers really need to just full send this. They cannot delay. Here they go. They get 1 knocked. Molotov through the door. Intense games coming with the setup. Oh, they have this. Yeah, Chronic should have this fight done for. That DBS shot, actually, that one did hurt. And
last one
those
up.
shots. Oh,
no.
my gosh. Skeller.
Now.
And now YKG's on the other side, too.
Oh. It's getting messy out here.
Yep. This is what happens when you take these early fights, though. He's going to get shot in his back.
Not committing, though.
Quan's going to get
Intense
shot in
game
his back.
isn't full. Intense game's not full committing, though, so it's up to YKG, maybe? To full. Okay, now Intense game is coming in. Yeah, the Panthers are gone. The Panthers are gone. I don't see a way of them surviving this.
You know what? They have to believe. That's what they have to do. They have to believe. Quan has to do something magical. He's got a DBS. He's missing the shots. YKG helping, trying to. Panthers go down.
Yeah, I mean, I get the Panther, like, they gotta change things up, but that is not the play. Actually, 5 points? 5 points, given with how they've been performing, is actually an improvement. So
I will say this. I think that they need that push. I can't say I blame them for it, right? I mean, it was a good position, get those points. They have to know that third party's coming, though. So the Panthers, you know, not making a bad entry, I think they need to practice their exit strategy, though, on pushes like that early game, right? Like, okay, we're going to go get this finish. How are we going to get out to safety immediately after? I think that's going to be the big question because, man, these early third parties have just been punishing so many of these teams that get into fights early on.
To be honest, I think it played out the way they probably imagined. Because, I mean, okay, so you got to go fast, right, on these pushes. You don't have time to use your util once you get close. So if you go fast, the only thing they could have done better is not get knocked. And it is so hard to not have a single player get knocked when you're going fast. So it's just, you got to be like Alpha 7 synergy level. And even then, you see Alpha 7 getting knocked in third party. So even at the pace that they execute things. So it's just, I think Jaguar, or the Panthers, they knew what they were heading into and they at least won the fight, right?
Got to make the plays. You got to make them plays. So yeah, they won the fight. Got to be able to secure the finish. And Hyper with some high ground. You know, that is something that they definitely enjoy to have. They love it. FLAMENGO on the bottom, playing it safe. 2 eliminations to their name, looking pretty good here. Intense game, also feeling themselves here with 4 eliminations, trying to catch up to INCO with that, what was it, 25-point lead going into this game. So if they want to start cracking away at it, now is the time.
Shots running in, intense game, making sure that rotation doesn't come across the castle side. INCO, they could just wrap around. Blue zone doesn't
like
hurt too much at this point. And with only 2 players left, yeah, just play it as safe as possible. Not really hunting for any fast rotations at this point. And they're gonna go back into castle.
Welcome.
They might just decide to wait in the blue completely and take the bridge way later.
See what INCO opts to do. Still looting up, getting ready for that late game. Looting up to the teeth. Definitely gonna need all those nades you can get your hands on.
Alright, NHP is not far from
so much cover.
FLAMENGO, Loops, and I think ATG
see,
I saw.
8 teams in
No,
that
87.
final zone. I wouldn't be surprised. Loops.
Okay, Loops may fight with
team in one vehicle.
87.
Always a little risky, but they do make the rotation safely. This is just right next to Hot Springs, right below N Hyper. Zone pretty thick right now, so we'll just see some nice poke shots going back and forth for the next few minutes, and then we'll start to see the action really start turning up.
If this Vikendi match is anything like yesterday, Jugs, I mean, we have some scraps in the beginning, just like we did here. We have a lull period, and then it is just more action than in Sanhok game, right? So hopefully we'll be blessed to see something of that sort once again. And, I mean, it's shaping up to be, look at the control that teams have on that eastern side. Very spread out, just waiting for, you know, any opportunity they can to pounce in when the circle closes.
Let's see where that circle decides to close to. You know what? Why not? Let's get a castle finish. You know what I'm saying? Let's just really turn things up here. Why not? See if we're going to get that hard shift. Nope. It is off and down, a little bit headed towards the south. So YKG is going to have to leave Cement Factory. And that shouldn't be a problem. Nobody in their way to do so. And Hyper, big chillin' dead center. Well, maybe not for long because FLAMENGO is right next to them. Might start to see a battle for that center zone position. Alpha 7 creeping in through the right side of the map. Ever so dangerous. Overnight's got to watch their back.
Here comes Alpha 7. They're probably going to wait to strike on the next zone shift. They get a lot of spacing and real estate on the eastern side, which they should be content with. 0 eliminations so far for Alpha 7. But that's going to be changing real soon on the next
I
shift.
remember.
And Hyper, like you mentioned, near the center with FLAMENGO, but I think they're just sharing.
Streaming always
we're not
takes,
sharing compounds,
you
but it's
know,
just
energy because
really
of the
close to each
timing
other.
when the stream happens as well.
Different elevations too, I might add. So they're both just gonna chill out, wait for potential crashes. YKG, they got probably out of all the teams the riskiest rotation, which isn't even that risky, but they just potentially might get into a fight with Intense Game here. And oh, actually, they're pulling right up into Intense Game, so they are going to take this fight.
All right, well, let's see. Can they mount the offense? You can see Cielo there, trying to get a nice little pre-nade. The rest of Intense Games looking to help them out. And YKG forced to take a little bit of a break. Oh, they actually get that knock, but that off angle from Adrian is very strong. So a nice positional defense from Intense Game. They do lose one, but This is a heck of an all-out battle. That's a big knock there from YKG. Zute, what do you see?
Yeah, they're double teaming that right there, so that's great. Oh, drop shot from Adrian, coming in huge, quick reinforcements off that snowmobile. Chico trying to hold that left side peak angle, fire some suppressive fires. It's down to a 2v2, so both teams on even footing. Not with that nade. Oh, he cooked it so long. He naded himself, and they're gonna line that up in the kill feed to make the push on the 2v1, and YKG close it out. It could have been such a good fight, Hot Jukes, if not for the self nade.
A bold strategy. Not working out for a Ted's game. So second place is where they were sitting. They're gonna be out. That's gonna leave the door open for Flamengo and Hyper, All Glory Gaming, to possibly sneak away that second place finish. Next zone does pop, and it does go in favor of N Hyper. They're going to be pretty well central in this next zone. All Glory Gaming is heading up there as well. Loops on the back foot here. They're going to be late to the party, so they're going to have to find a vehicle and get moving quick.
Let's look at this nade one more time.
Coming game DPS.
Just the windows.
Oh. It looked
The
like it was
memes
going
of
through.
everything.
I think there was glass on that window.
You know what I think? I think that nade was mismanufactured, and it's just a little bit fatter, a little bit thicker than the other nades he's used to. Yeah, and that.
Yeah.
Look at that, Carrillo nades his teammate. So it looks like the nades on Vikendi a little bit thicker, and it's harder to thread through those windows.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened with A7 there, but I think they'll get that revive, hopefully.
It's always the thick ones that sting the most. You hate to see it there. All right, well, looking at this next zone, I think it's going to be really tough to bet against N Hyper. They're dead center of this one at the tippy top of the mountain. As Loops, Jaguar, INCO, all going to have to battle it out on the southwestern side of the zone. And they're going to be pushing into Flamengo and ATON Esports as well. Yep, we can see it right there. INCO, nice shots there from the tough position INCO does onto Ayala, but only a matter of time.
Jaguar making their ejection, hearing those shots, knowing it's time for them to use that distraction to leave, and they will manage to rotate out safely. Loops now in the blue, forced to follow right behind. This is where the action starts heating up intensely, Jukes. We'll see some compound crashes for sure, I'm willing to bet. ATON down to 2, just running out in the open field. They have no home for themselves. Everything pretty much taken, as Jaguar driving by with a squad of 4, and INCO squash with 3. I think he got 3.
I think he almost took out the entire squad of Loops.
Yeah, Loops is gone.
And Loops is done from Flamengo. So wow, Loops getting hit hard by the single player. Well, that would have been crazy to see. Maybe we never know. Maybe I can catch that on the replay. That'd be nice. Let's take a look at Flamengo though right now, trying to mount up a nice offense against Jaguar from the deep blue of this mountain, trying to throw some nades up over it. Let's take a look at who's gonna win this map. Everybody going for N Hyper, except for the good old Caparino himself, Jason Kaplan, our host, believing in Loops here. Can Loops do it? Can Loops get it done?
I think Loops has a chance, a slight chance. A long shot, I'd have to say.
All right, well, bold pick from Jason Kaplan here. Let's see if it pays off for him, as Flamengo is full sending it up the hill. Gigante trying to throw some smokes, buy himself some time. He doesn't have a lot though. There's only 36 seconds left on the clock. Make that 33, and this zone is coming for him.
Yeah, on the other side of the map, battles are heating up elsewhere, as YKG, with 3 members up, trying to survive the onslaught of Overnight, but they got to worry about the high ground. You see up there, there is one player up there. It's Robert from Dope, and the fight still continues on the Flamengo and Jaguar side. It's a blitz, it's a drive-by, it's a drive-through. Run over is good for Flamengo. Only 1 up now for the side of Jaguar, but it's Simple C. If anyone could clutch it up, we've seen Simple C hold off a 1v4 against INCO. Can he do it again this time around against Flamengo?
Oh, Simple C. Oh, yeah, just too much pressure. Yeah, he definitely needed a building with some stairs. Unfortunately, yeah, that dossier is not going to provide enough cover to really give them that breathing room to make something happen. Let's see what Alpha 7 can do. Alpha 7, one elimination so far, but I think they're just getting started. Here from the south, this is where they definitely thrive. Nice shots, and still, even though they're taking the shots so far, Zute, look how tight that they keep themselves, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Always right next to cover. These guys not trying to make any mistakes.
Yeah, they're playing
Come on, NHP.
really tight right here.
Look at these tight peaks. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's just core mechanics, you know, down to a T. Doesn't matter who you're fighting. Always take the tight angle peaks if possible. And FLAMENGO getting cut down from N Hyper now, and Alpha 7 helping along with that. FLAMENGO down to 2, and they crashed on a building that All Glory Gaming's holding. And now, yeah, the nades coming in. One member of FLAMENGO goes down to All Glory Gaming. Man, FLAMENGO just getting picked apart by 3 different teams.
Usually Vikendi is NHP's most strongest map.
Nice little finish there. All Glory Gaming. A little bit quiet in these past couple of matches. They had a nice start of the day. Looking to finish off strong as they're going to go ahead and take out FLAMENGO Esports. So, huge one for there. Mini coming out to play. Zone centers up. This is going to be an all-out brawl, Zute.
Oh, that's such an open circle.
Wait, is that an unoccupied compound right there?
Dead center.
At the yeah. No one's there. I mean, overnight, they might have
nice shot
at the info that the compound's open. Good shots out of N Hyper right there. Should be a revive, as there is time to get that revive. A minute left on the clock before the zone forces everyone in.
Let's see what the play is going to be here as Alpha 7 starting to try to get it done from the low ground. N Hyper having some of that real estate on that ridge. They're going to have to fight out their North American brothers, YKG, for it. And YKG are definitely on their back foot. They have 1 knocked. 6 eliminations so far, so not a bad game for YKG, but I think they really need to finish strong if they want to see them start making some noise. And they realize this is not the place to do it. Let's take off and head for the building. And they do secure that center compound. Alpha 7's coming for it, though.
They make it inside. Fierce does get knocked. N Hyper getting that knocked. Alpha 7 shooting right back from the wayside. Getting a return
YKG in trouble,
YKG,
but also NHP's in trouble. They need to get the zone.
Overnight,
but they have GK in the first
in,
so that's not ideal.
They're so cognizant. I don't even think, you know, Overnight really shot at anyone from this angle, but Alpha 7, they just know through their guts, through their game experience, that there is probably a team on this side that they have to clear out first.
Let's see what the play is going to be. Overnight's trying to head over this mountain. Gonna have a tough time doing so. Some of these teams just set up and waiting for him. Kindness, yeah, watching their backs, keeping an eye out for Robert GG up on top of the hill, throwing some utility in that direction. Now facing inwards. Rin getting knocked by All Glory Gaming. That's gonna make things a little bit more difficult for N Hyper, as it looks like Alpha 7 are starting to finally lock their eyes on a squad, and that is unfortunate for them. It's Overnight.
Yeah, Mafioso shimming left and right, closing the distance.
Nice
that nade's not going to slow him down. Revo getting even closer with the vehicle. This is what imminent destruction looks like from the point of view of Overnights.
QZZ stuck in a pretty bad spot here, as now Overnights are starting to feel the wrath of Carrillo and Alpha 7. Some quick and easy points for them. That's going to be 5 eliminations total. And N Hyper in a tough spot here, as pretty much all eyes are on them. All Glory Gaming has them locked down as QZZ is trying to get some cheeky knocks through that smoke.
NHP.
YKG
did come up.
NHP.
Still alive.
NHP.
Yeah, right on to YKG, by the way. So new zone is going to go towards the compound.
Oh, if they have a
Alpha
need.
7,
Oh,
though, with
yes.
4
Go,
up.
go,
That's
go,
what a
go,
spot
go, go, go.
out for. And N Hyper's so good at just finding
Oh, go a
those
bit towards the
cheeky
right.
angles.
They need to push
That's where
this.
N Hyper excels.
Man, it would have been
Oh,
easy. It would have been nice
circle.
for them to push that fight, but with those smokes going out and no vehicles, they do not
Oh,
have the real
YKG's in the
estate to run
compound.
in
Okay. But
and
they're
do
going to fight
so.
A7.
But as soon as the zone
Oh,
starts
AGG
closing,
better
All
watch
Glory
out.
Gaming's
They
gonna be
can
done
get
for.
GK first easy.
They could stabilize, potentially.
No, I think
They got to do it fast. Alpha 7 nades raining in as well. Alpha 7 looking to take the win here, honestly. And N Hyper, yep, they're meeting a lot of resistance. It does open a path for All Glory Gaming to potentially press through this zone.
Kaitis gets caught from Alpha 7. That makes things that much more difficult for N Hyper.
Oh no.
And
NHP's
the
down to
predictions of the
one.
entire lobby going really rough right now as N Hyper stuck with only one player. It's GK first. He was able to make it on in. And because of those knocks from Alpha 7, that does open the door for All Glory Gaming.
Man, oh,
Oh, God! Revel catching YKG slipping. Now it's going to have that roof. I think it's going to be an Alpha 7 win here without a shadow of a doubt.
Alpha 7, man.
Rojas?
Curving bullets, threading grenades. They're just finding all sorts of points in any type of compound. The 1v1, the jump.
Oh my gosh, didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, I think he shot off like 2 bullets and then he was gone. Alpha 7. Dude, this is Alpha 7 that we all know and love.
Uh-oh. That's all I'm going to say. Uh-oh. It's the eye slits in the eyebrow, you know? That's what it is, right? Once you have the 2 of them, that's how you know you're not missing one single shot. And these boys they're not playing around here, Zute. I think we're finally starting to see Alpha 7
But
wake
at
up.
least they got decent points,
I
decent
love it too.
positions.
It's
So
at like the perfect
not too
time
bad,
in the
not too
tournament.
bad.
You know, like if they came out strong, there's probably a chance they might burn out. But I think right now is like the perfect time to ramp up and just power through the rest of the tournament.
Oh my goodness, and they worked for that one too. They did not get blessed by any means. They pushed through and absolutely dominated. Great timing, great execution from Alpha 7. Guys, one more match. Let's go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm here today with QZZ from NHP. First off, how are you doing? How's everything going? You excited for the championship the next few days?
感觉并没有完全准备好吧，我们还有很多需要提升的地方。对比赛的想法就是，我们尽力打好每一局吧，尽量少犯失误，然后，是的，冲刺一下。
So you guys were the runners-up at PMPL North America. What are your thoughts on the championship? Is there any team or perhaps an entire region that you see as a big competition or perhaps your biggest rival, and why?
我觉得最大的威胁，有2个比较印象深刻的是 A7 和那个 NF 吧。我觉得这2个队伍都是很有实力的争冠目标吧。
So when you returned and GK First arrived to NHP, that seemed to bring an extra level of firepower.
Look at his interview with QCC.
Take the championship.
机会肯定是有的，
He's
但
just
是因为我
cute.
怪咖，我们2个的音识都很高，然后所以说感觉还是比较难的，不过还是有机会冲刺一下的，加油吧！
Can you walk us through or give us some insight onto how you analyze your gameplay and prepare for upcoming matches?
如果是比赛前的话，就打下特训岛打下训练场练一下枪法吧，然后就准备迎接比赛。
It seems the sleeping beasts of Alpha 7 have woken up here and have come to play. Finally, we're seeing the Alpha 7 that we've come to expect to take home a chicken dinner and potentially get themselves out of 7th place. We'll check in with that in a little bit of time here. But gentlemen, this was another good showing. I think most of you had N Hyper. Sucks for you guys that they didn't win. Loops, they almost won. It was very close, as Hot Chicks and Zute were alluding to, but you know, didn't work out in the end.
But listen, everyone was contesting for that singular compound in the
Yeah,
death
there's
center.
new
I'm actually shocked that it was
ultimate
as free
set
as it
in
was
game. It
until
looked kinda
YKG, I
cool.
think, was the first team to try and send it on in. But you could see just how many open angles there were once the teams like N Hyper on the north or Alpha 7 on the south swinging into the east. Once they took control of their edges, they just were able to full focus on that singular compound in the center and sort of attack it from an isolated angle, essentially using the compound itself as a guard from the opposite end of the zone. And it just allowed teams to sort of like just beat by beat flow chart their way through into the center of the zone.
I did appreciate that N Hyper decided to take like that middle section as well and try not to get into as many fights. And also, I gotta give props to YKG.
Yeah.
Being able to get 6
second
elimination
place, 12
points. It has been a big
points.
question mark, right? Earlier we were talking about the Panthers. YKG, I feel like it's one of those teams as well that need to have a spark from at least one of their teammates, if not everybody else.
Speaking of the Panthers, I want to give a shout out. 5 eliminations for them. They don't have any placement points, but the fact that they went for a play. They went for a play, they got scrappy, and it didn't work out for them, but they need to start doing that more and more and more rather than just sort of wait for the game to leave them.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, by the way, those Panthers elims came from everybody within the team, which is great. It wasn't just Nate.
Yeah. It wasn't Nate, though. Nate, I want to see. See, the thing is, we talk about Panthers, right? If you guys missed out, I mean, it was typically like Nate.
Yeah.
And then everyone else. But Nate's not popping off. I don't know if that's a good or bad sign. Maybe the fact that everyone else is playing better, but are they playing, you know what I mean? It's a little bit interesting.
At this point, we just want to see them try and put up something and get themselves out of the hole that they've kind of found themselves in. They have all right placements, right? They have the lowest eliminations, but they're not last. So their placements are giving them a little bit of a buffer. But they are not the only team that we want to see more of. Royals of War is definitely up there. The rest, honestly, every North American team that's not.
And I was gonna say, and they need to
see more from. We focused a little bit on the Panthers because they performed so well in the North American finals. We thought that would carry on through. But frankly, with Alpha 7 waking up, with INCO having sort of got that win on the previous match, put themselves back into good form.
I can go through Medica and knock a guy, yeah.
I'm worried that like the bottom 6, bottom 8
the best in-game weapon is, of course, will always be an
I mean, at the end of the day, right, there will be teams that have to lose for others to win. That's just kind of the way it works. You have 16 teams in a lobby. But you did mention Alpha 7. Let's take a look at their player stats here because we checked in at the start of the day 7.
Yep.
Korea was at 0.25 elims a game. He's now up to 8.
It's a lot more.
It's better.
Yeah. He had, I think it was, Cam, you said it too, I think he had 2 elims throughout when we checked it in. So for him to have 8, that's good. It's good to see that Revo still popping off. He's putting up good numbers, right? 19 eliminations. Send a text to a player that is usually known for being that support. It's good to see him being able to frag out as well. As Mafioso, I mentioned it earlier, he's actually been a big surprise for me of how he's been able to keep on improving into his game. And now we're starting to see the Alpha 7. This is kind of what I was hinting at yesterday too at the end of the show, and also hinting at the beginning of the show. This team usually tends to show up in day 2. First day, I feel like they usually test it out to see how teams are going to be reacting, how they're going to be able to get away. If they do get away with certain pushes, which yesterday wasn't going their way, today this is more like the Alpha 7 I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, head-to-head from yesterday compared to today, so already the eliminations look a lot different. The average damage, I'm surprised it doesn't look more on the day, and then the survival time as well actually being less overall. But the eliminations alone, I think, is a really, really key takeaway for just their performance looking better overall.
Well, keep in mind, too, for the average survival time, they did get eliminated super early in Miramar as well, and they ended up with zero elims. So I feel like that's maybe what's causing the average damage. I thought it was going to be a lot bigger, too.
But if we remember yesterday, it wasn't even terrible. It was terrible by our expectations for Alpha 7, but it wasn't terrible full stop, right? They were making it relatively deep into the rounds. They just weren't taking over the lobby in the way that we expected it to. So that survival honestly wasn't really the big concern for us. It was getting the eliminations to back it all up.
They weren't winning those fights. That's pretty much what it came down to.
Yeah. Highlights from Vikendi. Looking at right now, a lot of scrapping around the side, and I think just the terrain, the water being in play on both sides of it, and it being on a coastline with not as much terrain perhaps to be able to play around in terms of cover or what, mind you. A lot of fighting from the very, very beginning, and it just continued to push itself in this direction.
Well, then let me ask you, right? I mean, when it comes to Vikendi, you obviously talked a lot about NA and the fact that they've had entire like PMPL with it. Is it surprising you to see a team like Alpha 7 actually win Vikendi for the second time we've had it played?
No.
I mean, so we know that it's the same game, right? It's just a different map. It's just a different terrain. And it's not like Vikendi is a new map into the map pool overall. They just haven't played it in a while. So my only concern was just like the immediate reps on it. But I never expected like to be North America, Latin America on top every single Vikendi, Brazil 0 points every single Vikendi. That would have been way too ridiculous. It was more just a slight edge that would give N Hyper the edge on the overall leaderboard.
I mean, it has given North America a bit of an edge too when we play Vikendi. We've seen a little bit more out of the NA teams, right? In Hybrid, we saw YKG as well being able to put up a great performance. But I always thought it was going to be those Brazilian teams that were going to be able to dominate in Vikendi because of what we have seen before out of them. When we did end up playing Vikendi, they would always own that map.
I remember actually, I think the last time I worked on an NA show before this PMPL season, it was Carrillo on Loops, and Loops on Vikendi, where they would open up with a nice nade and they would just swarm over their opponents. Like, that's something that stands out so cleanly and clearly in my mind. But you know what? Overalls, right? Alpha 7, talking a lot about them. They've been in 7th place all day. How they finally moved up and finally 5th place. But the crazy thing is that's very misleading because there's only 7 points behind 2nd place.
Yeah, very, very close. Getting out of that 7th point spot has put them in the mix in a very, very strong way. One good game could put them up to 2nd place. It's gonna be a while. They're not gonna be able to take over first. It would be really hard for even N Hyper or FLAMENGO Esports to take over first off of this last game, even if INCO go out with 0 points. But the fact is, Alpha 7 are in the mix. N Hyper, FLAMENGO, intense game, are not dropping out in the way that we were sort of afraid of the first couple of maps. All Glory Gaming also in the mix. These stories that some of the stories that we were hopeful for have developed from the beginning of the day, and some that we were afraid would happen haven't gone that way. I'm really happy to see N Hyper, by the way, in 2nd place. I feel like this team has taken that little bit of time that they had right between the days to do their homework, to look at the VOD, to review a lot of stuff and adjust on what was actually going to be their playing style. And I'm glad to see that their playing style is still the way that we're kind of used to seeing in Hyper. We're able to see them third party. We're able to see them kind of take control of the center and also keep those players alive. And I feel like we're finally starting to see that more and more out of N Hyper.
We also need to give them extra credit because they have 2 players with really high ping.
True.
And they're still 2nd place in Americas. Like, that's not, it's not easy to be 2nd place in Americas, period, but to be 2nd place with 2 of your, like, star players having ridiculous ping just kind of is a testament to how strong
Points are getting closer and closer.
We saw real briefly the 2nd page
All
of the
right,
overall
let's
leaderboard, and the drop
do-
off in points from like the top 6, top 7 down to 8th and below is ridiculous. So that's what we were talking about when it comes to Panthers and all the rest of the teams at the bottom. There is a big gap forming there from just even the top half to the bottom half.
I mean, at some point you have to just kind of say to yourself,
guess a number between 20 and 80. This is for 340
Our
UC.
YouTube
Good
vote going
luck.
on for your favorite teams. Make sure you guys check that out. Just go ahead and check out the chat. Make sure you're voting for your favorite teams as well. I think it's actually time. Funny enough, I think it's been a pretty fast day. We're into our final match of the day. It's on Erangel with Hot Jukes and Zute. So take us in, boys.
You got it, Big Papa Jason. Here we go. One more match left to go here for day number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Championship 2023. I'm Hot Jukes here with my man, the myth, the legend, Zute. Brother, right? We have seen the precipice, right?
We have a winner.
Increasing
Congratulations,
intensity of
Shaha.
competition over the years,
Kamadi.
right? And I think now we're finally reaching just that pinnacle of
Congrats.
just where it is at in Americas. These players are at another level. And one team that I really keep in my eyes
Can I have
on
your ID,
is
please?
Alpha 7, man. They're all the way up to 5th place, and they did it just like that.
Alpha 7's putting on a spectacular show for us, a show that, you know, a lot of us have been waiting to see, and we are getting it today. And there's one more match
Thank you
left to
for
go,
the
man. This
ID.
Alpha 7 team, I know they're like not in first place yet, but they're looking
I
like a
got the
first place
ID.
team.
Thank
INCO
you.
is playing really
The number was
well,
21.
I'll say. Nothing like crazy huge from them, I would say, but just playing in tip-top form. But how good is that form when you're going against Alpha 7 at their peak form?
The
I mean,
number
Alpha
was
7 at peak
21.
levels is like Super Saiyan 5.
Well, I mean, due to some, absolutely, because, due to some issues they had in game number 1, they got 0 points.
All right.
So
Yeah, the
pretty
next
much-
giveaway
they
is
pretty
after this
much are in
last
5th
match.
place
This is the
right
last
now,
match for
missing an
today, match
entire
number
game,
6.
Right? And they are creeping up on this lobby, so who knows? Maybe that's
Also,
a
if you
little
did not
dose
win
of
today,
medicine they
guys, don't
needed,
worry.
right,
You
to
can
kinda
come
really
and try
fire 'em
again
up
tomorrow.
and go even that much more intense, and hopefully we can see that intensity fire up even more as we're looking at the final match of day number 2, and we got a southern playing path here, Zuti.
Very southern playing path. This could cause some issues for
Maybe you
Erangel
said
in the
21
early
before
game.
the giveaway
So
started.
far, every Erangel match we've had, we don't have any scuffles.
You have to wait for
on
the
play
boss
drop,
to
but
say the
this
giveaway
one
has started.
could be a little bit tricky. A lot of teams going towards the north, right, Jukes, are going to go for cars, and car spawns here, pretty scarce if everyone's going north.
Also,
Yes, sir, indeed. Let's see exactly
Shaha said 21 before you.
this is gonna
I went up and I scrolled and I saw the chat.
Dropping nice and early over
He said 21
in,
before you did.
Novo, and Loops doing the same thing, heading on over to Military Island. Nothing that we haven't seen before in the past. One thing that you're gonna have to keep your eyes out though is right here in this area. With a southern plane path, we're gonna start seeing a whole bunch of teams land to try and find some vehicles and head up north.
I promise you,
we could
Shaw
definitely
said it
see
first.
some teams clash in the process of doing that.
Definitely, that's what I'm keeping my eye out for.
See, I'll
You
show
mentioned
you.
Alpha 7, right? They didn't really get a good start to the first game. They went out extremely
Shaw,
early, but they came in so
Kamali,
explosive. Jukes, you know
21.
what I'm thinking they
High
did?
five,
while
Dixie,
they've been,
21.
you know, not
So
really playing the
Shaw-
first match.
What?
I think they just chugged a bunch
In my
of
screen, in
Monster
the
Energy.
giveaway screen, was
During
first.
that downtime, and it is showing right now. And look, towards that eastern side, Jukes, I saw. a
Doesn't
red
matter if
buff
you said
already
it first. The bot
FLAMENGO losing
saw
a player
Shaw
already.
first.
Yep, that's what we're
It takes
talking about.
after
That
this
just
is
happens when you have
checked.
a really
Doesn't
just
matter
off
if
the
you're
beaten
said
path plane
first.
path. It makes things pretty difficult because you're fighting for a vehicle, and losing a player early on is definitely possible. So out of all the squads in the lobby, I think it's only FLAMENGO are the ones to lose one. So really unfortunate for them, but a nice little boost as we could see. Oh my goodness, wait. Royals of War punching
No worries.
out
I know
Rio
sometimes it can be like, oh, I
and
said it first.
Senatexa. So Alpha
But the giveaway
7
bot takes after
in
its
trouble.
own chat. So like,
Trouble.
even if it might be first in your screen,
I'll say this.
in the
for
giveaway
Royals of War,
bot
'cause he's
screen, it
pissed,
doesn't show
and he
first.
does have the squad wiper
It
right
happens
next
like
to
that
him. They're only
sometimes.
stuck with pistols. He can kick out this whole team.
They could, but there's only two.
He's running.
Alpha 7.
Oh,
What the
baby.
heck?
Goodbye, Alpha 7. It's been
What the
a
heck?
pleasure watching you guys dominate.
What happened to
in the
A7?
last match, but in the final match of the day,
Bruh.
adios. That is gotta hurt.
I'm at a loss of words, Jukes. That Royals of War are in last place, Jukes.
Woohoo! Bodied.
They're the last place team, and they just won in a hot drop against the most dominant, aggressive team in the whole lobby, Alpha 7.
Pistol versus LMG. Pistol all the way. Pistol all the way. Royals of War's
Hey,
just better.
Mincy.
Just better. Alpha 7. All of that training, all that dominance.
I don't know, like,
Just
yeah, that
I
was.
think we,
I don't know, was that by
I
A7?
feel
Maybe
like
they
we
were just tired
jinxed
and like,
it,
yo,
man.
guys,
Like, we
it's
were
my
hyping
bedtime. Let's
Alpha
just wrap
7
it up.
so much
And just
just
die.
for that
I
to
don't know what was
happen.
that.
Oh boy. Well, there's that.
Wow, goodness gracious. So, I think right now we're watching INCO Gaming and the rest of these squads just, you know, wipe
That's
a
not
little
relief.
sweat off their bra. Yeah, right, yeah, absolutely. They're just like, oh, thank you goodness that Alpha 7 is out of there. And by Royals of War too, so maybe a little snickering too in that process. But heck, still got 2 more days after this, so we could definitely, of course, see Alpha 7 bounce back strong.
Oh yeah.
Man, going out this early, definitely going to sting. Let's take a look here as we're just watching Nenabete jump around on some crates, getting some nice loot. Hopefully we can see these those crates get looted up soon, man. I think that's something all us PUBG Mobile fans have been waiting for quite a while.
And we haven't really touched on it yet, but this first circle, right? Not much to speak on, which is why we didn't mention it. It's just smack in the center. The only tricky thing is if we get a hard northern shift on the first zone, then we could get potential 50-50. But I mean, this circle is just clear-cut Erangel. Like, I think everybody knows what their game plan is coming into here.
Oh, this was it. He got punched out? No way.
Oh,
Oh, I was about to say, oh, no,
it's
he
gonna
got
be a
ran
run over.
I said, who are you punching, bro? Who are you punching, Sensema?
Oh, there was a double knock with the pistol in the beginning.
Bop, 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 bop. Wow. And then punched out as he ran out of ammo.
We gotta see
This was the one.
Oh my
though.
god.
That level 1 vest was huge, Zute. And I mean huge.
What pistol was that?
I
If
think that
I'm
was
ever in
the
a pistol fight, that's the one I'm going with.
Wow. That is absolute insanity. Well done. Well done. Everybody give a round of applause for Royals of War. Let's see. We're looking at N Hyper. All right. Hey, North America on deck. Second place in this tournament.
We can win
So,
both.
you know,
It's
they gotta
fine
be
if we
feeling themselves.
win
And I think it was really that
championship
chicken dinner,
and if we
Zute.
win voting, because
Once
they're
they
two
got
different
that win under their
tournaments. You
belt,
have
they
PMWI
broke the
All
blindfold,
Stars,
right? They
which
now
is like a
realized that,
show
hey, we can
match.
do this. We
Then you have
can get it done.
PMWI main
And they have
event.
had a really good day here today.
So we
Oh,
can
Becker.
play in both.
Look at him.
Oh.
What do you think about this, Zute?
He's on the military side of the bridge, so I think he's just doing this for scouting purposes, like scouting info. He's trying to see if they are being bridge camped or not, but he might just end up giving it up. Yeah, there's just one try and it's like, there's no one over there. We're good. But bridge camp is in full effect from the side of the Jaguar.
Jaguar. Victex trying to get this bridge camp going. I think Becker and INCO are starting to feel it on-ing again.
It's just not TC's day, man.
The struggle. The struggle. Nice point pick up there for N Hyper. Let's see. Rest of TC. They're not that. The Chosen is now in last place. That has got to sting. Simple C, he's had a crazy day today. Some pretty nice plays. Becker is going to have to take off with that Bugatti. Pretty beat up, but we'll live to fight another day.
Why do you keep volume low? What, the game volume?
He's the only player from INCO that's on this island, by the way.
Yeah, the bridge camp. They didn't get Becker, but they are separated now. So INCO, they got to plan a way to regroup. And it looks like if you look out on that southern side, they are going to take the other bridge. So Jaguars, they didn't get any points, but they managed to push INCO to the other side.
See where the zone's going to go. I think INCO, probably either going to try to head over the other bridge. I think Becker's looking to scout it for them. Or they... that swim will be tough.
No, cutting the hair this time.
Yeah, the bridge is going to be the play. Especially, well, the zone.
It's more like I'm sleepy and too tired.
Because they don't have to make that crazy stretch up there. Loops is looking to pass them all up and head into the zone. And now with Loops going in that direction towards the circle, that should open the door for INCO to make it into this mainland.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good shift for a lot of the, I'd say every team, honestly. All the question marks are pretty much out the window. There's no, river that they have to contend with going north. And it's just good old Erangel right here. Pachinki, Potato Hill, and then the compounds, just south of Potato Hill. Those are the crucial focal points now for this match.
And Hyper.
The stream's on laptop and laying in bed. I wish, but then the stream wouldn't be that great if I did it from bed on my laptop.
Trying to catch Robert out of the buggy. Oh, that's a good angle though. Yeah, kindness. Catching prey, that's what happens when you're in the back of that buggy. You're so easy to get taken out from, especially if you're heading the other direction. And Dope Slayer's gonna have to make that rotational player sacrifice.
That's so unfortunate.
RPS.
Rotational player sacrifice. I mean, at this kind of level, it's hard to not get shot out of vehicle because everyone's shots are so accurate.
We've seen it happen a crazy amount of times this tournament. Insane. I mean, even tough ones. Like, we've seen guys go full speed and only give like a 2 seconds of vision, and they're knocked out. It is crazy. Rose of War still chuckling after the start of that match. And that was really M2M. He had 3 of those eliminations.
It's the pistol. The pistol's the new meta. It's going to be the new meta, Jukes. Just watch. Players are going to be charging in close quarters with DBS, right? And the other team, they're just going to pull out the pistol.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Well, heck, why not? Why not? It's worked against Alpha 7. So it has definitely been tried and tested here in the Americas Championship. Influence CHEMIN against Gaji. Gaji's done for. And we'll see them add another point to their total. And Influence CHEMIN, man, had a pretty solid day today. They went from way down on the leaderboards to around mid-pack. They got 50 points in total so far. So they have to double that if they want to even get close to INCO gaming.
Is allowed.
You can see the leaderboards, the live finals rankings right there.
I mean, many people
still 2 days left, so anything can happen.
use fists just to finish them so that they don't, you know,
given up. Look at where
need
the
to use guns to draw gunshot sounds.
They had one player split all the way over there. It just doesn't even seem like they're playing as a team. It's just like, you know what? I don't like you guys. I'm going to go over here. And
that's tough.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. And next circle comes out. We are going to get a central focal point of Potato Hill. N Hyper is already positioned up there, but that Potato Hill is wide enough where it could house 2 teams, maybe even more. So N Hyper's got to stay vigilant. All the teams starting to fill in now.
Let's see right now. We're starting to see some players go down nice and early. I got one of the members from Royals of War down, Influence CHEMIN down as well. And Hyper still holding down Potato Hill. Spot right by school overnight, so they seem to take it. They're going to be sharing it across the street with Dope Slayers. And intense game does not.
Yeah, it's not often everyone gets time to fist, but when you're like alone
due to this
and you want to finish them without, you know,
Influence CHEMIN's in
wasting
trouble. I
bullets,
think
you just
Law is
fist
going to have
them.
a hard time getting up here.
Royals of War and their
Potato Hill is
rotation
so
and fighting their way in.
difficult
Ooh,
to
nice little drift maneuver right there. They get the confirmation, and I think they're
control.
going to just back off. They just wanted that 1 point. They're in a, you know, they're on the edge of zone, but they're at a spot in the zone that gives them a lot of vision.
I like it.
Don't necessarily have to press any further.
Potato Hill is
center.
definitely going to be in zone ending.
Gaji with the big nade. Here we go. You can see Diego trying to apply even more pressure. There we go. Does get Voodoo. Now Overnights are stuck on the back heel. Oh, that was stolen. That's right.
Oh, another one. He really tossed that one in through the smoke, through the thin doorway. This third one's got to be good. And yeah, Overnights are about to go down here. Intense game.
Oh,
looking for the finish.
Does he see him? Oh, he doesn't. And the Molotov is good. So intense game, just absolutely punishing Overnight. This nade might be it as well. Bank survives. Actually makes it
They
through.
played bad yesterday because yesterday ping was so bad. So I think today is North America server since NHP is doing a little bit better.
For Overnight, getting beat up
yesterday, the guys were playing on like 300 MS.
Steal one away though.
The smoke is gone now too, so they could really. Oh, that's
So
a
today's
really
a
tight
little
angle.
better.
He can't even spot him looking that way. Diego's definitely got a feeling about it though. He knows.
He wants to go in that window. He wants it so bad.
Oh, he goes in.
But he still got him.
I think the Overnight player hesitated just for a split second. If you rewind that, that player moved his crosshair away from the window for just a split second, and that's what cost him there. But honestly, even if he got that knock,
I think today A7 has ping issues. I'm not sure because they haven't had like the best of games. I'm not sure. Like yes, a win.
Big
Oh, that
rotation
was a
coming out
win
from All
over.
Glory Gaming. YKG getting beat up as Acer and Fears get knocked. Joey, though, got something to say. Can he go ahead and mount a comeback? This nade could be good if he threads it perfectly. Oh, the Panthers are, though, coming from the back. That's going to make things tough. He hits it,
Loops
too.
is here, too. But he hits the double nade. But he can't confirm the points unless All Glory Gaming just gets... Oh, look, yeah.
It's a Loops,
potentially getting... So, where's that from?
Loops.
Yeah, that's from Loops.
On the bottom down.
NHP is not looking down there, so they don't see the action happening.
It looks good. Ooh, 1 HP. These headshots are coming out here. Absolute brawl between the Panthers and Loops. Panthers have not been able to really get it done here in this tournament. Trying to fire things up now, but it is so tough when you have so many teams. This is what really hurts them is these engagements. They get into a fight early on and then get third-partied. It makes things so tough for them.
They're just not ready for
Oh, he
the
ran him
pacing of the
over.
matches, it seems. Loops just always finding themselves on the right end of the third party and coming in, taking those players out. And intense game, they're pushing across the road. They probably got the info somehow that it's just 2 players up, so they're going aggressive. They're taking it to
It's such an
open
open
while
zone,
Yuya
and I
goes
hate this
down.
zone.
Diego opening things up once again.
Ooh,
Robert,
oh my
nice
gosh.
nade, but gets caught on the side.
Nade
That's
and
intense
headshot.
game. Showing some intense aggression right there. 5 points for them already.
YKG down
and
to
they
1
secure
player,
that side of the
AGG
circle
1
just
down
at
to
this,
1,
as the circle starts
TPTC.
closing in.
Dope Slayers gone out of there. That's
IG
gonna
Loops
be
row 555.
even more points to their total. They're gonna make that gap really big. They want to secure that first place finish. As Royals of War were in last place before, but now they have swapped with the Chosen, and it looks like that's the way it's gonna end up staying. Because looks like it's only a matter of time for Sup Pig. Uh-oh, that one hurt.
No, QZZ
Just
is
bounced off one of those 2x4s
down.
on that window.
It's the thick nades, Jukes, that you gotta be careful of. Yeah,
Rin
they're taking
got
their time with
TP.
Sup Pig. Oh, there we go.
Oh, they're fighting Panthers and they're
The
fighting
knowledge.
IG.
These guys
Oh,
are
this is
not making
good.
mistakes here. Nate and the Panthers. Oh, it's
This
a
is
tag game as well.
not good.
It's third party after third
GK
party. I don't think
is
I've seen the
going
Panthers
away.
get stuck
there's
in
a
a
fight
fight
he
with
doesn't
one
die
team.
with
Yeah,
the team,
yeah,
which
they
is
have not been
smart.
able to get into an engagement with one team
Oh,
at a
but he's
time
driving into
at all this
Loops.
tournament.
That's not a good
No,
idea.
maybe even fifth party, because Loops, Influence,
Oh,
CHEMIN,
this is not good.
N
Rin's
Hyper,
down.
the Panthers. These are 5 teams all on that western
Kindness
side. They
is down.
all want
That's
prime
all up to
control
GK.
of Potato Hill. Yeah, N Hyper is way too spread. And that might have worked, you know, back in
It's all
NA,
up to
playing that
GK
split on
left.
top of Potato Hill, but not in this lobby, Jukes.
Oh, sir, indeed. Just the collapse is insane. So many of these teams just looking to pick off players that are too separate from the rest of their squad. So we definitely noticed, especially around this time, just
GK
sticking hardcore
is
together
between
seems to be the play. What do you think
AGG
about that?
and YKG.
I mean, you need a balance
All the
for
solo
sure.
players in the same
But
area.
seems like sticking together towards the late game, definitely the way to go.
Yeah, because
I wish they gave a different
the way
color
that these teams from
for
Brazil are really
N
rotating,
Hyper,
full
like a red
four-man,
or something,
just
because you
looking
can
to just
barely see
absolutely dominate, makes things just that much
GK
more
gray.
tough.
You know what I mean?
Let's see who's gonna win this game. The Loops is gonna be the heads of this Potato Hill up on top of it. The rest of these players are gonna have to push on in. It's gonna be tough to see them get beat here, but out of all the squads, I think I could deny intense game. They've got 7 eliminations. They're feeling themselves. That's the squad I'm gonna go with.
Yeah, Intense Game is a formidable squad. They're not performing as well as they did on day number 1, but right now, in this very match, they're showing why. You know, they had such a stellar show out on the first day. They're playing to their fundamentals, and they're playing it well. 7 elimination points already, and still fighting their way in, just as Flamingo is forced to fight their way in on the eastern side. Gets cut down by ATON from the wayside right there. Fran with a good opening, and now Flamingo forced to change their attention towards that side, but might be too late as 2 of their players now pinned in one spot.
The Zohan throwing that nade, trying to get it. Oh, but Gigante's got one for him. And
He means in the
Flamengo
Invitational Worlds.
making it tough on ATON with this utility. Fran 21 trying to answer back somehow against Gigante here. But I think that might just do it. Oh, just a little bit off the mark. Only a matter of time here, though, for Fran.
Yeah, Fran right now is just slowly backing up because that blue zone is closing. His teammates are doing the best to support, but Flamengo's just out maneuvering, out shooting them.
Ooh,
And the
he
nade
went straight into that nade.
yeah. And ATON getting picked apart. Beautifully done by Flamengo from a tough spot.
Way to get it done there. Let's see what Milos can do.
I
He
think
does
they
have that
won't
high
get
ground,
an
but they
invite
know
because
exactly
it's
where
too
he's at.
soon.
Stoico is going to throw some smokes out here just to kind of give his team some room to breathe.
PMWI is
It's gonna be
only
a hard
after 1
defense. He's
month.
got to hit these shots, though. He's wide out in the open. Stoico makes it up with the buggy. Huge push. DBS is now coming out. Gonna try to throw some utility. Yeah, he's got to hit this one.
Yeah, Milos instantly went prone with those DBS.
Got him!
And, oh, nice one.
What? Where'd they go?
I mean, there was only 3 up, and I think Jaguars knocked one of them as they were pushing in. So, I mean, ATON, they win the fight, but a very costly fight to be had as they're just now down to 1 player.
Loops. Kings of Potato Hill looking to clean up some players on the way towards the center of this next zone. We'll see where it decides to pop. Does it go center up? Most likely. Oh, Influence CHEMIN. They're actually the squad that's dead center here, so they're going to be able to put a good defense against Loops. Can they hold it down, though, as Intense Game is finally looking to set up their position for this next zone?
Still 9 teams left.
Intense Game controlling the outskirts right there.
Look at that crouch run, crouch run, crouch run.
Yeah,
Crouch run.
pretty good spot for Intense Game to be because they get pretty much not clear sight lines
And they
on the
got
northern
2 solo
circle.
friends
Oh, well,
hanging
I
out
mean,
with each other in the sky.
now they really are in a good spot controlling that northern edge.
Hey,
Loops,
champion,
are they
I'm
going to go
doing
for the
good. How
head-on
you
fight with
doing?
Influence? It's going to be tricky because a lot of these teams on the southern side, Jukes, are probably going to have to push up straight into that same particular fight.
Well, it's either against Influence or it's against Intense. That's really the only play for Loops. Let's see what they have to go with. Is GK
got
first?
one.
Finds
Oh,
Jaguar.
Jaguar.
Another player as well. Starting to ramp things up. And Hyper still in a good place on the leaderboard. So the fact that they're up here, definitely going to make a difference. INCO, where is INCO at? INCO is still alive. They have 1 player up in this game.
Hey, Hey, welcome.
INCO and N Hyper down to just 1. Both of them. That's first and is N Hyper second right now?
They are, but INCO has the goose egg, and that's what they're going to end with here, since they went out in 9th place. So no points total for
JK
INCO.
has to move to zone.
1 player up for N Hyper to get some more points on the board and try to catch up to that first place finish. But really, all eyes are on Intense
GK
Game,
got another
Zute.
11.
They can definitely shake up the leaderboards here and now. GK first, goodbye.
Aww.
Not much he could do
We
there.
went out 6th place.
Managed to pick up a
So
few more
6th place with
elimination
6
points, so
elims.
that's the best he
At
could
least
hope for.
GK
Now
got
Intense Game and
some
Loops
more
shaping
elims
up
for
for
the
a brawl.
team,
Looks
so
like
that's not
Influence
bad.
CHEMIN just gives up that position and scooches a little bit more to the eastern side.
Yes,
If you wanna
let's
play
use our shotguns
for the next
now.
circle.
People
They
still
don't
use
necessarily want to
DPS, I
fight
feel.
now.
They're using way more DPS.
Let's see what the play is here. Simple C, ever so deadly. So we know for a fact that this guy can take on a whole team if he finds the right position. We've seen him do it before. Gayaski hops in the buggy. Fed it out. Oh, did he catch him? I think he did. Did he see him? Yeah, he saw something for sure.
Alright, who do you think is going to win this match?
They're looking.
I think it's either
I don't think
Loops
they got
or
a
Influence.
100%
one of
vision
those, but
spot
maybe
right there.
IP
Oh,
also has a
Milos? Oh, he does. Goodbye.
Oh, so smart. He knows that was a solo player.
Yep,
So he
knew
takes
it.
his shots.
Easy peasy. So nice point for him. It's really between these big 3 teams. Loops, Intense Game with all 4 players up, and Influence CHEMIN. Another good game for them. So they are really having a nice comeback here today.
Influence. They're going to need to win this one because they're still pretty far down in the leaderboards. And the last game on Vikendi didn't help too much either. I believe they got a huge goose egg there. Influence CHEMIN trying to find the last player. They heard the shots here just a second ago, right?
Yeah, they're
when
finding
the
him now.
Jaguar player took the shot. So they know they want to deal with that player first before trying to deal with a potentially stronger team. And that is a much stronger team on the Loop side.
You think
I don't
so?
think he saw him either. Yeah, so Influence CHEMIN's going to think that this entire area is clear. Ugh. That's going to make things tough for them. But we're going to see a battle most likely between Loops and Influence CHEMIN. And that's going to open the door here for Intense Game, especially with this circle shift.
Yeah.
This is huge for Intense. This is their game to win, honestly.
4 teams left. No one is kind of like
Intense
in
could
zone.
just wait and let the other teams fight it out and hurt each other up. Here comes the push. Loops pushing in with the vehicle and on foot. And gets run over without any hesitation.
Here come the shots. Mythic getting the jump onto Influence. Oh, that knock though on a Chief is going to be tough. Oh, it's a double knock Oh, wow. So that nade turns the fight completely in their favor. Federal
Oh, he
just
got stuck. He hit
hesitating
the
a little
rock.
bit, just thinking, what should I do? Should I stay on the buggy? No, no
DBS.
way. DBS. No way. And I'm getting those headshots.
Federal opened it up with the double nade too. If he manages to finish the last player, that's essentially a 1v4, but not before Simple. See this guy.
No, it's different loops,
Man,
not the same
he
one.
knows his timings so
I mean, it's not the
well.
same players,
Simple
but
C
it's the same
definitely
organization.
becoming a star player for me on the side of Jaguar, but intense game. They still have 4 jukes. This is their game to win.
It is their game to win, and they are letting Loops breathe a little bit. And I think that's only because they know that they are stuck. They have to push due to where this blue zone is.
All right, IG
and you know where they're
versus
running right
Loops
into?
now, pretty
Simple
much.
C. Oh, did he get spotted though? Nope, he's
And
perfectly
then
on
we
that rock. He's
have
perfect.
Jaguar playing spoiler.
The legend. Oh,
Perfect
his toes. His toes are coming out though. He's gonna be careful.
I think he's got to be a little bit more worried than just his toes as Ayala creeps on up with nade in hand. Throws it really far wide.
Uh-oh.
They don't see the rock. If they saw the rock, they would have a good idea of where to throw it. But that rock just out of vision, and he's going to throw some smokes down. He's hoping Intense Game helps him out here. Maybe put in some shots towards Loops.
He's saying, come on, guys. It's just me by myself. I got a VS in a dream. Pre-fires it. Doesn't hit. And goes down to Chief. So here we go. Last game of day number 2. Everybody get up out your seats or stay in them. And get hype for Intense Game versus Loops.
4v3 situation, Intense Game at the disadvantage when it comes to the terrain, but they have the man advantage. Loops right now, they desperately need to find an opening before the circle goes down to the center. This is the last zone, and I do believe Intense Game have more control of the zone.
Way more control. They don't have the high ground, but they have so much control, like you mentioned. But they have to make sure that they cannot get knocked. They are so split up that if one of them gets knocked, they're most likely not going to get up. I think Diego's going to be that big driving force. That snake in the grass, so dangerous. He cannot afford to make a misstep.
Cardozan, though, look at that. He has an inkling of an idea. He's in charge of the flank, and he's watching it. But one missed timed distraction could give Diego the go-ahead, and Diego is creeping. He's looking for it.
Can't imagine.
Shots ringing back and forth, and oh, Ayala just maybe just throwing some shots there, blind
If Jaguar
shots.
would have won this
So they
match,
don't
it
know
would
for
have been
sure,
clutch.
but man, so aware of the situation at hand.
Wow, he's been in this position so many times. He's been in so many of these end games. He knows that even though I don't see him, he's probably over here. Let's go ahead and throw some shots. Maybe if I hit a hit marker, then I'll know for sure.
We're still in second place, by the way.
And with that nade, now they definitely know. You can see Cardozo.
Unless IG wins this, then maybe we will become third.
Right over here, boys. That's for sure.
You know that metal snake exclamation point? That's what happened when that nade went off.
Yup. 100%.
That's very true, Dunstan.
Let's see. Loops are just so stuck out of the position.
Spam
and they're
those
trying
nades.
to get some breathing room. Those Molotovs are dangerously close. Yeah, Diego says, let me just back up a little bit just in case. You know what I'm saying? Just a little bit.
Yeah. So Loops didn't find an opening. It is the final zone closing into the center. Now Loops had a huge disadvantage because even though they're on the high ground, it's a sloping high ground, meaning when they stand up, they're fully exposed. They need to find this one. They desperately need it.
Oh my gosh, they caught him. Diego going down is brutal. Now it's down to a 3v3. It's really who can hit these shots. And Loops.
Oh, they find a second one, Jukes.
Unbelievable. Loops. They're gonna
find a third.
Third. It's over. It's over.
It is done.
It's over.
How intense game through this match.
Wow.
GG's. Loops got that chicken dinner.
What a game and finish from Loops to win that game. Absolutely incredible. I think I'm just going to pick every single team that Cameron Davis picks going forward because there's something about it. I mean, this is ridiculous. What
Unless
a
the zone
finish.
shifts it to
Beautifully
their
done.
side.
I mean, if so, like Alpha 7 went out extremely early, right?
Yeah.
And another Brazilian team though stepped right up. Loops. They've been like consistently up there, but they've yet to explode onto the scene. And I think with that match, the way they ended that, you know, this is final game of the day too. That's a lot of momentum that they are carrying into tomorrow.
Well, you know what? Speaking of carry tomorrow, that's going to be it for us. But the desk, of course, has got to wrap these things up and tell you guys all the things you need to know. Don't go anywhere. Let's take it on over to Jason and the boys.
Did you guys hear that? Did Zute say the M word? Did he say momentum? Do we need a momentum meter for tomorrow for Loops? Who knows? But one thing we do know is they close up the day with a fantastic finish and potentially get themselves further up on the leaderboards. But gentlemen, that is a great game for them. A little disappointed that intense game didn't close things out, especially in the situation we had.
Won on the high
especially because I
ground.
picked them, but it seems like my predictions have become
Alright,
cursed.
this is the last giveaway
You
for
almost got it though, but
today.
Better than you,
Loops
at
with
least.
those naturally
Guess a
juicy
number
nades, I
between
mean,
20
you gotta give it up to
and
them.
80. Good luck.
Yeah, it was a slow final fight at the very end. They're taking control of any position on the top of Potato Hill can be incredibly hard to do because there is a very little like real cover, right? It's really all about wide angles to have to try and contend with. And so it
Alright,
could have
we
gone
got
either
8
way,
points this
but
match.
Loops, I think with the high ground, even with the man disadvantage, was able to really keep the pressure on to Intense Game. Even with Intense Game's spread that they had with the potential crossfire, you couldn't really
We
put a lot
have
of
a
pressure onto the high
winner.
ground, and Loops had all the
Crack
time in the world
is
to
a
just peek
crack
over, duck back down,
as
peek
God.
up again, duck back down, and it was, you know, just made it the
Can I
timing
have
work out
your
in their
ID,
favor.
please?
And they played it even perfect before that too, because they went up against ATON Esports at a moment there. I thought ATON Esports was actually going to be able to take it because they were all the way on the east with the nice spread, and somehow Loops was able to take on them and actually destroy 3 of their players. Milos was the only one alive out of that team.
We have
And
winner,
he was actually able
Crack.
to get a couple of elims for them. 6 elims for ATON Esports, which is impressive.
Well, let's not forget, there's a team here that we don't normally see in our top 8. Royals of War taking down Alpha 7 with a pistol.
Yeah, right off the bat in a hot drop.
Giveaway has ended. We have a winner.
It was the curse.
I mean, yeah, you win a match and you're gonna perform terribly the next time around. But the fact that Royals of War got more, like they also got 4 other eliminations immediately after and got a placement point as well. So
Thank you
their
for
team
the
head is
ID.
realizing as well that they need to step it up if they want to try and climb themselves. I don't know if it's possible at this point for them to put themselves into even the top 8. We are only halfway through, so things could change a lot, but have to be a
So
really
no more
big
giveaways
surge
for
of force. But at the very
today.
least, try and get like close to the
Tomorrow,
single
there'll be
digits.
giveaway
Yeah, I was just looking at the
tomorrow.
0 points there from Overnight, and man, what a
Again, at the
big
same time.
disappointment out of that team today. I thought they were going to be able to maybe bring a little bit of what we saw today one. It wasn't the case. They definitely did not perform like what we saw yesterday.
No, I mean, at one point yesterday, I think they had like 13 placement
Thanks for
points
hanging
after like
out.
4
Ping.
matches, maybe it was.
And that
They
was
had one
including the
chicken
one
dinner,
win.
right?
Yep.
So they had 3 placement points outside of their 1 win, which is obviously not what you want to see. But again, that victory
Probably
they
you
had
didn't
as we
see the
did break
bot
down
message because
yesterday
it was too many
kind
people
of
spamming the number.
a little bit lucky.
Not a little bit.
A lot of it lucky.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Don't forget to go vote for NHP in game.
It's not even
Don't
that,
forget
they
to
also were
record
in
your
the center
voting so you can
of the
upload in the
zone
giveaway
3 ships in a
form
row.
They didn't have to do a thing for the longest time.
for your chance
what
to
about
win
the
an
Chosen?
iPhone, an NHP
We haven't really
jersey,
good question. We
and
haven't really
AC.
said much about
Good
them.
question.
They haven't really done anything to be talked about.
Are we surprised though? Like, it's the Chosen, and something that we always talked about in NA as well is the Chosen always takes a very long time to warm up. And if they don't warm up in events like this, where it's only 4 days, it's not going to be looking good out of them, especially if they don't come out hot in the first day. And that's something that they did very well in NA in the finals. They came out hot in the first day, and it kind of worked out for them. But we're seeing what happens with the Chosen. They're currently just not warmed up.
Okay, let's take a look at the report here from this last match, get an idea of a couple of key players across the spectrum. And Milos taking 3 slots out of 5 here. 6 eliminations, 752 damage, and he gets the 1 limb as well with the grenade. Not bad.
I'm actually happy to see that because this was a player that I've been wondering where he has been. He is the MVP out of LATAM, so it's good to see that he's finally starting to show up here. And today, so far, ATON Esports actually didn't do that bad.
Yeah, they had an alright day, but I think Milos actually being the most eliminations up here shows that Loops was a team effort on their behalf because they got, what, 15 eliminations overall? That means that it would have to be, like, it wouldn't be one player carrying the entire thing if Milos is out here with 6 eliminations at the most, right? Then it's got to be that entire team effort for them, which is, I mean, it's definitely exciting to see for a team that has sort of been almost like false starting a few times yesterday and today.
Okay, well, you know what? We need to see more of it. I think we always talk about events like this when they're like 3-4 days as a sprint. but it's kind of like a mini marathon at the same time in the sense of like your consistency. You can't really like falter too often or you're not really gonna have a chance to bounce back. I mean, intense game. They did falter a bit today, but obviously the second place finish for them, able to help them catch up yet again to INCO a bit here there, especially with INCO getting 0 points, right? So that buffer they built up for themselves is almost gone. But you look at some of these other teams, in Alpha 7, they had a 0 at the start of the day, a 0 at the end of the day. They had a decent day overall, but like those zeros could come back to actually determine whether they get first or not first.
It will, and I think it kind of helped out for teams like Alpha 7 that INCO didn't do what they ended up doing yesterday, which was taking advantage, right, Cam? I believe you were saying this too. INCO yesterday, what they did so well was take advantage of what was given to them, whether they ended up with a blessed zone and were able to also be proactive and get those eliminations. Today we didn't get a chance to see any out of that and allow those gaps to close up in a big way, which for me I'm actually excited to see.
The gap closed a bit in that middle section looking at the top, but INCO with the win and another good, I believe there was another game that they had a nice like high level placement with a good couple eliminations. Similar situation in the intense game, they had a couple of stinkers, but also some good placements as well. So they didn't completely drop off the top. It's just that middle section. Today was the progress of that entire middle section, getting themselves as an entire pack closer towards the top. I think it was really only N Hyper who were already just behind the top leaders who were able to put themselves closer in that mix with INCO and FLAMENGO and Intense Game. So I think, again, this is I believe what we were talking about at the top of show today, that no one would be likely to overtake INCO and everyone else at the top today. It's really just about setting themselves up for tomorrow to really try and flip that script of making that leaderboard change for the favorites. But again, with Loops being false starting, with Alpha 7 having really good games and then really poor ones, I don't know if anyone's a favorite at this point outside of the actual literal numbers that are on the leaderboard. And at the moment, that's still INCO.
Okay. Well, what about our MVP? Do you guys have any predictions? Maybe of what
I
team
think
it's
it will
from?
not
This
yet.
player I think
It
is
will
going to be
be at
extremely
midnight
different.
of 27.
Team might be N Hyper.
I feel like N Hyper had a great day.
Okay. Then do you have a prediction from who?
I will post an
kinda wanna
actual
say
post
kindness.
on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
I know,
and story,
it's
so
actually a
it
bad
will be
pick, but
everywhere.
No, it's not about. I don't think it's about shout at all.
Fragger, but I feel like kindness today really showed what he's capable of.
I'm a little worried disagreeing with you because I feel like production might have told you. Like stuck it in.
Oh,
that's true.
AGG, they had such a good start.
Ooh,
Recency
Strat,
bias,
MVP
we
of the
totally
day.
forgot about their first couple of rounds. They had such a good start. Oh, man.
I was going to say him too, actually.
Hopefully you
You
win,
shouldn't ask me
Hans.
my prediction, so.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pick somebody from Loops.
Yeah, But yeah, no, this is...
I was going to
Did
pick
you
again,
enter my
it's
RP
team who didn't even
giveaway?
qualify.
Again, it's 6 rounds in a single day. So if we have 2 really good ones, even if they are in the front half of things, that can set you up very, very well. You don't need to perform like INCO did yesterday, where you like win an entire series of events. You don't need to perform like I did on my predictions, where you win an entire series of events. You just gotta have some really good rounds.
There it is. There it
Wake me
is.
up
You
when
know,
he starts,
a
stop
couple of
slowly
good
down.
rounds in there are as long as no one else beats you on that, you're still at the top. As long as everyone else is sort of trading blows back and forth, you just need to have like a slight edge on like average.
Yeah, what I don't like out of AGG is it's that up and down performance, right? It kind of goes back to what we were saying with Alpha 7. It's just too much of a roller coaster right out of this team.
I think we're going to
Winning
predictions
number?
next.
What winning
next.
number?
I don't know.
Oh,
I'm not
for the
sure.
other one, it was the
Definitely
one
not
number
last. If I am, that's
39.
crazy.
I hope we're not, but I didn't understand what I was told if we are going to them. And if I was told predictions, I hope I can make them skip it, because I don't know if I want to see.
I want to see just how far in the lead I am, because
Gosh, put it up, please.
I've been smurfing today on these.
Ooh.
Nice. I'm exactly where I want to be.
Cameron
Me
with
too.
those predicted results.
That
not on
is
brand.
Happy with it.
That's not on brand.
that is a gap.
It's okay.
My intention tomorrow is to not get a single point.
I just can't be last, right? I was trying to pick underdogs here and there, but I just don't want to be last. I don't want to have a Monster Energy pour on me. I just want to drink one.
Why not both?
Erangel and
Take a look at the recap from today. We're not having
Wow,
any double
Loops got the
winners, though,
most kills
which we had
today.
a triple winner yesterday, which is
But we
good,
got the most
actually.
damage
Yeah, we don't have any
today.
team running away with the whole event here, but 30 minutes for
Would have been
Miramar.
cool to
Things closing
get-
out for Influence. Chemin here in a very strong fashion, I guess you can say.
Most
But
kills
anything kind of
today.
surprising over the course of these 6 matches you're looking at in the terms of the stats or any team in particular?
No, not really. I'm not surprised to see Sanhok with the lowest damage from the winning team because that's one that is like isolated fights. You never see like one team sort of take over in a big way. I am surprised to see how much damage there was for N Hyper on Erangel because on the first Erangel, if you remember the military island, that played out very similar to a Sanhok where everyone's just like trying to scramble to even get into the zone in the first place. But because they were there early, they had that central position and were able to like pick off a couple of stragglers here and there, a bit more than I think I would have expected.
I am surprised, though, of how Latin America started off the day today with back-to-back chicken dinners. Obviously not from the same team, but it was nice to see that it wasn't just Brazil. And I'm hoping that tomorrow we'll maybe get a chance to see NA. That's going to be a big question mark because right now NA is not looking good. Except N Hyper, obviously.
Except N Hyper.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at our overalls and see where they currently do stand. And it's going to be third place, but again, not that big of a gap considering where they were at the start of the day till now. Even Influence CHEMIN here getting on the front page, which is extremely important considering how much of a letdown they were yesterday.
What is really good to see for N Hyper is that their placement points are looking really, really strong. Same thing even that I noticed on the overalls before the last game. Their placements are good. The only team that's beating them is INCO, with the only team that has more than one win. So that tracks perfectly there. That does mean that N Hyper have a bit of they're trailing a bit behind on elimination points. But I think with the fundamentals that we've seen them continue to just put together in these games, that shouldn't be the hardest next step for them to make. I think they're in a... Usually I favor elimination point teams, but N Hyper are in a really good spot that I don't think it's going to be an issue at all because they're so consistently making it to the late game.
Yeah, and I'm really want to see how they're going to be coming back tomorrow because already we have seen such an improvement right from day 1 to day 2. And if this team is going to be taking the time that they took
we went to
yesterday, coming to today to prepare
look at
themselves, I'm so
close,
happy to see what this team is going to be able to do.
Hold on this page for a second. I just realized
just, like,
a bit of a gap from, you know, it's
first.
top 3, then the next 2, and then the next 2.
Loops
Look
is
at that
catching
gap
up,
in
and
points from
FLAMENGO
7th
behind us,
down to 8th. 8. So Alpha 7, they've been struggling.
We
They
are
haven't
the
been able.
only
They were
NA
out of 7th
team
place
on
for a
the
brief
first
moment, but
page,
they're
by the
back
way.
stuck in 7th. But they are still developing themselves higher on the points overall and just avoiding that pitfall down to 8th. That's like, this is usually when you see point sponges at the top of just like 2, 3, maybe 4 teams that are soaking up all the points, this is looking like a 7-team point sponge because this is a very, very close top 7. But then 8th down to 16th is just nowhere to be seen.
And to be fair, we see some of the stuff that we saw today, right, where INCO just wasn't performing that much. Anybody in the top 7 can actually take this championship.
Yeah. But down here, it's gonna have to be a complete reversal of performance, of consistency, of just point delivery for any of these teams to try and even get to the top 5.
Which might end up helping them out. They're probably going to have a little bit of pressure off their shoulders, right? Being down this low on the leaderboard and be like, okay, you know what? Let's start doing some of the crazier stuff. Let's actually start pushing for more. And the team that it definitely comes to mind right away is going to be the Panthers. Maybe we can start seeing some more of that action. We saw it earlier too in Vikendi.
Yep.
It was we mentioning Nate over and over again. It wasn't Nate. It was other players. So maybe we'll be able to get a chance to see the Panthers be a little bit more aggressive.
And obviously, as we mentioned before, there's a chance for them to earn more money. The only problem is 13th through 16th is in one bracket at $5,000. Then you have 9th through 12th in one bracket at $6,000. And then to catch up to 8th, which is 7th. And then from obviously the gap we saw, 8th to 7th is such a wide gap right now. Getting anything higher than 7,000 in the event is going to be extremely difficult for any of these teams currently not in it.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
We're going to have to see a completely 180 out of these teams.
I mean, at some point tomorrow, Cameron, do we see teams down towards the bottom just start to play 100% different and start to mess with teams? Or they just get extra aggressive? Like, they have to try something, right?
They got to try something.
Sit there and play the way you've been playing the last 2 days, you're not going to come off the bottom.
Panthers had that early game aggression that got them a good couple of points on Vikendi that Seven mentioned. In the last game, we saw Royals of War fight Alpha 7 and ended up with 8 eliminations overall from that round. So that could actually be a consideration for the teams at the top, that they need to be more aware of this, that there are potential griefers in their midst, that they're going to be teams that are going to have nothing to lose and might just send it in on a single knock, even if it means giving up a rough position. Being able to read what your opponents are going to do is such a crucial aspect of a battle royale, and being aware of what intentions an opponent might have based off where they are on the leaderboard plays into that. So hopefully the teams that are at the top are aware of that, just or anticipating that potential.
A good counter for Brazil has always been a team that becomes the aggressor first. Put a Brazilian team in pretty much stepping back, that might end up working on their favor. That's why I was mentioning the Panthers. I also want to see YKG. I mean, NA has been hyping up this team for such a long time that I feel like it's time that we finally see a little bit more of what they've been able to do. We saw them get some eliminations, right? But we just haven't seen them to the full extent of what we expected to, in a way.
Well, gentlemen, it looks like we're going to have to round out the day, but not before I remind you guys once again at home, check out all of our social media channels you can see here. And also, check out Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. We do everything all at once, Monsters and our socials. Check it all out. Make sure you grab one of these bad boys for tomorrow because the action hasn't stopped just yet. We still have 2 days of play. That is going to be 12 matches before we can determine which team takes home the prize of going to PMWI and, of course, $25,000. We'll see you guys then.
Alright guys, thanks for hanging out with me today. We did some good progress today. We went from 6th place to 2nd place. It's only up from here. We have 2 more days left. And I will be back for day 3 live stream tomorrow, same time. Have a good evening, night, day, wherever you may be. Ciao.